Chapter 212. Return. Chapter 212. Return. Far from the Kangi Kingdom's palace, a group of figures sat at the top level of a restaurant, enjoying a feast. The restaurant was in a good position. Eating and chatting at the top level, they could see the Kangi palace. Luo Junlin was here at the moment. He sat across from a girl and was in a good mood. "Will they hand them over?" the girl asked. "They should. They wouldn't risk their lives just for some outsiders," Luo Junlin replied calmly. With the current situation, it was impossible for Emperor Yi to refuse. "Oh," the girl smiled. "If they refuse, I'll send the message." "Thank you, Shiro," Luo Junlin said gently. He knew that even though he was in the Arcana plane, he still didn't have the ability to make the nobles of the Royal Xin Temple work for him. Nobles were proud and would never help a disciple take care of a small country's matters. Thus, he could only rely on the situation. He wouldn't act so early if the ancient barren world didn't open. He'd entered it, and he'd witnessed Futian and Yusheng's talent. Once they reached the pinnacle of the Dharma plane, it was highly possible they would be accepted by a top force. By that time, it would be very difficult to kill them. He slowly looked over at the palace in the distance. A cold sneer appeared on his face. So what if Futian had ministers was prediction? Even if Luo Junlin didn't want to be Nandu Nation's emperor, the position belonged to the Luo family. No one else could take it. Once he became a noble and truly entered the upper level of the Royal Xian Temple, he would have the Luo family rule over the 100 lands. All other countries would bow before him. At that time, he wouldn't be so kind to the Kangi Kingdom. When he had enough power, he could naturally be able to destroy them without the Royal Xian Temple's help. At the Kangi Kingdom, Emperor Yi was currently staring at Emperor Luo and the other emperors coldly. Emperor Luo had asked him if he was preparing to declare war if he didn't hand them over. If war began now, he could escape, but the others in the Kangi Palace would meet tragedy. Before, he only faced Emperor Luo and guessed that the man wouldn't really declare war. Otherwise, they would both be destroyed in the process. It was different now. He'd come with other emperors to pressure him. Emperor Yi scanned the others and said coldly, "You're doing this because Luo Junlin entered the Royal Xian Temple and want to ally with him. But have you thought about Futian's talent? He will definitely join a force in the Eastern Barren Territory. At that time, would you be able to withstand his revenge?" Emperor Chu and the others frowned slightly. They considered this before, but right now, Emperor Luo and Luo Junlin wouldn't let Futian live. After capturing his relatives in Kangi and surrounding the palace, they would have people guard the entrances from the ancient barren world. They would capture Futian as soon as he came out. This way, it would be impossible for Futian to escape. He would die, unless he stayed in the ancient barren world for decades without returning to Kangi. But there was a low possibility of this happening. After all, a youth who was not even 18 yet wouldn't have that much patience. Furthermore, there were so many strong cultivators in the ancient barren world. It was possible for Futian to die there, but not for him to enter a top talent. To them, the opportunity before their eyes was more important. "You're still fantasizing that Futian can live?" Emperor Luo said coldly. "The day he leaves the ancient barren world is the day of his death." Emperor Yi looked up. Staring at the other, he laughed. "An emperor, someone of the noble plane, fears a youth to this extent. This is laughable. If you knew this, why would you send that letter in the first place?" Emperor Luo frowned. There was a reason why he sent that order to the Donghai city. He'd ordered Minister Hua to personally capture Futian, but who would have guessed that he could escape? His talent was beyond expectation too. But Emperor Luo didn't regret anything. All of this was fated. Futian and Hua Jieyu were destined to become his enemy. He was just overly confident back then. He didn't think that he could send out an order as an emperor but still have Futian escape. Thankfully, that was impossible now. Ignoring Emperor Yi, Emperor Luo strode forward coldly, walking to the palace. Presumptuous. Sword and tint flowed. The palace was instantly enveloped by an extremely strong sword aura. Emperor Yi shot into the air and blocked Emperor Luo's path. They were at a stalemate with swords unsheathed. At that moment, someone walked over from the distance. It was a young man in the Arcana plane. When he appeared, there was faint arrogance in his eyes, even when faced with people of the noble plane. They were only kings of small lands, and he looked down on them. The royal Xian temple orders the Kangyi kingdom to immediately hand them over. Otherwise, you will pay for your actions, the man said arrogantly to Emperor Yi. The other emperor's eyes immediately hardened. With support from the royal Xian temple, there was nothing to fear. The young man gazed at them coolly and turned to leave. He didn't care about these things. If not for his junior sister, he wouldn't even come to such a barbaric place. His words might seem arrogant and almighty, but he didn't feel that great. There was nothing to be proud of for the royal Xian temple to threaten a small country. Did you hear clearly? Emperor Luo threatened coldly. I don't care if you're hiding Nandu's traitors. But now, I personally came to your palace to take them away. If you still stop me, you are treating all of us as enemies. Think clearly. With that, Emperor Luo walked out. The other emperors followed behind Emperor Luo. One said, Emperor Yi, why do you do this for outsiders? If we go to war, this palace will be the first to be destroyed. Is it worth it? Can you fight against the royal Xian temple's order? Another emperor said as they all stepped into the palace. Emperor Ye's expression was uncomfortable. At the Tingfeng banquet last time, he only faced Emperor Luo by himself. If Emperor Luo didn't care, then he didn't care either. But now, he faced pressure from all the emperors and even the royal Xian temple. He either had to give in or declare war. If war was declared, the first to be destroyed was the palace and the people inside. It was unclear if even he could survive. Halt! A group came from the distance. Everyone turned to see the group. Yi Xiao was at the front, and he was the one who spoke. Behind him were some strong cultivators of the palace. Hua Fenglu, Yi Xiang, and the others were there too. We'll hand them over, Yi Xiao said to Emperor Luo. Emperor Yi looked over, his eyes sharp. What did you do? He demanded. Father, they followed me voluntarily, Yi Xiao said. In his opinion, it was unavoidable. They had to hand Yi Futian over, but his father was too benevolent. Since he couldn't do it, Yi Xiao would. He said some things while going to the palace, and these people cooperated, coming voluntarily with him. Your Majesty, we will go with them, Yi Xiang said. Emperor Yi had already been kind enough to them. Now, he was faced with the royal Xian temple's pressure and couldn't fight back. Since that was so, Yi Xiang couldn't let him take risks. Since the end couldn't be chanced, they could only accept it. He just wished Yi Futian wouldn't come back. No. Emperor Yi looked at Yi Xiang. Your Majesty, Hua Fenglu said, looking at him, no need to try and dissuade us. At the same time, Hua Fenglu used spiritual sorcery to tell Emperor Yi, Futian and Jieyu are in the ancient barren world. Emperor Luo will put guards around the entrance. There are many things you must do still. Emperor Yi heard Hua Fenglu's words and sighed inwardly. He knew that Hua Fenglu was right. Since Emperor Luo had come, they would definitely be guarding the ancient barren world's exit too. He had to stay alive to help Yi Futian. At the same time, a huge demon descended from the clouds outside the Kangyi Kingdom's imperial city. The Kuanpeng spread its wings, covering the sky and sun. The people below all looked up. Seeing the huge demon, their hearts shuddered. The Kuanpeng. It's the legendary Kuanpeng. Someone yelled in shock. It was their first time seeing a real Kuanpeng. Who's coming now? They thought as the Kuanpeng landed. Many emperors had arrived in the imperial city today and went directly to the palace. Apparently, the top force royal Xian temple had come too, to make the Kangyi kingdom hand over the family of Yi Futian, the first on the Fenghua rank. But now, a huge Kuanpeng came from the clouds. There seemed to be many figures on its back, but were blocked. Who were these people? Why did they come? The Kangyi kingdom had suddenly become so lively. We're finally here, Yi Futian said, smiling at the palace. It had been almost 1 year. He missed his master and the others. This is the imperial city? Lu Feiyang looked down and joked. It's the birthplace of so many geniuses. Can I stay a few days? It was indeed rare for one country to have 4 prides. Yi Futian chuckled. In reality, he wasn't from Kangyi Kingdom. He was from Nandu. Brother Lu, you can stay as long as you wish. I'm just afraid you won't feel used to things, Yi Danshan said, smiling. The Kuanpeng continued forward at an extreme speed. Everyone under it looked up at the huge beast, their hearts trembling. Was it another strong cultivator from the royal Xian temple? After a while, the palace was close. Futian looked over and vaguely saw some figures in the air. It seemed to be a confrontation. Chapter 213. Does your father know? Chapter 213. Does your father know? The Kuanping zipped through the air and was now even closer to the palace. Futian's eyebrows furrowed. What's going on? It's a confrontation. Looks like the beginning of a fight, said a noble from the side. Lingxi and Danshan also furrowed their brows in confusion. A fight at the Kangyi Palace? If it had to do with the palace, then it had to be something big. At this time, both sides had already pulled swords at the palace. Emperor Yi had also been persuaded by Xiang and Hua Fenglu. In their current situation, resistance would only get them all killed. Futian, Hua Jieyu, and the others were in the ancient barren world and would end up without anyone to help them. Many people from various great powers of the Kangyi kingdom were also gathered around the palace. Powers like the Kangyi College, the Qin clan, as well as other clans, stood witness to everything that happened. They were flooded with emotion as they never thought their country would end up in such a situation. Futian was indeed a rare genius in the 100 Lands, but what had he brought to the Kangyi kingdom? Was his arrival a blessing or a curse? At the moment, it was a curse in the eyes of many. Futian himself was in a lot of trouble. Students of the Kangyi College, such as Zhua Qianfan and Yu Jiang, as well as Bai Qiu and others from the Qin clan, were all participants of the Fenghua banquet alongside Futian. Not only them, but many others had personally witnessed Futian's performance at the banquet. He was a glory plane cultivator who defeated those in the Dharma plane. He was powerful, but Luo Junlin was able to enter the royal Xian temple. How domineering. No matter how gifted Futian was, this seemed to be the end for him. There was no chance for him to keep growing. Xiang, Hua Fenglu, and the others walked forward. Beside Hua Fenglu was Nandu Wenin and Tang Lan. He looked over at them and smiled. I'm sorry that both of you have suffered by being with me. We went through tough times like this all those years ago. It doesn't bother me anymore. As long as Jieyu and Futian are well, I am content, Nandu Wenin said as she held Hua Fenglu's hand. I'm jealous, Tang Lan said with a teasing smile. Hua Fenglu smiled and held her with his other hand. Tang Lan resisted a little, but quickly gave up and allowed Hua Fenglu to hold her hand. They didn't bring any of their juniors as this was basically giving their lives away. Just them was sufficient. Emperor Luo and his people smiled coldly at this sight. In the end, they had complied. A chilling breeze blew over from afar. What is that? Asked one of the emperors as he lifted his head to look into the sky. His utterance caused many people to look in the same direction. The wind was blowing stronger and more intensely. However, the winds were not due to a change in the weather. It was a large demon beast, flying over in their direction. The weird winds blew over the people. Even Emperor Yi looked over at the large beast in the sky. The beast was enormous. It was a top-level demon beast, the Kuanping. Xiang, Hua Fenglu, and the others stopped in their tracks. When they noticed that everyone else was focused on the skies above, they turned their attention in that direction as well. Above the imperial palace was the Kuanping. With every flap of its giant wings, the sea of clouds seemed to part, making way for the ferocious beast. The aura of this beast was also extremely terrifying. A noble beast. Everyone felt a shiver down their backs. A noble Kuanping had appeared in the Kangyi kingdom. Who else had arrived? Far away, at the top floor of a restaurant, Luo Junlin and Shiro were drinking wine happily. However, their expressions changed as soon as they took notice of the Kuanping's appearance in the distance. Does the royal Xian temple have a Kuanping? Luo Junlin asked Shiro. No. She shook her head in response. That isn't a beast from the royal Xian temple. She frowned and her eyebrows knit together. The Kuanping was an incredibly powerful demon beast. A noble-level Kuanping would most definitely only belong to a great power and was definitely not from a place like the 100 Lands. Anyway, she did not care too much about it. Even if it was from a great power, the royal Xian temple was also one of the top powers in the Eastern Barren Territory. How many top powers out there could pique the interest of the royal Xian temple? Which one of those top powers was bored enough to come to this aboriginal land? Very quickly, they realized that the Kuanping had stopped. It seemed to have come in relation to what was going on at the palace. Luo Junlin stood and Shiro followed. I'm a little worried, he said. Then let's go check it out, she answered. Luo Junlin nodded and led their group in the direction of the imperial palace. The Kuanping stopped in the air above the palace. Its gargantuan body blocked everyone's view as it descended slowly. Who is it? Emperor Luo and everyone else stared at the Kuanping, specifically at its back as its body lowered. At the front, a couple of people stepped into view. Their eyes sharp and their auras stood out. They seemed to be nobles. Emperor, you watched these people. Had the powerful cultivators from the royal Xian temple arrived? If so, he feared that Emperor Luo would come after him as well. Naturally, he understood that Emperor Luo would take this opportunity to get rid of himself and tie up loose ends. As the Kuanping continued to lower itself, the view became clearer and they were able to see the people on its back. Just then, the figure of a young man came into view. A handsome face with an ice-cold expression. The coldness reached his eyes as well. As soon as he saw this figure, Emperor Luo's heart squeezed as if it had been struck by something, and his expression changed immediately. How was this possible? How was it him? The emperors of the Yunshu nation and the Yin kingdom also saw the figure and felt the same sensation as Emperor Luo. A bad feeling brewed in the pits of their stomachs. Just a while ago, they were feeling extremely relaxed. Now, their hearts felt like it was crushed by a boulder in the blink of an eye. A breeze blew by, and the young man's white clothes moved with the wind. At first, Emperor Yi froze in shock at the sight of the young man's face. Then, his eyes lit up and his fists tightened. Right now, his thoughts ran wild and were filled with a hint of excitement. The Kuanping continued to descend and the figures on its back were now clear. Spectators were met with the faces of the youths and the entire palace went silent. Tension was in the air. From afar, the cultivators from the Kangi College, the Qin clan, as well as other clans saw the faces of the newly arrived. Their hearts skipped a beat, especially those who knew Yi Futian from their time together at the Fenghua banquet. Their breathing became uneven. He's back. Not only did he come back safe and sound, he came back on a top-level beast, a Kuanping. People thought he would be killed as soon as he exited the ancient barren world, but he wasn't. He wasn't the only one who came back. Hua Jieyu, Yu Shang, Yu Wuchen, Yi Danqin, Yi Lingxi, and the others were also back. Beside them seemed to be some very powerful people. They had escorted the group back to Kangi. Yi Futian's eyes were extremely cold. Previously, the people couldn't see him, but he could see everything from up above. His eyes swept over to Emperor Luo, then to Emperor Chu and Emperor Yin. Yi Futian had entered the ancient barren world in hopes of taking care of Emperor Luo's threat, but he did not think it would happen so fast. The results would have been unimaginable had he arrived even a little later. Emperor Luo was actually making a move. Was it because of the royal Xian temple? Father, mother, Hua Jieyu called out as she looked at Hua Fenglu below. Master, Yu Sheng also called out. Yi Futian averted his gaze slowly. Their group descended on the ground and arrived in front of Hua Fenglu and the others. He greeted, Master, Masteress. You're back, Nandu Wanyin said with a gentle smile. Her eyes were now a bit red. She did not think that Yi Futian would come back at a time like this, and on a Kuanping at that. It was obvious to her, Yi Futian must have had some interesting encounters in the ancient barren world. However, it was still unknown whether they would be able to resolve the issue at hand. Yes, Masteress. Everything is okay now, Yi Futian said softly. Can it be resolved? Yi Xiang stepped up and asked Yi Futian. This was his personality, simple and direct. Yi Futian lifted his head and looked at Yi Xiang. That depends on how it's taken care of. Seeing the look in his eyes, Yi Xiang knew that things would be okay. He couldn't help but turn to Yu Shang and ask, how is the ancient barren world? Master, I'm fine and in the third-level Dharma plane now, Yu Shang replied. Not bad, said Yi Xiang, nodding his head. He had improved very quickly. They had entered the ancient barren world in the glory plane. Yi Futian then turned to Emperor Yi. Your Majesty, you were almost put in harm's way because of me. You came back right on time, smiled Emperor Yi. If you had come a little later, I wouldn't have been able to save your teacher and the others. We'll talk about this a little later, said Yi Futian. He then turned his attention over to Emperor Luo and his people. Emperor Luo gave the nobles who had come back with Futian a once-over. He didn't dare to be rash. The identities of these people were still unknown. Had Futian also joined a great power during his trial in the ancient barren world? Hopefully, it wasn't one of the top powers from the eastern barren territory. Futian moved his gaze away from Emperor Luo. Looking at Emperor Chu and the others, he said, "How do you guys plan to settle this?" The emperors of Yunchu, Yin, and other countries froze. They were confused by this situation. Futian was actually speaking to them like this. Where did he get the confidence? They looked over at Emperor Luo, not knowing how to answer Futian. He had arrived on the Kuanping with nobles as escorts. This was power they didn't dare go against. "We'll settle this with your life." Just then, another group had arrived. Emperor Luo's people parted to make way. Luo Junlin and Shiro had arrived. The person who had just spoken was Shiro. She already knew that Futian was the one Luo Junlin wanted dead. He was the very reason for their trip here to the Hundred Lands. Futian looked over. He didn't know this woman, but seeing how she arrived with Luo Junlin, Futian knew exactly where she came from. She obviously came from the Royal Xin Temple. Only people from there would speak so rashly even at the sight of nobles. It was their confidence as part of the Eastern Barren Territory's top powers. The emperors of Yunchu and Yin relaxed a bit when they saw Shiro step in. What was there to be afraid of when they had the Royal Xin Temple backing them up? One word from Shiro could end Futian's life. At that moment, Shiro lifted her head and saw the nobles of the Lu Kingdom. She then introduced herself, "Royal Xin Temple, Shiro." There was no way to say for sure that these people were from the Eastern Barren Territory's top powers. Even if they were, they would have to retreat with her status. Her family name was He, and she came from the Royal Xin Temple. If they were from the Eastern Barren Territory, they would definitely know what this meant. Lu Feiyang looked at Shiro with confusion and surprise. "You're the daughter of the Royal Xin Temple's fifth lord? If you know this, then you should hand him over and leave," Shiro said proudly after seeing the look in Lu Feiyang's eyes. Behind her, the looks in the eyes of Emperor Luo and his people became heated and sharp. "Of course I know," nodded Lu Feiyang. "But does your father know that you're this arrogant?" Chapter 214. Watch and See. Chapter 214. Watch and See. With Lu Feiyang's words, Shiro's confident smile froze. Other than her, the emperors of Yun and Yin suddenly grew nervous again. They looked up in shock at the speaker. Then they saw the mockery in Lu Feiyang's eyes. He seemed to know Shiro but didn't care. If he knew that Shiro was the daughter of the Royal Xin Temple's fifth lord and could still say such humiliating mockery, this meant something. He didn't care at all. Things were a bit troublesome now. Futian had returned on the Kuanping with nobles accompanying him. However, the one in charge was not those nobles. It was this young man. This complicated things. What did it mean if a youth's status was above the nobles? It meant that his background was far stronger than what they could see. It was just like how Shiro had come with those nobles. Shiro's eyes turned cold as she stared at Lu Feiyang. "Who are you?" The Royal Xin Temple had 5 lords. Each one was in charge of a temple. Was he from a top force of the Eastern Barren Territory? Lu Feiyang from the Lu Kingdom. Shiro's eyes instantly sharpened. Luo Junlin's expression turned ugly too. Was he that fast? He'd been hurrying to get rid of Futian, worried that he would get the noble fate after entering the pinnacle of the Dharma plane. He seemed to have joined a top force and was escorted back by the Lu Kingdom's prince. This treatment was so much better than what Luo Junlin's when he first joined the Royal Xin Temple. The other emperors all paled. His identity went without saying. He made such a scene. Because of this, they wanted to use the Royal Xin Temple's relationship and came to Kangi with Emperor Luo. Emperor Luo was distraught. Now, he thought his plan was again seamless, but Futian had returned with a top force of the Eastern Barren Territory. Since when did the Royal Xin Temple become so powerful and decide to come to the Hundred Lands to show off? "You." Shiro glared at him. "Don't look at me like that. Your dad will know soon. Someone from the Royal Xin Temple must have been present." He made such a scene. Because of this, they wanted to use the Royal Xin Temple's relationship and came to Kangi with Emperor Luo. But now, it seemed that Futian had joined the Lu Kingdom, another top force. Emperor Luo was distraught. He tried many times to kill Yi Futian and had failed each time. Now, he thought his plan was again seamless, but Yi Futian had returned with a top force of the Eastern Barren Territory. Since when did the Royal Xian Temple become so powerful and decide to come to the Hundred Lands to show off? Lu Feiyong scoffed at Shiro. Does your dad know? You. Shiro glared at him. Don't look at me like that. Your dad will know soon. Lu Feiyong suddenly smiled. Yi Futian's group had made such a big commotion at the Mirror Mountain. Someone from the Royal Xian Temple must have been present. The Royal Xian Temple had come, but Shiro wanted to kill Yi Futian. This was quite interesting. You did this? Yi Futian gazed at Shiro now, faint murderous intent in his eyes. He'd come too late. He didn't know whether his master and the others were alive or not. Yes. What can you do about it? Shiro looked down at Yi Futian. Lu Feiyong speaking disrespectfully to her was one thing. But who was Yi Futian? He was from the barbaric Kangyi kingdom. No matter how talented he was, he'd only joined the Lu kingdom. He didn't qualify to talk to her like that. Even though Lu Feiyong was a prince, she didn't fear him. They were both from top forces. The Lu kingdom wouldn't declare war on the Royal Xian Temple for an outsider. Yi Futian looked at Shiro, and then at Luo Junlin beside her. In Donghai, you were the prince and told me to cultivate with you. But after returning to the palace, you still tried to kill. Now that you've joined the Royal Xian Temple, you still think about me. Do you fear me that much? Luo Junlin's face darkened. Fear? He truly did have some fears. Otherwise, he wouldn't join the Royal Xian Temple and use their power to kill Yi Futian. And you even take advantage of a woman to use their power, Yi Futian scoffed. And that woman is just as egotistical as you once were. You two really do match. Take advantage? Shiro's heart trembled. She thought back to the moments with Luo Junlin. Even when Luo Junlin wanted her to do something, she would do it voluntarily. Just like coming here, she brought it up first. Yi Futian didn't look at them. Instead, he looked up at the other emperors and sneered. Are you really not going to settle this today? The emperors all stiffened. The Lu Kingdom and Royal Xian Temple were at the same level. Emperor Luo had the Royal Xian Temple behind him, so Yi Futian couldn't mess with him. But what about them? If Yi Futian used the Lu Kingdom to fight them, what would be the consequence? Shiro looked at Yi Futian. He may be talented enough to join the Lu Kingdom, but as a junior, was he able to be so arrogant? He even looked down on the Royal Xian Temple. She said coldly, from now on, you will all be protected by the Royal Xian Temple. Each one can choose someone to cultivate there. When Shiro said that, she looked directly at Yi Futian. There were many talents in the Eastern Barren Territory, but none dared to overlook her like that. Lu Feiyong could, but who did Yi Futian think he was? Thank you, miss. The emperors bowed in reply. They were reassured now. They were worried that they would be abandoned. Since the Royal Xian Temple would protect them, Yi Futian wouldn't do too much even with the Lu Kingdom's help. So you don't plan on settling this? Yi Futian didn't look at Shiro. He still gazed at the emperors. They fell silent. If they settled it, they didn't know what kind of consequence they would suffer. Now that the Royal Xian Temple would protect them, they'd obviously follow the temple. I see. Yi Futian smirked and turned towards Shiro. I hope you can represent the Royal Xian Temple. With that, he turned around the Hua Fenglu and the others. Master, let's go back first. All right. Everyone nodded. They gazed at Emperor Luo's group and turned to leave. Yi Futian had now joined a top force. Emperor Luo couldn't do anything to him. This crisis was dissolved just like that. Everyone returned to the palace. Lu Feiyong smiled at Shiro and said, I hope you ask your dad before you make any decisions in the future. Lu Qinyu also looked coolly at Shiro. The group left as if nothing had happened. Earlier, they'd been about to fight, but now, everything was calm again. Shiro's features were twisted. Lu Feiyong mocked her multiple times. He didn't take her seriously at all. As the daughter of the Royal Xian Temple's fifth lord, why would she ask her father about something like this? Would there be problems? Luo Junlin asked quietly. Don't worry. I'm here. Shiro gazed at Luo Junlin. The intimidating girl suddenly seemed so gentle. Thank you. Luo Junlin's eyes were apologetic as he took her hand. The other emperors saw this and their eyes brightened. Shiro and Luo Junlin's relationship was better than they'd expected. Now that they'd wronged Yi Futian, they had no choice but to follow Luo Junlin. "Let's go back," Luo Junlin murmured. "No, go back to the hotel," Shiro said. "I'd like to see what the Lu Kingdom can do for them." Luo Junlin's eyes flashed and he nodded. They would live in the hotel and see whether the Lu Kingdom would leave. Since Yi Futian joined the Lu Kingdom, Shiro wouldn't do anything to the Kangi Kingdom. Otherwise, they might do the same to the Nandu nation. She couldn't do that, but she could at least give some pressure. After Yi Futian and the others entered the palace, Emperor Yi was still unsettled. The Lu Kingdom and Royal Xian Temple were all top forces. If they really clashed directly, they wouldn't have any problem, but the Kangi Kingdom might be hurt in the process. This was also why Yi Futian didn't cause too much problem. After all, Lu Feiyong was just escorting him back. He didn't join the Lu Kingdom and wasn't anything to them. He had the right to make them fight another top force. Even Lu Feiyong couldn't make that kind of decision. "Thank you all for resolving this crisis," Emperor Yi said to Lu Feiyong. "You're welcome," Lu Feiyong said. "Thank you for not minding our disturbance." "I shall order a banquet right this moment," Emperor Yi said. "There's no hurry. There might be more people coming later. You won't have time to show your hospitality to us," Lu Feiyong said, chuckling. When they departed, the other top forces should have started departing too. The Kuanpeng was fast, but the others weren't much slower. They would arrive in the Kangi Kingdom soon. "More people will come?" Emperor looked at them in doubt. "Father, Kangi might get busy," Yi Lingxi whispered. "What do you mean?" Emperor Yi didn't understand. "You'll see later." Yi Lingxi smiled, raising the suspense. Emperor Yi gave his daughter a look. This girl was rarely like this. Was something else about to happen? "Aren't you going to say something?" Yi Xiang asked Yi Futian. He seemed to have sensed something odd. "I don't know either." Yi Futian shrugged. He really didn't know what would happen next. He'd entered the ancient barren world and did what he could for this. He didn't know who else would come. He could only wait and see. Chapter 215. Paying a formal visit. Chapter 215. Paying a formal visit. Very quickly, everything that happened at the Kangi Palace spread all over the imperial city. In a single day, 2 top powers from the Eastern Barren Territory had gathered in their city. With them came many nobles, a truly shocking sight. Now, there were many people in the area surrounding the palace. It was said these people from the Royal Xian Temple and the Nandu nation had yet to leave. They were staying at the hotel not too far away from the palace, making it convenient for them to get there quickly at any time. Gradually, the story of Yi Futian's mutual resentment with the Nandu nation spread all over the Kangi Kingdom's imperial city. Rumors said that Yi Futian studied at the Nandu nation's Donghai Academy years ago and fell at the schemes of Emperor Luo. He almost lost his life because of it, and thus fled to the Kangi Kingdom. He participated in the Fenghua banquet and ranked first thanks to his peerless talents. At that time, he shocked the entire imperial city and everyone knew his name. And now, Luo Junlin from the Nandu nation was in the Royal Xian Temple. It also seemed like Yi Futian had joined the Lu Kingdom. This looked to be a continuing feud. Were they going to take this from the Kangi Kingdom and the Nandu nation all the way to the center of the Eastern Barren Territory? Those who participated in the Fenghua banquet alongside Yi Futian were filled with great emotion. It hadn't even been a full year and Yi Futian had already joined one of the Eastern Barren Territory's top powers. Their statuses were going to be worlds apart from here on out. Many people had arrived at the palace. Most of them were imperial officials. Family members of Yi Wuchen and Lin Yueyao were also present. All of a sudden, the palace seemed extra lively. Although Lu Feiyong had told Emperor Yi there was no need to prepare a feast, the emperor still made the necessary preparations to welcome his guest. "Please have a seat, Prince and Princess," Emperor Yi said politely. Especially because Lu Feiyong was a prince of Lu Kingdom, he should be seated at the front in the main seat. There were also the nobles they came with. Even though he was the emperor of the Kangi Kingdom, he did not dare mistreat them. "I would not dare to do so, senior. Please sit," Lu Feiyong said respectfully. To him, it was a good thing that they made it in time for what had happened today. He had personally escorted Yi Futian and the others back to the Kangi Kingdom because he wanted to befriend them. By the looks of their gifts now, they would definitely make a name for themselves in the Eastern Barren Territory sometime in the future. And because of this, Lu Feiyong could not seem too arrogant to Yi Futian seniors. Emperor Yi wavered at his request. "Please sit, Your Majesty," said Yi Futian. The emperor looked at him once and nodded before taking the main seat. After Emperor Yi was seated, everyone else waited for Lu Feiyong and Lu Chenyu to be seated. However, Lu Fengyu remained standing while he spoke to Hua Fenglu, Yi Xiang, and the others. At the Mirror Mountain stone wall, Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, Yu Shang, and Yi Wuchen made themselves as well as the name of Kangyi known to all of the ancient barren world. Now, the Eastern Barren Territory is extremely curious about the Kangyi Kingdom. It is an honor to be able to meet all of you, seniors. I definitely have much to learn from everyone. Hua Fenglu and Yi Xiang had no idea what Yi Futian had experienced in the ancient barren world, but seeing Lu Feiyong's attitude, they were able to make a couple of guesses. Mistress, Senior Yi Xiang, you guys should sit, chuckled Yi Futian. It was amusing to see how the elders were being so stiff, even though it was only a younger generation member of an Eastern Barren Territory top power. But Hua Fenglu would get used to it eventually. He was going to be the master of an emperor after all. Hua Fenglu, Yi Xiang, and the others sat down. Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, and the rest of that group sat beside them. Yi Qingxian was also here now, seated with Yu Shang. Wuchen, what happened to your arm? Emperor Luo asked suddenly after everyone was settled in a seat. Yi Wuchen's father also stared at him. There hadn't been a chance for questions before, but now that Emperor Yi had brought up the topic, everyone looked towards Yi Wuchen. It's no big deal. It was cut off by someone during our trial in the ancient barren world, but Futian has already taken one from him in return, Yi Wuchen answered calmly. His voice was able to send shivers down everyone's spine. They could imagine the danger behind his story and wondered how he could be so nonchalant while talking about the subject. Nobody knew what had happened to Yi Futian and the others in the ancient barren world for them to be escorted back by the prince and princess of the Lu Kingdom. Can't you at least try to stay out of trouble? Asked Yi Xiang as he glared at Yi Futian. Yi Futian returned a look at his elder and thought, this old guy still has such a bad temper. What else could he have done when Li Daoyun tried to kill them at the Lulan relic? But he felt responsible for what had happened then, so he chose not to talk back. Yu Shang, are you okay? Asked Yi Xiang. Yi Futian wanted to scream when he saw Yi Xiang's concern for his own disciple. What? Not coming back for so long and letting Jieyu and Qingxian worry. Jieyu even went to look for you herself. Do you know how dangerous that is? Is there more you want to say for yourself? Senior Yi is right. You probably got in tons of trouble running off into the ancient barren world in just the glory plane, right? Hua Fenglu asked softly. Yi Futian lowered his head, slightly upset. He felt wronged. It wasn't easy for him to travel so far just to come home, all right? How could they treat him like this? Lu Feiyong and Lu Chenyu were dumbfounded by this sight. Hints of a smile reached Lu Chenyu's eyes before she wasn't able to hold it any longer and let out a soft chuckle. This guy was so arrogant in the ancient barren world, but as it turned out, his status at home was so low. How pitiful. What are you laughing at? Wuchen's father is here. Aren't you going to pay your respects? Yi Futian glared at Lu Chenyu. How dare this girl laugh at him? She was just asking for it. Once she became family with Yi Wuchen, Yi Futian was definitely going to have him discipline her. You. Lu Chenyu's gaze froze, and her beautiful face was now a different color. This jerk. Yi Wuchen was listening on, and his face darkened. Everyone around was dumbfounded. What was going on? Why did Lu Chenyu have to pay respects to Yi Wuchen's father? Countless eyes fell on the two. What was the situation with Yi Wuchen and this beautiful princess from the Lu Kingdom? I would have forgotten had you not brought it up, laughed Lu Feiyong. He then turned to Lord Yi beside Yi Wuchen and bowed his head in respect. Greetings to Uncle Yi. Lord Yi was dazed. Was the Prince of Lu bowing to him? Chenyu, aren't you going to greet your elders? Lu Feiyong looked to his younger sister beside him. Lu Chenyu felt so wronged, but there were also many people looking at her. She couldn't be the one to dampen the atmosphere. Thus, she had no choice but to bow respectfully and say to Lord Yi, greetings to Uncle Yi. Lord Yi could not stop blinking. He was still in a stupor. Lord Yi, wouldn't it be better to have some sort of welcome gift at a moment like this? Asked Yi Futian, contributing to the chaos. That's enough from you, Lu Qinyu said through her tightly clenched teeth. She glared at Yi Futian with rage in her eyes. Yi Futian's lips curled into a big smile. This was what she got for laughing at him. You are too polite, Lord Yi said with his hands joined together in front of him. His eyes drifted onto Yi Wuchen beside him. He thought, so, my son lost his arm but is now in some sort of relationship with the Lu princess? Spectators did not want to watch any longer. This was just Yi Futian teasing Lu Qinyu. But could there actually be something going on here? Regardless of all this, the prince and princess of the Lu kingdom seemed to have a better relationship with Yi Futian than anyone anticipated. If Yi Futian had simply joined the Lu kingdom, he wouldn't have such high status. They were playing around like friends. Futian, you must have been through quite a lot in these past months. You've gotten so thin, Nandu Wanine said softly. Yeah, there's something around every corner in the ancient barren world. I've faced many challenges, Yi Futian nodded immediately. Indeed, Masteress is the only one who cares. It's almost the end of the year. Stay until after the New Year's. Nandu Wanine knew that Yi Futian probably was not going to stay here with them. All right, he nodded. And then after New Year's, Master and Masteress can come with us to the Eastern Barren Territory. Together, murmured Nandu Wanine. Yi Futian had just gone to the center of the Eastern Barren Territory and was not yet established. It wouldn't be easy. Yeah, Jieyu, and I still have to take care of you guys, nodded Yi Futian. Shameless, thought Lu Qinyu. This jerk was such a brown-noser. No wonder he was able to trick his master and masteress into giving him the hand of their daughter. Nandu Wanine glanced at Hua Fenglu, who said, You should take care of yourself first. Don't worry about us. If you guys are willing to come to the Lu kingdom, then you will be my family as well. Lu Feiyang picked just the right time to throw in his bait. Although he wasn't going to force Yi Futian and the others into anything, it wouldn't hurt to try since they were already here in Kangyi. I still think it would be better to find the princess a husband from our group, Yi Futian said with a smile. This confused everyone even more. So, Yi Futian and the others hadn't agreed to join the Lu kingdom? If so, then why did the powerful Lu cultivators escort them back to Kangyi? Just as they were chatting, a few forces of incredibly strong sword and tint appeared in the skies a distance away from the imperial palace. So quickly, they seemed to be whistling in the clouds. In an instant, everyone around the palace could feel the sword and tint in the sky and couldn't help but look up. Such strong sword and tint, everyone thought in shock. At the hotel where Emperor Luo and his people stayed, Hishiro and everyone else looked up as well. What was going on? Noble sword and tint, said a noble standing behind Hishiro. And not just one. After he had spoken, a few rays of immensely bright lights from a sword split through the clouds and drifted down. Multiple figures appeared, riding on their swords. Their eyes swept down and into the direction of the Kangyi Palace. At the feast in the palace, Emperor Yi, who was also a swordsman, could feel it too. His head lifted to the sky and his heart skipped a beat. So strong, even stronger than his own sword and tint. Who was coming this time? Lu Feiyang looked into the direction of the newcomers and thought, they're here. He was a little surprised. It had actually been the Futian sword clan who had arrived first. The Blades of Light arrived outside the palace. The members of the Futian sword clan remained in the air as they spoke. The Futian sword clan has come to pay the Kangyi kingdom a formal visit. The voices pierced through the air like a sword and spread all around, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Seated at the top level of the hotel, Hishiro stood abruptly, heart pounding. Luo Junlin, as well as Emperor Luo and his people, felt the same way. In the past, the royal Xian temple had arrived in the Nandu nation, and that was the turning point of Luo Junlin's life. Oh, the glory! But how was the attitude of the royal Xian temple back then? And how was the attitude of the Futian sword clan now? The clan had come to pay the Kangyi kingdom a formal visit. The feeling that something bad was going to happen grew stronger and stronger in the emperors of the various countries seated around. Emperor Yi stood. His sharp eyes looked outside the palace. The Futian sword clan had come to visit. Let's go. Emperor Yi prepared to go welcome them. Your Majesty, Yi Futian called out. Emperor Yi looked at him, confused. Ask them why they have come from here, Yi Futian said calmly. Had it been any other top power, he wouldn't have stopped Emperor Yi. But because it was the Futian sword clan, it was better to ask first. Ask from here. Emperor Yi looked at Yi Futian in surprise. Everyone at the feast looked at him as well. What on earth did this guy do in the ancient barren world? Chapter 216. Each party arriving. Chapter 216. Each party arriving. Yi Futian saw Emperor Ye's suspicious expression and nodded. Your Majesty, please believe me. All right. Emperor Yi nodded. He gazed outside the palace and declared, For what reason did you come to my Kangi? The Futian sword clan stood outside the palace. Hearing Emperor Ye's voice, one of them said, The 7th summit of the Futian sword clan is here to invite Yi Wuchen to cultivate with us. His voice rolled through the vast space. So many hearts trembled at that moment. At the seats in the palace, the lord beside Yi Wuchen trembled, his face turning red. The Futian sword clan, a top force from the eastern barren territory, came for his son. The leader of the 7th summit had personally sent out the invitation for Yi Wuchen. Luo Junlin had been so mighty in the 100 Lands. Back then, the royal Xian temple had arrived and stayed in the air to call for Luo Junlin to go there. All of Kangi was shocked too. Emperor Yi looked at Yi Wuchen. His left arm was missing, but he was still quiet. However, his eyes had changed. Before, Yi Wuchen was only a top talent of the Kangi kingdom. No one expected the Futian sword clan's leader could invite him. Not only there, at the hotel, Shiro's eyes hardened and Luo Junlin shuddered. As for the others, they heard a boom inside their minds as if the sky was cracking. The Lu kingdom had escorted Yi Futian's group here. Their relationship went without saying. Now, the leader of the Futian sword clan invited Yi Wuchen to cultivate with them. If Yi Wuchen agreed, another disciple of a top force would be born in the Kangi kingdom. There were many people gathered around the palace at the moment. All the strong cultivators and civilians of the Kangi kingdom were shaken. Many eyes at the banquet area were trained on Yi Wuchen. Right now, he seemed like the star. What do you think? Yi Wuchen looked to Yi Futian, wanting to know what he thought. The 7th summit of the Futian sword clan. Yi Futian's eyes flashed, and he looked to Lu Feiyong and Lu Chunyu. He was quite surprised that the first to arrive would be the Futian sword clan, and for Yi Wuchen at that. He wasn't too familiar with them, but Lu Feiyong must know. The Futian sword clan has 7 summits with a leader for each, Lu Feiyong said. The royal Xian temple's leaders are ordered by ability, but in the Futian sword clan, each summit is different. The 7th summit specializes in killing, especially in the killing sword techniques. According to rumors, the 7th summit leader is second only to the clan leader, the leader of the 1st summit. Li Daoyun is from the 1st summit. Yi Futian's eyes flashed. He stood up and said, Let's go out. Emperor Yi felt this way too. No one wanted to feast anymore. They all walked towards the lights outside the palace. The nobles of the Futian sword clan were still hovering on the swords in the sky outside the palace. A short while later, they saw the comers. Many people were gathered there, all looking at the palace. In fact, Shiro and Emperor Luo's groups had come too. They wanted to witness this with their own eyes. I am Yi Futian. Greetings, seniors. Yi Futian bowed. The 7th summit of the Futian sword had come as guests. He must be respectful. I am sure you know about the conflicts between Yi Wuchen and Li Daoyun. How will you settle this? He asked, looking up. Li Daoyun is the disciple of the 1st summit. We are from the 7th summit, one man said. Our leader wishes to invite Yi Wuchen to cultivate. As for the conflicts, those are their private matters. The Futian sword clan will not get involved. Yi Wuchen is talented with the sword. We are the most suitable for him. Thank you for your answer. Yi Futian nodded and smiled at Yi Wuchen. He said, Wuchen, I'm sure you've made a decision. Yi Wuchen's eyes flashed. He was a pure swordsman and was obviously interested in swordsmanship. He hadn't considered them because of Li Daoyun, but now that a summit leader personally invited him, he was obviously tempted. The Futian sword clan was paradise for swordsmen. I accept. Yi Wuchen nodded, showing his decision. Great. When will you depart? The swordsman asked straightforwardly. I will go at the beginning of the year, Yi Wuchen answered. All right. The man waved his hand, and a sword started flashing. You can fuse your spiritual energy into here. This sword will now represent you. Yi Wuchen accepted it, and the swordsman continued, "We will report back now. Farewell." "Thank you." Yi Wuchen nodded. Several beams of sword light instantly cut past. They went into the distance and disappeared. Lord Yi was extremely excited. His son had joined the Futian sword clan, a top force of the Eastern Barren Territory. Furthermore, the second top figure of the clan had sent the invitation personally. This was such an honor. "I didn't think Wuchen would be the first of the Yi family to leave Kangyi," Emperor Yi said. He was happy but also disappointed. His children were not as talented. "Thanks to you, Your Majesty." Lord Yi was overjoyed. "Let us return," Emperor Yi said cheerily. The group returned to their seats. But before long, the clouds turned in the sky above the palace. There was a long whistle, and everyone looked up. A moment later, a beautiful demon broke through from the clouds. A blue phoenix. Everyone was shocked as they looked up. What's going on? The people around the palace trembled inwardly. The blue phoenix descended and countless angelic figures were atop it. Such beautiful angels. What was going on with the Kangyi kingdom today? Were these people from a top force too? The Moon clan of the Eastern Barren Territory is here to invite Hua Jieyu of the Kangyi kingdom to cultivate, the angel on the blue phoenix said. Shiro's expression grew even more uncomfortable. Hua Jieyu. Luo Junlin's face was chalky white. Before, Emperor Luo had wanted Hua Jieyu to marry him. Now, she would also join a top force. "Welcome," a voice said in the palace. The angels of the Moon clan entered the palace with the blue phoenix. How can this be? Emperor Luo couldn't accept it. Yi Wuchen and Hua Jieyu had all been invited by top forces. The other emperors beside him were even paler. 3 top forces had landed in the Kangyi palace now. There was another terrifying gust of power in the air. Another demon flew in from the distance and appeared above the palace. There was an extremely beautiful girl at the front. She was clad in all white and her smile was mesmerizing. The group gazed at the banquet below. Smiling, the girl said, "Young Master Yi, your servant is here to see you," representing the Witch clan. The Witch clan? Who's young Master Yi? In the palace, Yi Futian's face darkened. Hua Jieyu grinned at him, saying, "Your servant's here to see you." As soon as she spoke, everyone turned to look at Yi Futian. "So classy," Yi Xiang said in disdain. "Yu Sheng, don't be like him." "Oh." Yu Sheng nodded obediently. Yi Futian glared at the girl in white. What was she doing here? "You're not welcome," he said, face dark. "How can you refuse your servant?" The Witch clan landed from the sky. Many strong cultivators had come too. The Kangyi people were numb at this sight. There was another dazzling light in the sky. A group came in majestic chariots. The strong cultivators wore elegant robes, and their noble aura was obvious. When they came to the sky above, they walked out of the chariots. One stood and said, "The Qin dynasty from the center of the Eastern Barren Territory is here to visit the Kangyi kingdom." The Qin dynasty. Shiro's delicate frame shuddered. What was happening? "You're all so fast." At that time, another voice rang out. A group of figures clad in white robes sped over from the distance. When they arrived, one man said, "The Donghua clan is here to visit the Kangyi kingdom." Luo Junlin's face was ghastly pale and bloodless. "Emperor Luo, were all the top forces grouping here? Could someone tell him what was happening?" The people around the palace rustled with excitement. They didn't know how powerful these forces were, but they seemed to be the most powerful of the Eastern Barren Territory. They'd all come to visit Kangyi. "Welcome, welcome," Emperor Yi kept saying. His voice was pleasantly surprised. This was crazy. Every force that arrived was a top force. What was with the world? They all entered the palace, but soon after, someone else came. "The Royal Xin Temple is here to visit the Kangyi kingdom." With that voice, a group arrived in the sky above. Inside the palace, many people were confused. The Royal Xin Temple was here too? Shiro and Luo Junlin stared at the descending group. "It's the headmaster," someone said behind Shiro. With that, he shot into the sky. The newcomers looked over and saw Shiro. He couldn't help but ask, "Why are you all here?" Shiro didn't know how to reply. She suddenly remembered how Lu Feiyang told her to ask for her father's opinion before making any decisions. "Luo Junlin, you are from the 100 Lands and know the Kangyi Kingdom's emperor, correct?" Are you familiar with Yi Futian and Yusheng? Luo Junlin's heart shuddered as his face paled even more. The royal Xian temple was here for Yi Futian and Yusheng. Chapter 217. Speaking Humbly. Chapter 217. Speaking humbly. When the cultivator from the royal Xian temple saw Luo Junlin and the rest of his people at the Kangyi Palace, the first thought he had was that he might be acquainted with Emperor Yi. It was said that he was also the son of an emperor in the 100 Lands. This was why they asked if he knew Yi Futian and his friends. However, the cultivator frowned at the sight of a pale-faced Luo Junlin. There seemed to be something amiss. What's wrong? Luo Junlin lifted his head to look at the noble plain cultivator in front of him. He didn't know what to say. It wasn't like he could tell the noble that he was here to kill Yi Futian. Hishiro had the same helpless look on her face when she asked, "What did Yi Futian and Yusheng do? Why have so many people from the Eastern Barren Territory come here?" One noble looked at Hishiro. They were the headmaster's people and also nobles. So, even though Hishiro was the daughter of the Fifth Lord, they needn't be especially respectful. Yi Futian and Yusheng's noble fate is of the upper level. Yusheng made 4 noble figures appear on the Mirror Mountain stone wall, and Yi Futian took the light of the wall, answered the noble. Hishiro's heart pounded heavily, and her face paled. The same went for Luo Junlin. He could feel a suffocating pain in his heart. They were disciples of the royal Xian temple so naturally. They knew what the noble figures on the ancient barren world's Mirror Mountain stone wall stood for. For noble figures. That was something only top-tier geniuses of the Eastern Barren Territory could accomplish, and Yusheng had done it. The noble also mentioned that Yi Futian took the light of the stone wall. Did he become famous overnight? The top powers of the Eastern Barren Territory sent people to fight over the two of them. What is it? The noble continued to ask. There was a strange look in the eyes of Hishiro and Luo Junlin. Upon hearing the noble's continued questioning, the couple kept their mouths shut. Behind them, Emperor Luo, the emperor of Yunchu, as well as the rest of their group, all had a stuffy feeling in their hearts. This was especially so for Emperor Chu and the other emperors. They had originally thought that even though they were making an enemy out of Yi Futian, they would still manage to acquaint themselves with the royal Xian temple, but now, it seemed like Lu Feiyong was right. Could Hishiro really represent the royal Xian temple? So, he saw this coming. Yi Futian and Yusheng had not joined the Lu kingdom. They were simply escorting the group of youths back. Now, various top powers of the Eastern Barren Territory had come for them. It's all over. Everyone shared this same thought. Although they were noble plain cultivators, they understood what everything that happened today added up to. Was it even a question that the people fought over by top powers of the Eastern Barren Territory would become nobles? And there wasn't just one person. It was 4. In the future, there would be multiple nobles in the Kangyi Kingdom. They were also going to be nobles from different top powers. Even if the emperors could escape unscathed now, would they be able to run from them later? They were the emperors of entire countries. The only thing they could do to save themselves was to abandon their countries and run. The daughter of a royal Xian temple lord and other disciples surrounded by palace today in attempts to kill Yi Futian. How are we worthy of a formal visit from the temple? A voice rang out from within the palace. It was Emperor Yi. The noble from temple had already guessed that something was wrong by the looks in Hishiro and Luo Junlin's eyes, but when he heard what Emperor Yi had said, his expression darkened even more. The royal Xian temple's chances of winning the fight over Yi Futian and Yusheng were slim to begin with. However, they still wanted to give it a shot, and that was the purpose of this trip. But now, since the daughter of the royal Xian temple's 5th lord had come and tried to kill Yi Futian, what was the point of trying to fight for him? They had already greatly offended him. Many nobles turned to stare at Hishiro and then at Luo Junlin. To him, one of the nobles asked, "It's because of you?" Hishiro had been cultivating at the center of the Eastern Barren Territory, so how was it possible to start a rivalry with Yi Futian? They probably didn't even know each other. Luo Junlin was from the 100 Lands. Hishiro had come here with him, and to kill Yi Futian of all things. It was obvious Luo Junlin was taking advantage of her. Luo Junlin was pale as a ghost. Although he was the disciple of the 5th lord, his status was nothing compared to the powerful nobles under the headmaster. How was he going to react to the nobles' questioning? This had nothing to do with him. It was my decision, Hishiro said protectively. The noble looked at Hishiro with his cold eyes. In the world of cultivation, men had an innate advantage over females. Why? Because men were more logical and stronger emotionally. Women, on the other hand, were emotional and easily blinded by their emotions. It was obvious that Hishiro had already fallen deep. Perhaps she knew what Luo Junlin was using her powers for, but women in love often refused to admit the bad things even if they already knew. It was clear to everyone around, though, but they couldn't do anything to her. Hishiro was the daughter of the Fifth Lord. You shall report back to your father personally, said the noble. As he finished what he had to say, he led the others into the sky, leaving the palace. Their chances were already slim. Now with what Hishiro and Luo Junlin had done, was there really a point in staying? Shiro, Luo Junlin called out to his girlfriend. She didn't look like the strong girl who had stood up to protect him anymore. Hishiro looked like a gentle and frail, pretending to be calm. It's nothing, Junlin. Let's go back. Okay, he nodded. What was the point in staying here now? What was he going to do? Terrorize and put pressure on Emperor Yi? Who was putting pressure on who? Cultivators from top powers kept arriving. Every clan that showed up added to the stress weighing down on them. Miss He, what about what you promised before? Emperor Chu and the others looked to Hishiro, who had just turned around, preparing to leave. You guys are on your own now. Take care, said Hishiro. She had to return and answer to her father now. How could she possibly bring people back to the temple with her? What was she going to say? These people were the ones who helped me attempt to take down Futian. The color drained from all their faces. They felt a deep regret. Was this really the end? That bitch. She was just going to go back on her words so easily? Why did they come with Emperor Luo to threaten Emperor Yi? Why did they try to hurt Yi Futian's family? With tightly clenched fists, they all glared at Emperor Luo. He was in a daze right now. Emperor Luo no longer had the same imposing manner as he did when he gave the imperial order some time ago. He once said that in this big, big world, the fate of Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu was not decided by the heavens, but by him. What about now? Could this emperor from the Nandu nation still decide Yi Futian's fate? Everything had happened so fast. He was not prepared. It had only been about a year. A year that seemed like a dream now. Even if he is a genius that top powers fight over, his powers are not yet mature. He can still die, Emperor Luo thought to himself. He refused to believe this. All of this would be over as long as Yi Futian and the others died. Since things have already gotten to this point, how about you all follow me back to Nandu and we can figure out how to deal with this? How does that sound, everyone? Asked Emperor Luo. You still want to drag us into this with you? Emperor Chu questioned in anger. They still had a way out. They hadn't actually lifted a hand to hurt any of Yi Futian's family. There was still hope for them to be spared. But if they left with Emperor Luo at a time like this, it was going to be like tying themselves down on a sinking ship with him. Emperor Luo stared at his fellow emperors. His expression did not look good when he huffed loudly and left. After he left, Emperor Chu looked around at the other emperors. Now what? The looks on their face were not good. Had the opposing party only had one person join a top power, they wouldn't be like this. But now, as shocking and unbelievable as it was, all the top powers of the Eastern Barren Territory have gathered. 4 of the opposing party was going to join a top power. If the emperors didn't find a way to resolve this situation, their emperor statuses wouldn't even be enough to change their fate. 1. They could abandon their countries and run off somewhere far away. Or 2. Wait for Yi Futian and the others to come for them. Of course, there was another option, to leave with Emperor Luo and find a way to kill Yi Futian and his friends. However, it was too risky. If they decided to do that and anything went wrong with their plans, then they would truly be dead meat. These emperors had not gotten to Emperor Luo's level yet. He had long since created this unresolvable rivalry with Yi Futian. We'll apologize, said the emperor of the Yin Kingdom. It wasn't easy for an emperor to apologize to a youngster, but they had no other choice right now. Not only did they have to apologize, they were probably going to have to accept any conditions or requests he had. Many of the emperors sighed. This was their best bet. They all walked in the direction of the Kangyi Palace. The royal guards looked at them coldly. Please relay my message. I would like to see Emperor Yi and Yi Futian. The guard snickered sarcastically before saying in a cold tone, when young Master Yi asked you guys to resolve the situation, no one stepped out. Now, you guys want to take care of it? Young Master Yi is very busy now. You think you can just see him whenever you please? You. Emperor Chu was a bit embarrassed. How dare a mere palace guard talk to him like this? I what? The guard had a large physique. His eyes widened as he stared at Emperor Chu coldly. What was he doing, acting almighty? Things were different now. When these emperors of different countries arrived, they looked so imposing. Their aura was strong enough to crush everything in the palace. Now, they were ready to speak humbly and ask for forgiveness. Did they still think they were high and mighty emperors? If so, then they could scram and wait for Yi Futian to come knocking. The events of today had taken a complete 180. No one cared about minor characters such as the palace guards, but they too were shaken up. The future was so unpredictable. Emperors who were all high and mighty just a while ago were now only able to act humbly. These people wouldn't even dare do anything to the guards. We want to give our most sincere apologies. Please relay our message, said Emperor Chu with his hands clasped. He had to just put up with it. Wait here, said the guard. He felt pride. So, what if that was an emperor? He still had to lower his head to me. This was such an exhilarating feeling. But the guard knew. All this was possible because of Yi Futian's return. Otherwise, the Kangyi kingdom would be in a dangerous situation. However, from here on out, the Kangyi kingdom's status in the Hundred Lands was going to be like no other. No other country could possibly compare. This was what real power was. Far away, the gathered crowd heard the conversation between the emperors and the guards. It took a while for them to recover from their shock. When one person succeeded, all those around them would benefit. Luo Junlin was the best example of this. Now, Kangyi had not just one, but 4 extreme geniuses. Furthermore, 3 of them were actually from the Nandu nation. How ironic. Chapter 218, right? Chapter 218, right? It was a different scene at the banquet in the Kangyi kingdom's palace. People from all the top forces arrived gradually and Emperor Yi rose to welcome them all. It was extremely busy. Of course, it seemed a bit chaotic too. The strong cultivators of the Kangyi kingdom were a bit dazed. Their hearts were in turmoil seeing this situation. Even Yi Xiong and Hua Fenglu were shaken. What exactly did Yi Futian and the others do in the ancient barren world? Why are you here? Yi Futian saw the witch walk over. Her body was curvaceous and her features were extremely mesmerizing. I took care of you for so long in the ancient barren world and traveled for so long to come here. Yet you are still so heartless. Gu Biyue looked hurt and pitiful. Those who didn't know the details thought something had truly happened between them. Many from the Kangyi kingdom looked at Yi Futian, thinking about how powerful he was. Even such a beauty was loyal to him. They couldn't help but be impressed. Yeah, why don't you keep her by your side? Hua Jieyu whispered to Yi Futian. The others mourned for Yi Futian. She seemed jealous. No way. Jieyu, don't you understand me? Yi Futian asked, feeling wronged. Of course I do. That's why I said that, Hua Jieyu replied, grinning. Yi Futian's face darkened. The witch had ruined him. Seeing Yi Futian glare at her, the witch smiled like a blooming flower. I come today to invite young Master Yi to join the witch clan. No matter what you wish for, I can fulfill it. Hua Jieyu was still smiling at Yi Futian, but he just blinked. The treatment sounded nice, but he wasn't like that. Beautiful girls were nothing to him. He wasn't a pervert. Thanks but no thanks, Yi Futian said, rejecting the temptation. Hearing his serious refusal, Hua Jieyu's smile grew dazzling. Young Master Yi, you are so cruel, Gu Biyue said, hurt. Then she turned to Yu Shang. Would you like to join the witch clan? Yi Qingxian immediately walked up and grabbed Yu Shang's hand, staring at the witch menacingly. No, Yu Shang said. The witch didn't mind. She just smiled at Yi Qingxian. She didn't have high hopes and just came to see the drama. Which clan would Yi Futian and the others choose? Hua Jieyu, are you willing to join the Moon Clan? An angelic figure asked at that moment. Hua Jieyu looked over, deep in thought. The Moon Clan is best for women to cultivate in. Our cultivation techniques are unique as well. Even the college cannot surpass us in this aspect. The Moon Clan member's voice had a womanly charm and gentleness. The Moon Clan truly is the paradise for girls, Lu Feiyong said from the side. Being a top force of the Eastern Barren Territory, their abilities were undeniable. There were countless angelic figures from the Moon Clan who were extremely renowned. Hua Jieyu turned to look at Yi Futian and saw that he was looking at her. There was some unwillingness to leave in her eyes. She lowered her head slightly. Yi Futian smiled. Immediately understanding her, he reached out to pat Hua Jieyu's head. I'll support whatever decision you make. Hua Jieyu let Yi Futian mess up her hair. She nodded gently and looked to the Moon Clan representative. I am willing to cultivate with the Moon Clan. She wanted to cultivate with Yi Futian, but there was no time for personal feelings in the world of cultivation. They'd experienced the despair of Donghai City together and knew how important power was. She didn't want to keep Yi Futian down. Furthermore, this guy was so talented. There would be more and more girls like the witch beside him. As they grew, there would be even better girls. She believed in Yi Futian's feelings for her, but she wished to improve too. She wanted to be better than all the girls around him. That way, he could feel proud too. All right. The angel smiled. She also gave Hua Jieyu a decree. This meant she was now a member of the Moon Clan. Like Yi Wuchen, Hua Jieyu would depart at the beginning of the year. The Moon Clan departed. Yi Wuchen and Hua Jieyu had all chosen clans. You were with them too. How come no one came for you? Lin Yueyao's father asked from the back of the crowd. They were an important family of Kangyi, but now, he was jealous. I'm not his girlfriend. Lin Yueyao thought of how Yi Futian had gently taught Hua Jieyu at the Mirror Mountain stone wall and glared in their direction with resentment. Don't get involved, her father cautioned. Her words were a little strange. Even though his daughter was the #1 beauty of the Kangyi kingdom, she couldn't keep someone like Yi Futian. Putting Hua Jieyu to the side, even the witch of the Witch Clan couldn't do it, so how could Lin Yueyao? The witch's features were equal to Lin Yueyao and had made many men fall for her charms. Yi Futian. At that time, the cultivators who came in chariots walked over. The leader was dressed elegantly. He said, I come from the Qin dynasty to invite you, and you Shang to join us. If you accept, your status will be equal to that of a prince. Unfortunately, you have a lover. Otherwise, we can also choose a princess to marry below her rank. Yi Futian's eyes brightened. There were so many temptations today. Hua Jieyu smiled at him. Was he tempted again? Of course, if you have any other requests, please say them. Anyway, do not be worried of restrictions in the Qin dynasty, the man continued. The top talents of the Eastern Barren Territory were unwilling to join kingdoms because of the restrictions. They could never be equal to the royalty, and it was difficult to forge closer relationships. Thus, this man tried to dissolve Yi Futian's worries in that aspect. The Qin dynasty once ruled the Eastern Barren Territory. They kept their downfall close to heart. They absorbed talented people each generation to continue improving. A kingdom is a kingdom nevertheless. No matter what treatment he receives, he'll never have the surname of Qin, someone said. The Qin dynasty cultivator frowned and glared at the speaker, someone from the Donghua clan. Yi Futian, the Donghua clan, is close to the #1 force in the Eastern Barren Territory. Different from the kingdom, once you join the Donghua clan, you'll be one of the core members, the Donghua clan member said. In the ancient barren world, our junior disrespected you, but with your talent, you mustn't hold grudges with someone of the same generation. Rather, you should surpass them. Yi Futian glanced at him. He'd once asked Tang Yi from the college whether he could represent the college. Hua Qingqi was the same, of course. He couldn't represent the Donghua clan, so Yi Futian didn't mind. The Donghua clan's words were still meaningful. Of course, you can also make any requests you'd like, the man said. #1 clan? With your foundation, you're still lacking, the Qin dynasty cultivator mocked. We are at least the most suitable for Yi Futian and Yusheng. The Donghua clan member chuckled. Everyone watched as the two top forces fought. They all understood that Yi Futian would most likely join one of the top 3, the college, Donghua clan, and the Qin dynasty. The other groups understood this too. They didn't even come, or just came for the fun. Stop arguing, a faint voice said. Everyone's eyes narrowed. Another voice said, no matter how you argue, he won't go with you. Nonsense. Who are you? The Donghua clan and Qin dynasty all looked in the direction of the voice. There, a figure walked over quietly. It was a scholarly young man. He walked casually, not too fast and not too slow. Without any announcement, he appeared before their eyes. The other forces all looked at him. Some knew him. Some had never seen him before. Those who knew him all narrowed their eyes, thinking, he came too? I thought they don't care about other business, but he came for ye Futian too? Because he will go with me, the scholar said with ease. It seemed that everything was decided the moment he arrived. Such an arrogant guy, those who didn't know him thought. How could he overlook the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan like that? Even if he was from the college, how could he be like this? Is he from the college? Gu Biyue asked her clan member. The noble member's expression changed, clearly in shock. Yes. He nodded. Gu Biyue guessed correctly. The scholar was indeed from the college. He walked over to somewhere near Yi Futian, a faint smile on his face. Just as he'd imagined, Yi Futian was very attractive. Yi Futian had noticed everyone's expressions, of course. When the scholar arrived, many people fell silent. The Donghua clan and Qin dynasty members looked uncomfortable but didn't refute the newcomer. This was very strange. Are you from the college? Yi Futian asked. Yes and no. The scholar nodded and then shook his head. Yi Futian didn't understand. So was it yes or no? Senior, why are you sure that I'll go with you? Yi Futian asked curiously. This guy seemed even more arrogant than him. Hearing his words, the scholar laughed. His laugh was gentle, but the words he uttered afterward were not gentle at all. With me here, who dares to take you away? He looked at the Donghua clan and Qin dynasty. Right? Chapter 219. Kangyi Dynasty. Chapter 219. Kangyi Dynasty. The people from the Donghua clan and the Qin dynasty looked frustrated. Clearly, they already knew the identity of this person. As members of the top 3 forces in the Eastern Barren Territory, they were actually questioned in such a manner. Someone from the Donghua clan said, Gu Donglu, this is too much. Since the college cottage wants you, the Qin dynasty will contest no more, the people from the Qin dynasty said, after which they left in displeasure. Obviously, they were somewhat unhappy. Very soon, the carriage ascended into the sky, and the people from the Qin dynasty departed directly. Originally, the Donghua clan could contest, even if they were against the college. However, since he had arrived, and the cottage wanted Yi Futian, their attempt to contest would surely be futile. Furthermore, what kind of person was Gu Donglu? He would not even give them the chance to contest. You are not leaving yet? Gu Donglu looked at the people from the Donghua clan, as he asked tonelessly. The faces of the people from the Donghua clan darkened further. Although they were powerful nobles, they were indeed not confident in front of this person. Goodbye, the people from the Donghua clan said. Then, they turned around and left in anger, appearing to be extremely displeased. The scholar turned his head slowly and looked at Yi Futian, after which he smiled gently. His smile was very mild and looked just like a typical scholar. Then, he said, Look, they're all gone. Yi Futian looked at the scene in front of him, stunned. The nobles from the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan left simply because of his words? This seemingly harmless scholar is such a powerful deterrent? The people from the Qin dynasty said that he is from the college cottage. What place is that? The people from the Lu kingdom, which clan and the like, looked at the scholar, and then glanced at Yi Futian again. They did not expect him to become a disciple of the college cottage. Nevertheless, a smile quickly appeared on Lu Feiyang's face. When he escorted Yi Futian and his team back to Kangyi, he was not expecting him to join the Lu kingdom in the first place. Therefore, when the Futian Sword clan and the Moon clan were inviting Yi Wuqian and Hua Jieyu, he was also objectively speaking for the 2 clans. At the moment, someone from the cottage had come. The Eastern Barren Territory was already destined to have another towering figure in the future. He could not refrain from anticipating Yi Futian's future. The scholar Gu Donglu was also a disciple from the college cottage. When he arrived, even the nobles from the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan had to back away. Was it because of his identity? Of course not. It was because of his powers. If they really ended up in a fight, the nobles from the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan would probably lose to him badly. In addition, if he was not from the college cottage, he would most likely not dare to fight the rest. However, since he was from the cottage, there would be nothing which he would not dare to do. From their knowledge, there were only 8 people in the college cottage at the moment. One was the teacher and the rest students. Now, Futian would become the 8th student of the cottage. Senior, can you give me a reason why I should follow you? Futian asked. I am from the cottage, the scholar said as he smiled. After you enter the cottage, no force in the Eastern Barren territory will dare to touch you openly, unless they want to die. This was the confidence a person from the cottage would have. Nobody would dare to touch the people from the cottage, not even any forces, unless they wanted to die. Of course, the forces which hid themselves to carry out assassinations were not included. It sounded very powerful. From the look of it, once he entered the cottage, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the Eastern Barren territory in the future. It was indeed an extremely good reason. At least, the events in the Donghai city would definitely not happen to him. Enter Lu Feiyang, who was beside Futian, reminded him with only one word. Nobody would reject the invitation from the cottage. However, such an invitation was a wild wish for countless people in the first place. But now, Futian had such a chance. How could he miss it? I accept. Futian smiled at the scholar. Even though the introduction of the place was short, it seemed to suit him a lot. Such an outstanding person like him would naturally go to the best places. The college cottage seemed to be such a place. Can you follow me to the cottage to learn? Futian asked. Yes. The scholar nodded. He left 4 nobles on the Mirror Mountain stone wall, so he also has a chance. When will you leave for the cottage? The beginning of next year, Futian replied. All right, the scholar said as he smiled. See you at the cottage. His speed was still unhurried, and he soon disappeared. Since then, Futian and the other 3 all had places to go to. Futian entered the cottage, Wuchen entered the Fuyun Sword Clan, and Hua Jieyu entered the Moon Clan. Yushang would follow Futian into the cottage to cultivate. Although Yushang was not invited by the cottage, Futian believed that with Yushang's talents and strength, after entering the cottage, the people there would know what to do. In the ancient barren world, Yushang did not show how outstanding he really was. The 4 nobles on the Mirror Mountain stone wall could not prove much. Lu Chenyu stared at Futian and the rest. In the ancient barren world, they had displayed absolute charm, and now, they were also starting to get their rewards, especially Futian, who was able to turn the Mirror Mountain stone wall dim and receive a personal invitation from Gu Donglu from the cottage. In the future, they would perhaps leave a legend in the Eastern Barren territory. It seems like I have wasted my trip. Which Gu Bus stared at Futian with some resentment as she said slowly, in the future, if we meet in the Eastern Barren territory again, I hope that you will still remember me. Futian gave a black look. Then, Witch Gu Bue and the people from the Witch clan also left. In the first place, she did not expect too much. Her major intention was to see for herself what would happen at the place and which force Futian would join. The ending was beyond her expectation. He actually joined the cottage. The college cottage had not been admitting disciples for many years. As the different forces left one after the other, only people from the Lu Kingdom and the Kangyi Kingdom remained in the Imperial Palace, just like how it was originally. However, everyone knew that at the moment, as compared to before, everything was different, whether it was the people here or the Kangyi Kingdom. Your Majesty, young Master Yi, the emperors from the Yunshu nation and the other kingdoms requested to see you in order to apologize. After the people from the various forces left, the imperial bodyguard who had come with the message stepped forward and reported so. Futian's eyes sparkled. Do you want to apologize now? Previously, when they were asked to settle the issue, no one paid any attention. Furthermore, they stood firmly alongside Hishiro from the Royal Shen Temple. This change in attitude was indeed very fast. After pondering for a while, Futian said, "Let them in." "Yes." The guard nodded, after which he backed and left. Futian looked at Emperor Yi and asked, "Your Majesty, do you have any opinions?" Emperor Yi stared at Futian and then said, "They came here with Emperor Luo in order to threaten me to hand over your teacher and the rest. Now, they come here to apologize similarly because of you. Naturally, you can decide on this matter." "All right." Futian nodded. After a while, The emperors from the Yunshu nation, the Yin kingdom, and the other kingdoms came over. In total, there were 6 emperors. At the moment, their expressions were very perplexed. As noble figures, it was really embarrassing for them to apologize to a Dharma Plain Jr. However, they were relieved after thinking about the status Yi Futian and his team would have in the future. Yi Futian and the other 3 all managed to enter the top forces, and they would only become more powerful than Hishiro. They had to bow down in front of even Hishiro, so it would be fine to do the same in front of Yi Futian. Moreover, they did not have a choice. If the issue that had happened in the day was not settled, and Yi Futian kept bearing the grudge, even if he did not use the forces in the Eastern Barren territory to deal with them at the moment, what would happen when they themselves grew up in the future? Just now, we were deluded by Emperor Luo and did something very foolish. We hope that young Master Yi can forgive us, the emperor from the Yunshu nation said. He even bowed slightly and swallowed his pride. He took Yi Futian as someone with the same status as Hishiro. Not long ago, all of you were very unyielding. Now, why do you apologize? I can't afford that. Emperors, please leave, Yi Futian said, smiling. All the emperors cursed Yi Futian in their minds. Since they were allowed to enter, the problem could clearly be alleviated. However, at the moment he said so deliberately to give them some pressure. Young Master Yi, whatever you want from us, please say. The emperor from the Yin kingdom joined his hands together and said submissively. Now, whatever Yi Futian wanted, they had to agree. You will accept anything? Yi Futian asked. The few emperors could feel their hearts bleeding as they already started to guess what Yi Futian would put forward. However, at this point, they could only do so. Young Master Yi, since you have let us in, you obviously will not ask us to die. Whatever other conditions you have, please say. Submit to Kangyi. Yi Futian's voice suddenly turned cold. His few words caused all the emperors to tremble. The sentence was short but relentless. Submit to Kangyi. Yi Futian stared at the few emperors with his emotionless face. They had followed Emperor Luo to force Emperor Yi to hand over the people, wanted to kill him and bring away his master and masteress. Previously, he asked them to settle the problem, but nobody agreed, and they still followed the royal Shin temple. Now, they wanted to resolve the matter in a simple way. Impossible. This is the first condition. If you don't agree, you can leave, Yi Futian said tonelessly. It was only the first condition. The emperors struggled within their hearts. However, thinking of following the footsteps of the royal Shin temple just now, their mood calmed down slowly. At the moment, the Kangyi kingdom and Yi Futian were connected. Submitting to Kangyi was equivalent to submitting to Yi Futian, and this was not unacceptable. In a few years' time, the Kangyi kingdom would definitely become the king of all the kingdoms. All right, I agree. Thinking about this, Emperor Chu gritted his teeth and agreed. I agree as well. The various emperors sighed in their hearts. But under such a circumstance, what else could they possibly do? The second condition, your families shall move and stay in the Kangyi imperial city. The Kangyi kingdom will become the Kangyi dynasty, and all of your kingdoms will be attached to the Kangyi dynasty, Yi Futian continued. The hearts of the few emperors trembled again. Yi Futian was trying to bind them to the Kangyi kingdom completely. The third condition, you will no longer control your kingdoms directly. From now on, you will listen to the orders from the Kangyi imperial palace for 10 years. After 10 years, I will return you your freedom, Yi Futian said slowly. Of course, maybe 10 years later, you will not want to leave this place. 10 years was enough for him to grow. I agree. I agree. The emperors from the various kingdoms gritted their teeth and nodded. 10 years was not very long for them, so they would rather use the 10 years to exchange for solving all the future troubles. Emperor Yi and the people from the Kangyi kingdom witnessed everything, and their hearts could not remain calm. They knew that from the moment onwards, the Kangyi kingdom would become the strongest kingdom in the 100 lands. The Kangyi dynasty. Chapter 220. Yi Zhao's end. Chapter 220. Yi Zhao's and the 6 emperors all left. Yi Futian gave them some time to process everything and announced their submission to Kangyi. Now, Kangyi kingdom's threat no longer existed. Yi Futian had also accomplished his goal for going to the ancient barren world. He didn't plan on dealing with Emperor Luo just now. Even if Lu Feiyang was willing to help, Shiro, with her feelings for Luo Junlin, would definitely get involved. Angering her would be a risk for Kangyi. Emperor Luo was no longer a threat to Yi Futian and Kangyi, so Emperor Luo and Luo Junlin would just have to wait. The following days must be torture for them. The lords and high officials that had come gradually left. Even after leaving, it took a long while before they were calm again. Everything that had happened today was like a dream. It was too shocking. The Kangyi kingdom had grouped all the strongest of the eastern barren territory in one day. The people felt that their kingdom had created a miracle. Countless years later, these young men and women would probably become people they worshipped. The banquet was no longer as lively as before. They were all still shocked. Even Emperor Yi felt like he'd been dreaming. "Futian," he suddenly said, "you gave me a lot of pressure." The Kangyi kingdom was now the hero. The power brought by everything that had happened today was mainly because Yi Futian's group had joined the Eastern Barren Territory. He personally could not intimidate any of the emperors. Though happy about Kangyi's status, he was also anxious. "Your Majesty, you covered the Nandu Palace with sword aura for me. This should be nothing to you." Yi Futian chuckled and called the Black Wind Eagle over. It had a bag on it. Yi Futian opened the bag and dumped out swords, staffs, gyukins, and powerful ritual implements. "Your Majesty, this sword is for you," Yi Futian said, pulling out a sword. Then he gave Hua Fenglu a small stone statue. "Master, please hold on to this. Your Majesty and Senior Yi Xiang, if you'd like to comprehend noble fate, you can cultivate with my master. This ritual implement clothing is for Masteress. This is for Senior Yi. This is for Aunt Tang." Everyone watched with wide eyes as Yi Futian gave away all the precious items. They felt the items and were deeply shocked. Noble ritual implements. This stone statue? Hua Fenglu was even more shocked. He could feel that the small statue contained incredible noble intent. Thinking of how Yi Futian had casually put all these things on the Black Wind Eagle's back, their hearts all convulsed. This guy was such a bastard. "Futian, where are these from?" Emperor Yi asked. "Some I got by myself and others were given by people." Yi Futian smiled sweetly and scratched his head. When the Empress told him to choose some treasures from the Lulan Palace in the ancient barren world, he'd only chosen some to give as gifts. He'd even left the flame scepter behind and chose something else. He was a good guy. Lu Feiyong and Lu Chunyu were speechless at this. They didn't care about the noble ritual implements, but Yi Futian had gotten the statue at the Mirror Mountain Stonewall. He'd given it so easily to his teacher. What did this mean? It was priceless and attractive even to top forces. But for Yi Futian, he seemed to feel nothing. It made sense, though. He had a full attribute noble fate. He didn't need to worry about comprehending noble intent. He didn't need it. Capricious. Too capricious. Wait until I learn some cool techniques after cultivating in the Eastern Barren Territory. Your Majesty, you'll be so powerful you can sweep all of the 100 lands. You don't need to feel stressed. Yi Futian grinned brightly at Emperor Yi. Seeing that bright and pure smile, Emperor Yi felt warm inside. For some reason, the image of their first meeting at the Fenghua banquet suddenly arose in his mind. At that time, Yi Futian and Yu Shang had been extremely confident and powerful. He remembered how, after it ended, Yu Shang said that he was a nice guy. Emperor Yi had been so tickled. Afterward, he felt from their requests that they valued relationships. That was why he was willing to declare war on Emperor Luo for Yi Futian. Now, this guy was only in the Dharma plane, but he already worked to help rid Kangyi of threats. The joking and frivolous guy was actually so pure inside. A strange thought flashed past Emperor Ye's mind. It would be so perfect if Yi Futian was his son. Thinking of his own children, his mood dropped. He gazed around and asked coldly, "Where's Yi Shao?" The people looked around but couldn't find him. "Find him," Emperor Yi ordered. The guards left instantly. Yi Danshin and Yi Lingxi met eyes. When their brother had returned to Kangyi, he'd said bad things about Yi Futian to their father. Emperor Yi would definitely have thoughts after seeing how Yi Futian treated Kangyi. "Futian, did Yi Shao do anything to you in the ancient barren world?" Emperor Yi asked. Back then, Yi Shao had reported something, but he didn't know the specifics. "Your Majesty, they're just small things. It's already in the past," Yi Futian said, not minding. He would help Emperor Yi improve and Kang Yi would always be Emperor Yes. He didn't care about Yi Xiao. He didn't have to do anything to Yi Xiao regarding those things since he was Emperor Ye's son. After all, there's something else. When Emperor Luo came to force me to hand the people over, Yi Xiao went to the Imperial Advisor's mountain and brought them over, Emperor Yi said. He didn't keep it a secret. Yi Xiao's matter must be resolved. Yi Futian's pupils constricted. He looked at Hua Fenglu and Yi Xiang. Your Majesty, we came voluntarily. Please don't worry about it, Hua Fenglu said to Emperor Yi. He didn't want to make a scene. Not only did Emperor Yi help Yi Futian, he'd also accepted Hua Jieyu as his goddaughter and protected them all. Since you're all protecting him, I'll punish him myself. Emperor Yi sighed inwardly. Both Yi Futian and Hua Fenglu felt indebted to him and were unwilling to punish Yi Xiao. However, his son's actions chilled him. After a while, Yi Xiao came over, trembling. He'd realized something was wrong when the various forces of the Eastern Barren Territory arrived and didn't dare to stay. He was worried Yi Futian's group would notice him, but unexpectedly, he couldn't escape. They thought of him so quickly. Father. Yi Xiao saw Emperor Ye's dark face and got a bad feeling. Kneel, Emperor Yi ordered coldly. Yi Xiao's face turned white as he knelt down. Is there anything you'd like to say? Father. Hearing Emperor Ye's words, Yi Xiao's heart quivered. I don't understand. In that case, there's no need for you to understand. From now on, Yi Xiao shall be reduced to a commoner and never step foot in the palace again. Emperor Ye's eyes were cold. Everyone's hearts trembled. Yi Xiao had had his status revoked. He wasn't even a prince anymore, let alone anywhere close to the throne. Yi Xiao's face was ghastly pale. Glaring at Yi Futian, he said, Father, you'd rather trust an outsider than me. I can't accept it. Idiotic and stubborn. Emperor Yi waved his hand. A terrifying current blasted against Yi Xiao, making him fly back. Emperor Yi uttered coldly, Get out. Yi Futian had tried to help Yi Xiao, but he thought that Yi Futian had complained about him. Yi Xiao coughed, blood trickling from his lips. Dazed, he walked out with strong resentment in his eyes. He'd been the closest to the throne, but now, he would lose everything. Find everyone who returned to the palace with Yi Xiao, Emperor Yi ordered. Yi Xiao was only a prince, but they were willing to lie to the crown with him. It was unacceptable. Yes. The guard bowed and left. Yi Futian watched this without doing anything. He didn't mind what happened at the ancient barren world, but since this involved his teacher, he couldn't allow it. Yi Xiao had his mind set on the crown, but now, he would lose everything. Futian, if you think this isn't enough, you can do whatever you want, Emperor Yi said. Your Majesty, this has already passed, Yi Futian said. All right, it has passed. Emperor Yi nodded. Thank you for this, Yi Futian said to Lu Feiyang and Lu Chenyu. He really owed them this time. It's nothing. I plan on staying for a few days. Is that all right? Lu Feiyang chuckled. It's almost the end of the year. You're not going back? Yi Futian asked, a bit shocked. The others will, but Chenyu and I plan on spending the New Year's here. At the start of the next year, we can have the Kuanping escort you all to the Eastern Barren Territory, Lu Feiyang said with a smile. Since he'd already escorted them here, he would take them back too. What about the Lu Kingdom? It's no problem. After all, this involves Chenyu's future, Lu Feiyang said teasingly. Beside them, Lu Chenyu was speechless. It felt like she'd been sold out. Yes, relationships must be nurtured. Yi Futian totally agreed with Lu Feiyang and nodded seriously. You must stay. I'm leaving. Yi Wuchen was done. Wuchen, the princess is staying. How can you leave? Yi Futian asked. Lord Yi, what do you think? Yes, Lord Yi said, nodding. Wuchen, why don't you stay in the palace? Take the princess around when you have time. Correct. Emperor Yi nodded too. Thus, Yi Wuchen was forced to stay. Now, Kang Yi Kingdom's crisis was finally over. However, the shockwaves created by the event were still festering. What had happened would first spread throughout the imperial city. Then it would spread throughout the Kang Yi Kingdom to the Nandu Nation's imperial city and out. Then there would be another huge news in the Hundred Lands. Yunchu, Yin, and the other major kingdoms would submit to Kang Yi. Chapter 221. The Sky of an 18-Year-Old. Chapter 221. The sky of an 18-year-old days passed by one after another. Over these days, the imperial palace of the Kangi kingdom had been very lively, and occasionally, the emperors in the Hundred Lands would come to pay a visit. The Six Kingdoms had announced that they would submit, and the formation of the Kangi dynasty was already inevitable. Moreover, nobody dared to team up and deal with the Kangi kingdom. Futian, Yushang, and the other two were already disciples of the top forces in the Eastern Barren territory at the moment. Under this general trend, the rise of the Kangi kingdom was already unstoppable, and everyone could only adapt to the trend. Before anyone realized it, the end of the 10,001st year of the divine prefecture calendar had approached, and the year was almost over. In the last night of the year, the imperial palace of the Kangi kingdom was ablaze with lights. An annual banquet had been arranged in the emperor's palace. Emperor Yi, the queen, the princes and princesses, as well as Yi Futian and his team, Lu Feiyong and Lu Qinyu, were all present, making the place seem particularly lively. "Come, let us drink together." At the moment, Emperor Yi proposed a toast. Everyone else smiled and raised their glasses, after which they drank the alcohol in their glasses together. I do not know why, but I always feel that many things have happened this year. It's almost like many years have passed, and the year seems pretty long. Emperor Yi smiled as he said, "Maybe it's because I am getting old and hence sentimental." "I feel the same as well," Hua Fenglu nodded and said. "Although I didn't do much this year, I seem to have gone through a lot." "Master, you have recovered from your injury and also married Aunt Tang. How can you say that you have not done much?" Yi Futian chipped in as he smiled. "Right. Mainly, I have seen you undergo a lot." Hua Fenglu sighed. "Maybe that's true." Yi Futian smiled. Indeed, he had such a feeling. In the year, he had experienced many major events. He escaped from the Donghai city to the Kangi kingdom, participated in the Fenghua banquet, and then visited the Tingfeng banquet. Next, Luo Junlin entered the Royal Xian Temple, and the ancient barren world opened. He fought in the ancient barren world and finally returned. Everything had happened in merely 1 year. He felt like he had experienced too much. "The things in the world are really unpredictable," Yi Xiang also said emotionally. "Just before the end of last year, I was still planning to send Yi Futian, Yushang, and the rest to the Nandu Nation Imperial City to take part in the Tingfeng banquet once the year passed. However, everything changed after that. Luckily, it's all over now. Futian has not let us down." Hua Fenglu nodded. Near the end of the previous year, they were caught in a disaster and were almost doomed eternally. "It's so rare to get a compliment from you," Yi Futian said, smiling. It was indeed not easy to receive praise from Yi Xiang. "Don't be complacent. Emperor Luo is still alive, and Luo Junlin will also continue to cultivate in the Royal Xian Temple. It's not all over yet. Don't forget what Elder Qin had done for you. You have to get revenge yourself in the future," Yi Xiang said suddenly with a serious tone. He had to give Yi Futian a heavy blow, as young people tend to get complacent easily. He clearly knew that Yi Futian's talents were unparalleled, but precisely because he was so gifted, he must not be impetuous. Yi Futian would always need a strong motivation to work. "I understand." Yi Futian nodded in a serious manner. Thinking about his grandmaster, his happy demeanor also disappeared. Emperor Luo, Minister Hua, the Nanda clan, and the Donghai Academy were all responsible for killing his grandmaster. He had not taken his revenge yet, but would remember them for the moment. The news about the Kangi kingdom would probably be passed to the Donghai city. I wonder how the important people in the Nanda clan and the Donghai Academy will feel now? Can they still feel as superior as they have in the past? "Father, let's not talk about this today," Yi Qingxian said. "All right, let's not." Yi Xiang nodded. "How about we talk about you and Yushang?" "What nonsense are you talking about?" Yi Qingxian blushed slightly. Yi Xiang started to laugh immediately. "Time really passes fast. In the blink of an eye, you are already 18. Smiling, Hua Fenglu looked at the young man in front of him. He could still vividly recall the events in the Qingzhou Academy in those days. In such a short period of time, they had already grown up. An 18-year-old is no longer considered a juvenile. They would embark on a whole new part of their lives. "I'm already 18. Father-in-law, when can I marry Jieyu?" Yi Futian said, smiling. Everyone looked at him with a laugh. Nandu Wanin said softly, "At that time, in the Nanda clan, I have promised to betroth her to you. She's already yours, so why the hurry?" Heir. Yi Futian blinked. Then smiling, he looked at Hua Jieyu and nodded in a serious manner. "Mistress, you are right." "Mother." Seeing Yi Futian's sly smile, Hua Jieyu looked at her mother uncontrollably. Which mother would betray her daughter like this? Everyone at the banquet stared at Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. The 18-year-old Yi Futian was already extraordinarily handsome and looked distinguished and suave, while Hua Jieyu was slim and graceful. As compared to the immature her in the city of Qingzhou when she was 15 or 16, the 18-year-old Hua Jieyu was already a disastrously charming lady. She had perfectly inherited the looks of Hua Fenglu and Nandu Wanin, and her body was overflowing with the purity and beauty of youth. The scene of the two sitting together was like a drawing presented in front of everyone. They all blessed the two silently and hoped that the two could remain so throughout their lives. The annual banquet ended in warmth and harmony. Yi Futian and the other young people planned to go out for a walk. The year-end Kangyi Kingdom Imperial City was extremely bustling and even more lively than the city of Qingzhou they had been to. "Danshin Lingxi, where shall we go and play?" Yi Futian asked Yi Danshin and the rest as they walked along the bustling streets of the Kangyi city. "Do you want to take a tour around the lake?" Yi Lingxi smiled and asked back. "Okay." Yi Futian nodded. "I will bring you to the Kangyi lake." Yi Lingxi smiled and then led the way. After a while, they arrived in front of the Kangyi lake. Under the night sky, the lights were luminous and the fireworks brilliant. Cruise ships sailed in the lake in an endless stream, making the scene extremely magnificent. "Should I go and find a cruise ship?" Yi Danshin asked. "You can go and help them find one. I want to appreciate the lake scenery with Jieyu here," Yi Futian said as he smiled. "You want to enjoy each other's company." Lu Feiyang smiled. "Seems like I am somewhat unnecessary here. Wuchen, help me to take care of Chunyu. I will go back first." After speaking, he actually turned around and really left. "Then you just play here. I will take a walk around with Lingxi." Yi Danshin looked at Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu with a smile on his face. Then, the two left the place together. "We will take a tour around the lake." Yi Qingxian pulled Yu Sheng along and left. Yi Futian looked at Yi Wuchen and Lu Qinyu with a smile. He just kept staring at the two in silence. "We will just take a walk around?" Lu Qinyu opened her eyes wide at Yi Futian and then spoke to Yi Wuchen. "All right." Yi Wuchen nodded, and the two also left. Only Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu were left beside the Kangyi lake. Of course, there were many visitors around them. Occasionally, some people would stare at the two, as the qualities and looks of the two were indeed extraordinary. There were also a few people who could recognize Yi Futian, which caused them to be shocked. This is the person who changed the situation of the Hundred Lands and gathered the people from all the top forces in the Eastern Barren Territory. "Why do I feel that you have a conspiracy?" Hua Jieyu stared at Yi Futian. "Isn't this scene familiar?" Yi Futian said, smiling. "Yeah." Hua Jieyu nodded. During that time in the city of Qingzhou, the scene was somewhat similar. It was just that the Kangyi kingdom was even more lively. Yi Futian extended his arm and grabbed Hua Jieyu's hand. Gazing at the scenery in front, he smiled brightly. "I miss it so much. Do you want to reveal your feelings to me again?" Hua Jieyu blinked. Then, she blushed slightly and wanted to withdraw her hand from Yi Futian. Yi Futian did not let her go. He grabbed her hand firmly and turned his head, looking at the beautiful face in front. Hua Jieyu opened her eyes wide at him in anger, after which she turned her head away and gave a soft humph. Her face was, however, filled with shyness. The blush on her face was very captivating. Yi Futian was flirting with her on purpose. That time at the Qingzhou Lake, she held Yi Futian's hand actively and confirmed her love relationship with him. "Why is my fox always so attractive? Whenever I see you, my heartbeat will accelerate uncontrollably," Yi Futian said in a gentle voice. Hua Jieyu stared at him without blinking as her face turned even redder. "What's wrong with this guy today? Did you do something bad?" Hua Jieyu blinked and asked in a suspicious tone. Yi Futian's face turned black and he said, "What bad things can I do?" In the Eastern Barren Territory when I am not beside you, do you plan to do bad things? Hua Jieyu asked as she smiled. You are the only one in my eyes, Yi Futian said in all seriousness. Humph. Hua Jieyu gave a lovable humph and turned her head away, but some happiness appeared in her eyes and her heart was filled with sweetness. Even if Yi Futian was only speaking honeyed words, she would still be willing to be deceived. Close your eyes, Yi Futian said again. Hua Jieyu looked at him and said in a shy tone, What do you want? Yi Futian extended his hands and embraced her slim waist gently while his head moved closer to her gradually. Hua Jieyu's heart pulsed and a charming blush appeared on her face. She closed her eyes slowly and raised her head slightly. The lights shone upon her gorgeous face, and even time itself seemed to be stunned. Yi Futian's heart raced. Hugging Hua Jieyu in his arms, he kissed on her rosy lips. Even time seemed to have stopped at the moment. At this instant, above the Kangi Lake, countless fireworks ascended into the air and bloomed in the sky. Everyone lifted their heads and stared into the sky, gazing at the gorgeously blooming fireworks which filled the entire sky, producing a magnificent sight. So beautiful! Countless people exclaimed as they asked themselves why the blooming of the fireworks was so neat and brilliant. On a small road beside the lake, Lu Qinyu and Yi Wuchen were strolling. Suddenly, they raised their heads to look at the sky and their footsteps stopped uncontrollably. So nice, Lu Qinyu muttered to herself. Even her heart trembled because of this. Yi Wuchen looked at the fireworks and then lowered his head to gaze at Lu Qinyu. Under the fireworks, Lu Qinyu was actually so charming at the moment. Having felt something, Lu Qinyu withdrew her gaze and realized that Yi Wuchen was looking at her. Her heartbeat actually started to accelerate helplessly. In the Kangi Lake, Yushang and Yiqingxian, who were on a cruise ship, raised their heads to look at the dazzling fireworks in the sky. Yiqingxian leaned into Yushang's arms gently and wished that time could remain at this instant forever. Hua Jieyu opened her eyes slowly, and Yi Futian was still kissing her lips. The stunning fireworks all over the sky seemed to have bloomed just for her. In this situation, she actually closed her eyes once again. A charmingly bright smile appeared on her face. Time seemed to have paused. The scene turned into eternity at the moment. Chapter 222, College. Chapter 222, College. It was the first day of year 10002 at the Kangi Kingdom's palace. Many people were grouped here. Yi Futian's group would head towards the Eastern Barren Territory. The Kuanpeng spread its wings, ready to fly at any moment. Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu stood atop it, waiting for the others to finish their farewells. Uncle Yi, we're leaving now, Yi Futian said to Emperor Yi, no longer calling him Your Majesty. There are many strong cultivators there. Don't force yourself when there are problems, Emperor Yi advised. I know. Yi Futian nodded. Danshin Lingxi, cultivate well and aid your father soon. Yi Danshin and Yi Lingxi nodded with smiles on their faces. Your Majesty, take care, Hua Fenglu Yixiang. And the others also said to Emperor Yi. Take care, Emperor Yi replied. I'll visit the Eastern Barren Territory when I have time. Yes, when things stabilize, you can come at any time. Yi Futian nodded. Imperial Advisor, take care. Hua Fenglu looked at the old man. He was blind and just nodded, saying, Jieyu, take care of yourself. I will. You too. Hua Jieyu felt a bit down. She didn't know when she could return after leaving this time. I anticipate your return to your position in Nandu, he said. Now that Emperor Yi knew his identity, he didn't have to hide it anymore. Go. When you return, you will be a legend, Emperor Yi said, smiling. Last time, Yi Futian had gone to the ancient barren world for a bit more than half a year and returned to shake the entire Hundred Lands. What would he be like after going to truly cultivate in the Eastern Barren Territory? Yi Futian's group nodded and climbed onto the Kuanpeng. Other than the Lu siblings, there was Yi Futian, Yushang, Yi Wuchen, Hua Jieyu, Yiqingxian, Yixiang, Huang Fenglu, Nandu Wenin, Tang Lan, and Tang Wan. And of course the Black Wind Eagle. Senior Kuan, let's go, Lu Feiyang said. The Kuanpeng spread its wings and flew up. Emperor Yi and the others looked up, feeling complicated while watching the Kuanpeng in the air. What awaited them in the Eastern Barren Territory? The Kuanping flew over the imperial city. Gales of wind blew past, and countless people in the city looked up. They knew that the legendary youths of the kingdom had left. They were going to a place, or true heroes, to start their lives. The 100 Lands wasn't enough for them. In the imperial city, Lin Yueyao looked up, feeling a sense of loss. As the top beauty of the Kangyi kingdom, she was loved by many. Only he was so uncontrollable and never thought highly of her. And yet she loved a man like that, but he was out of her league. That was how life was. She had so many pursuers that she thought weren't qualified. The one she liked didn't think she was qualified. She never even brought it up because she knew it was meaningless. Suddenly, she smiled and murmured, "I hope you will be free and unrestrained your entire life." With that, she turned, no longer thinking about it. It was already enough to be able to meet someone like that and have those memories. She still had to happily live on. The Qin dynasty, Donghua clan, and college were all situated in the center of the Eastern Barren Territory. The Liu Kingdom and Futian Sword Clan were in the east. The Ji family and Royal Xin Temple were in the south. The Sacred Sword Mountain and Qinshou Temple were in the west. The Witch Clan and Moon Clan ruled over the north. Yi Futian's group came from the east and were closest to the Liu Kingdom and Futian Sword Clan. These two forces were close, which was why Li Daoyun of the Futian Sword Clan pursued Liu Chunyu. However, the Kuanping went further to the north, bringing Hua Jieyu to the Moon Clan first. After seeing her enter, the others continued to the college. The Divine Capital was one of the 3 most flourishing cities of the Eastern Barren Territory. In this ancient city, there were many different clans and families. The forces that could be known as a family here were all those with strong cultivators in the noble plain. The city bordered many other cities. The other cities formed the most influential region of the Eastern Barren Territory with the Divine Capital as the heart. It wasn't this influential only because of the Divine Capital. Instead, it was because the Book Mountain was situated outside the city and it contained the college. It was extremely spacious at the foot of the Book Mountain. There were no buildings within a 10-kilometer radius. However, many people were grouped there now. A huge demon descended from the air. It was a demon lion with the aura of a demon king. It was terrifying. The beast descended and landed at the foot of the Book Mountain. Even a demon king didn't dare fly into the college, the holy land for cultivators. A middle-aged man and a youth around 17 years old were on the demon lion. The youth wore a long robe and had a demonic look in his eyes. He looked a bit frivolous too. Tuoba Yun, the surrounding people all whispered. He was from the Tuoba family, a noble clan. The youth was Tuoba Yun, who had recently tested into the college after passing the 18 trials. Today was the entrance day. All students who passed the grand examinations of the college at the beginning of the year would enter officially on this day. More figures landed from the air. Some men wore elegant clothing and escorted a beautiful lady forward. Nangong Jiao from the Nangong family. Everyone looked at the lady. Her beautiful eyes were cool and proud. Also a genius who had passed the examinations, she was the daughter of the Divine Capital's Nangong family. Another figure came from the road. His physique was stranger. He was extremely burly but wore common clothes. In fact, they were like rags. However, his eyes were very bright, and he gazed at Tuoba Yun and Nangong Jiao. Kwa Shan. The others didn't dare overlook him at all. He was from the Kwa family, a barbaric and violent tribe. When Tuoba Yun saw Kwa Shan, his eyes flashed dangerously. They'd fought during the examination, and this barbarian had left an impression. More people arrived afterward. 3 figures walked slowly down the road, leading to the foot of the Book Mountain. There seemed to be seniors bringing their juniors to school and attracted much attention. The 2 youths seemed extremely extraordinary. One was very handsome. Only judging by his looks, hardly anyone could surpass him. The other was very muscular. His entire body seemed to be filled with wild power. He could even be compared to Kwa Shan. They were Yi Futian and Yu Sheng, escorted by Yi Xiang. After bringing them to the Divine Capital, Liu Feiyang had continued to take Yi Wuchen to the Fuyun Sword Clan and return to the Liu Kingdom. Rather than going directly to the college, Yi Futian's group had settled in the Divine Capital before going. "We're here." Yi Xiang gazed at the Book Mountain, feeling shocked inside. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng made their way to the foot of the mountain. Looking up, They saw the two peaks on either side made of huge boulders. The center seemed to have been hacked open. There was a heavenly step, and faint sunlight shone down from the end of it, landing on the grave and solemn buildings. That was the holy land of cultivation in the Eastern Barren Territory, the Eastern Barren College. Go and cultivate well, Yi Xiang said to the two. We'll visit when there's time, Yi Futian said. Don't worry about us, Yi Xiang said. I'm going. Yi Futian turned around. Teacher, I'm going up, Yu Xiang said as well. Yi Xiang nodded. The two walked to the foot of the steps and started climbing up the book mountain. Are they students too? Someone asked. He didn't know them. From their conversation, it was clear they were here to learn. Tuoba Yun, Nangong Jiao, and the others were already at the top of the steps. They glanced at Yi Futian and were confused. They didn't see these two at the grand examinations, so they couldn't be this year's students. Then why were they here? Are you here to study? A youth asked Yi Futian and Yu Xiang. Everyone knew each other, but had never seen these two before. Yeah. Yi Futian nodded and smiled. You can't enter the college without passing the examinations, the youth said, chuckling. These two guys didn't know the rules. Oh, Yi Futian replied. Someone from the college invited us. The college invited you? Everyone turned to look at Yi Futian, studying him. Not many in the Eastern Barren Territory could get an invitation from the college. It had always been talents from all over coming to learn. The college practically never invited anyone except for some exceptional figures. You think you're Xiao Wuji? Tuoba Yun side-eyed Yi Futian. Did the college really invite the two of them together? Judging from the one who escorted them, they weren't anyone important either. As far as they knew, the only one that the college had invited these days was the genius Xiao Wuji. It was rumored that Yi Futian didn't choose a clan, so no one in the college went. As for what happened in the Kangyi Kingdom, only those in the top levels knew, and they wouldn't spread the news for no reason. Thus, no one knew that other than Xiao Wuji, someone else was invited into the college. Not even the students of the college knew, let alone the outside world, because the college had announced that they wouldn't go to Kangyi. Those who went were from the cottage. When Yi Futian heard Xiao Wuji's name, he thought of the man in the ancient barren world. He was indeed talented, and should be one of the top talents of the Eastern Barren Territory. But of course, he couldn't be compared to Yi Futian. Nangong Jiao glanced at Yi Futian and Yu Xiang and ignored them. She continued forward. Since she was here to learn, she would cultivate with the prides of the college and meet the legendary figures. She wouldn't waste her time on these insignificant people. Kuashan glanced at Yu Xiang and continued climbing up. Yi Futian also ignored Tuoba Yun and continued advancing. The group of youths climbed up to the college, stepping onto the road of education. Chapter 223, Disciple of the Cottage. Chapter 223, Disciple of the Cottage. At the end of the stairs on the Book Mountain was the college. Entering an arched door, a square appeared in front of everyone. The square was still surrounded by mountain walls, and there were many meandering stairs around, leading to the different parts of the Book Mountain. In all places, there were ancient palaces and courtyards which seemed to be towering into the clouds, producing a spectacular view. It was the day on which new disciples would be admitted into the college. Obviously, there were people there to welcome them. At the moment, there were many people in the square. Looking at the figures stepping into the college, smiles appeared on the faces of many. They had heard that the current batch of disciples entering the college was very outstanding, especially a few of them, who were extremely gifted and indeed rare geniuses. Is Kuashan here? Someone shouted. Yes. Kuashan took a step forward. Are you willing to cultivate under Mountain Elder Zhongsu? The person asked. The eyes of all the disciples in the place sparkled, and many stared at Kuashan with some envy. There were 7 mountain elders in the college. The strength of Zhongsu was definitely among the top 3, and there were many excellent geniuses under him. Yes, I will. Kuashan nodded. Nangong Jiao, the person shouted again. Yes. Some anticipation flashed across the eyes of Nangong Jiao. Are you willing to cultivate under Mountain Elder Zhuqing? As expected. Joy appeared in the eyes of Nangong Jiao as she nodded and said, Yes, I will. Tuoba Yun, are you willing to cultivate under Mountain Elder Qinmu? Yes, I will. Tuoba Yun nodded. The names of the young people who were being admitted were called out one by one, and they were allocated to the 7 mountain elders of the college for cultivation. However, nobody was entitled to cultivate under the college chief. Of course, they also knew that this was almost impossible. Every disciple under the college chief was really extraordinary. As for the cottage, nobody even thought about it. However, the names of a few people were not called at all. Futian and Yusheng had been standing at the side quietly all along. At first, they wanted to ask something, but before they could do so, the roll call had already begun. Thus, they could only stand silently at the side and wait. Fortunately, not too many disciples were being admitted, and the session ended very soon. All the mountain elders had sent someone over to welcome the new disciples who had just been admitted. Clearly, the college had already made the decisions beforehand, and the different factions had the information. Actually, during their admission examination, everything had already been confirmed. They would only be entitled to cultivate in the college if a mountain elder was willing to accept them. Otherwise, it would be really awkward if someone entered the college, but nobody was willing to teach him. The disciple looked at Futian and Yusheng. Smiling, he said, "If you have come here to seek knowledge, please wait till next year and take the college examination." Tuoba Yun, Nangong Jiao, and the rest glanced at Futian. These 2 guys are indeed trying to sneak into the place. They are asking for contempt. However, the disciple from the college was very polite. He only smiled and asked them to leave. "May I ask where is the cottage?" Futian looked at the disciple and asked, "The cottage?" The person's eyes sparkled. Around them, the other disciples of the college turned around one after another and looked at Futian in surprise. Even Kwashan, who was unconcerned about these things, looked at Futian. Is he actually asking about the cottage? Why are you asking about the cottage? After being stunned momentarily, the disciple asked so. "I am going to the cottage to cultivate," Futian replied. The disciple was puzzled once again and said, "The cottage should not be admitting any disciples. Please go back." The people around Futian looked at him as if he was an idiot. He actually wants to go to the cottage to cultivate? "I am Futian." Futian said this doubting in his heart if the people in the college even knew him. Just as he finished speaking, the surrounding immediately went into complete silence. All the disciples from the college turned their eyes and gazed firmly at the handsome figure. Futian was a very familiar name to them. At the end of the previous year, this name was frequently mentioned in the college, until the college announced that it would not go to Kangi. Only then, the name slowly faded away from everyone's minds. Nevertheless, the disciples of the college had obviously heard this name before. At the moment, not only did this name appear again, but Futian himself was standing in the college. Since he was Futian, he, of course, had the rights to appear in the college. Even if he did not participate in the college examination, since he had come, he was entitled to be admitted into the college. The mountain elders of the college would try their best to grab him. Regarding this, the disciples of the college had no doubts at all. After all, he had broken the records in the ancient barren world. However, Futian had come for the cottage. Tuoba Yun's sight froze at the spot. As a member of a noble family, he had, of course, heard about Futian, even though he did not experience the events in the ancient barren world. Futian's name had been mentioned by many at the end of the previous year. Just now when they were climbing the mountain, he mocked Futian, asking him if he thought he was Xiao Wuji. He was not Xiao Wuji. He was Futian. On the peak of the Mirror Mountain, he broke all the records of Xiao Wuji. Nangong Jiao also looked at Futian with some surprise. On the stairs during the climb, she did not at all expect such a handsome young man to actually be Futian, who had fully displayed his abilities in the ancient barren world. He was the arrogant person who broke the war drums on the Mirror Mountain and said the line, "Those who understand me will understand my arrogance." It was hard to imagine that such a person would look so handsome and also harmless when he smiled. Not even the slightest arrogance could be felt from him. Instead, he appeared to be humble and bright. After the silence was a commotion. Futian actually came to the college. Does he want to cultivate in the college cottage? However, even though he had broken many records in the ancient barren world, everyone was unsure whether the cottage would allow him to be admitted as a disciple. Why? Why are you asking about the cottage? The disciple was stunned for a while, after which he asked Futian, His look was much more solemn. Just Futian's name alone was enough to make him pay attention. Someone from the cottage asked me to come and cultivate there. Oh yeah, I think his name is Gu Donglu, Futian said as he smiled. Seems like my name is really useful. Gu Donglu. Everyone around them gasped, and all the disciples of the college looked at Futian in envy. The college had announced that it would not go to Kangi, but someone from the cottage went there and did not inform the college. Moreover, the person who went was Gu Donglu. As always, the cottage acted as it wished. Why was Gu Donglu so famous? Because many people believed that he would be the next sword saint. Why was the cottage so famous? During that time, the sword saint walked down from the Book Mountain and became highly reputed in just one battle. From then on, everyone in the world knew about the cottage. The college disciples around them heard that it was Gu Donglu who asked Futian to come to the cottage. For a moment, they actually did not know what to say. In the distance, a group of people was walking over. Tang Yi was in the group. His look passed through the crowd and landed onto Futian directly. After a while, the group appeared in front of Futian. Tang Yi's expression was very awkward. At that time, he humiliated Futian in front of the Mirror Mountain stone wall and was very arrogant. Later, he became the laughing stock because of this, which caused him to lose all his face. Luckily, the college announced that it would not go to Kangi, and he thought that Futian had missed the opportunity to enter the college. However, while the college announced that it would not go to the Kangi kingdom, the cottage did go. Gu Donglu went there. Many elders in the college only knew about this after a while. The cottage did not inform the college at all about their action, and this caused the college to feel somewhat disrespected. Therefore, the college did not announce this incident openly. Seeing Tang Yi, Futian's look was very calm. That day, Tang Yi dishonored him, so the events that happened after that would definitely cause Tang Yi to feel awkward. Another person was beside Tang Yi. The person had an outstanding temperament and a graceful bearing. His name was Su Muge, and he was a disciple directly taught by the college chief. Among the junior disciples in the college, his talents could be ranked among the top 10. At the moment, Su Muge stared at Futian and said, "Welcome to the college." "Thank you. Seniors, please advise me in the future." Futian joined his hands together and said. The atmosphere at the moment was rather subtle. However, since the other person welcomed him, he naturally could not be rude. "I have heard about all the things you have done in the ancient barren world. I did not see them for myself, but since you could break so many records and take away the light from the Mirror Mountain stone wall, your talents in certain areas must have been unparalleled," Su Muge said slowly. It sounded as if he was praising Futian. However, cultivation does not only depend on talents. Character is equally important. In the ancient barren world, Tang Yi had criticized you, and you had proven him wrong with facts. But even so, in the ancient barren world, your performance was still too unrestrained. Even if you can unleash strong powers by relying on external factors, that power does not belong to you after all. If one day, you realize that you are not as strong as your talents, it will really be embarrassing, and your mental state will be negatively affected. Su Muge said slowly, "After all, talent is not equivalent to strength." Futian was stunned. Is he complimenting or educating me? Why do his words feel so strange? Lu Feiyang had once told him that even though the cottage belonged to the college, the relationship between the two at the moment was somewhat subtle. From the look of it, it was indeed so. Apart from Futian, the college disciples around him also realized this. Su Muge was a disciple of the college chief, while Futian was about to enter the cottage. He had just arrived at the college. Su Muge seemed to be welcoming him, but was actually educating him. The attitude the college had towards the cottage was already evident. However, everyone could understand why that was the case. When the college announced that it would not go to Kangi, the cottage immediately went there. The cottage did not give the college any face as well. "How many nobles did you leave on the Mirror Mountain stone wall?" At the moment, someone's voice spread across. Su Muge turned around and saw a somewhat inflated fat man walking over. Squinting and smiling at Su Muge, the fat man soon reached before him. Su Muge frowned, but the fat man said again, "How many inches of the image did you leave on the wall?" Su Muge frowned even more tightly. Have you managed to control the statue and move it? The fat man asked again. Su Muge's face darkened slightly. You have done nothing. Without even any talents, what nonsense are you talking about here? The fat man did not give any face to this disciple of the college chief as he spoke in a cold tone. Then, ignoring him totally, the fat man looked at Yi Futian. Squinting and smiling, he said, My name is Yi Shaoshi, younger brother. I have been waiting for you for very long. A smile appeared gradually on Yi Futian's face. As expected, the cottage suits my taste. Hello, brother, Yi Futian said. You don't have to be so polite. Come, let's go to the cottage. Yi Shaoshi did not bother about the rest. Bringing along Yi Futian, he turned and left the place. Brother, what's your seniority? Yi Futian walked beside Yi Shaoshi and asked. 7. Yi Shaoshi smiled bashfully. In the past, he had been the most junior. How about brother Gu Donglu? Yi Futian asked again. That's the third brother. The third brother is already so strong? Yi Futian's eyes brightened. Thinking about the imposing nature of Gu Donglu in the Kangyi Kingdom, Yi Futian was confident that he would be protected in the future. Then, what kind of person will the big brother and the second brother be? Chapter 224. What a close call. Chapter 224. What a close call. The cottage, as a part of the college, was on the Book Mountain too. Up above the winding road was the most remote hill. This was where the cottage was. On the way there, Yi Futian asked curiously, Who are our eldest and second senior brother? Gu Donglu could scare off the people of Qin Dynasty and Donghua clan with a look. Then, what about the two senior brothers? I have never seen the eldest brother. He left years before I was born, Yi Shaoshi answered. But you should have heard of his. He might be enjoying his life on the Sword Saint Mountain. Sword Saint Mountain? Yi Futian's eyes flickered. He remembered that Lu Qinyu had told him that the college taught all kinds of students, even students from other clans. Many talents of the Eastern Barren Territory were the graduates of the college. However, he didn't expect that someone of the top power Sword Saint Mountain would have cultivated in the cottage. Well, he is probably the most famous disciple of the college throughout the centuries, Yi Shaoshi nodded. Who? Yi Futian blinked. Sword Saint. Yi Shaoshi smiled and looked at Yi Futian with crinkled eyes. Yi Futian was shocked. Though he had presumed that the eldest brother would be very strong, he didn't expect that it would be to this extent. Sword Saint Mountain, as one of the top powers, was located in the west of Eastern Barren Territory. The leader of the top power was the eldest brother, a disciple of the cottage? Why didn't Lu Feiyong and Lu Qinyu tell him about this? No wonder when the cottage invited him, Lu Feiyong just responded with one word, yes. If possible, Yi Futian wanted to go to the Sword Saint Mountain to visit the boss. From this aspect, were the many strong cultivators of the Sword Saint Mountain his juniors? He was a man with status now. Yi Shaoshi was a little bit proud when seeing Yi Futian's amazement. The eldest brother is a man with a story, Yi Futian exclaimed. Of course. Senior sister once told me that 10 years ago, the cottage was not as famous as it is now. The leader of the Futian sword clan once said something disgraceful about our teacher. Then the eldest brother went downhill and defeated all the top sword cultivators of Futian sword clan. He challenged the leader of Futian sword clan too and ended with a draw. That battle made him famous and known as the Sword Saint. With this reputation gained from this battle, the eldest brother went to the west of the Eastern Barren Territory to establish his own clan. Many strong cultivators gathered there, wanting to join this clan which is the present Sword Saint Mountain. Hearing Yi Shaoshi's introduction, Yi Futian could imagine the legend. The eldest brother was a true legend. No wonder Lu Qinyu said that the people of the Sword Saint Mountain and Futian Sword Clan didn't get along well with each other. Why does the college have conflicts with the cottage? Yi Futian kept asking. Don't let those guys bother you. They're not capable enough to join the cottage, so they're jealous of you, Yi Shaoshi said. I'm not very clear about the relation between the college and the cottage either. It's said that the eldest brother once asked the teacher's advice about whether he should stay in the college or not. Our teacher recommended him to build up a new clan down the mountain. The college seemed unhappy with that. If a man who had the ability to set up a new clan, whose fight with the leader of Futian Sword Clan was a draw, was willing to stay in the college, it would definitely add to the college's reputation. However, The teacher told him to go establish his own clan. Yi Futian's eyes flashed. He asked, "How strong is our teacher?" "I have no idea." Yi Shaoshi shrugged and said, "He says he's not good at cultivating." "Do you believe that?" Yi Futian looked at Yi Shaoshi. "No." Yi Shaoshi shook his head. "But indeed, no one has ever seen him fight." "What about the second brother? Does he have a story too?" Yi Futian asked. Yi Shaoshi was startled and said, "There is no second senior brother but a second senior sister. As for her story, you will know it one day." Yi Futian's eyes brightened. He nodded and said, "How are you, sister?" Yu Sheng followed behind deferentially. Hearing Yi Futian's voice, he rolled his eyes. They'd only just separated, but he had already grown independent. At the end of the winding stairs was the top of the Book Mountain. Mist shrouded it faintly, and the air was fresh. Under the cool air were rows of huts, which were not like the other grand buildings along the way at all. They looked humble and simple. Were they the origin of the name of the cottage? There was a river in front, and on the stairs along the river was a woman washing clothes. Hearing the sounds, the woman turned around and showed her beautiful face. She was a maiden, younger than Yi Shaoshi. Her charming eyes fell upon Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. Smiling, she asked, "Are you the junior brothers? How can our senior sister be so young?" Yi Futian was stunned. Was she the second senior sister? But she looked even younger than him. "This is the sixth senior sister," Yi Shaoshi introduced. "Hello, senior sister." Yi Futian smiled brightly and said, "You're really beautiful." Again. Yu Sheng was speechless. Hearing Yi Futian's compliment, the girl smiled sweetly and responded, "You're also good-looking. Is the second senior sister here?" Yi Shaoshi asked. "Yes." The girl smiled. "I'm bringing them to see her," Yi Shaoshi said. "Okay, you go first. I will come after washing her clothes," the girl said gently. Yi Futian was confused. Was she washing clothes for the second senior sister? Yi Shaoshi walked away without minding the girl's words. It seemed that he was used to it. Yi Futian followed him and asked curiously, "How can the sixth senior sister be so young?" "She's an orphan brought back by the teacher during his trip. She started cultivation earlier than me. Though she's young, she is still our senior sister. She is learning from the second senior sister now," Yi Shaoshi said, and Yi Futian nodded lightly. The trio walked along the way and came to a few clean huts. There were 3 people here, 1 woman and 2 young men. The woman was tall, wearing a white skirt. She looked gentle and weak, but her eyes brimmed with radiating vigor. With a pair of beautiful eyes and a slender figure, she was a rare beauty. At this time, she stood under an old tree like a fairy. The other 2 young men were busier. One was transcribing books while the other was making a fire. Seeing Yi Futian's arrival, the 3 all looked up, eyes falling on Yi Futian. The woman looked over Yi Futian and smiled. "Our junior brother is here?" the woman asked. Her voice was quiet and gentle. "Hello, senior sister." Yi Futian smiled brightly and said, "I thought I met a fairy." Beside him, Yi Shaoshi rolled his eyes. Not only was the junior brother talented, he also had a silver tongue. "Good boy." The second sister smiled more radiantly and said, "I have heard that the little brother is very gifted, but haven't expected that your taste is also good. Sister, you are as good-looking as a fairy. I am not blind. Everyone can see that," Yi Futian responded very sincerely. The second sister smiled even more radiantly. "Brother, come and sit." In the front, the brother who was transcribing books smiled at Yi Futian. "Do your thing." Hearing the light laughter from the second sister's mouth, that brother became disappointed and deferentially walked back to transcribe his books. The cooking brother wanted to say something, but after glancing at the second sister, he went back to his work. Yi Futian blinked. What was going on? "That is 4th brother, and that is 5th brother." Yi Shaoshi introduced the transcriber and chef to Yi Futian respectively. However, this was a little different from what Yi Futian had presumed. Shouldn't the 2 brothers be the same as the 3rd brother? Were they too weak, or was the second sister too strong? "That girl has not finished washing clothes? My shoulder is a little bit stiff. Little brother, come massage my shoulders, please." The second sister turned to Yi Futian. "Huh." Yi Futian blinked. Was this appropriate? But helping his senior sister was within his duties. Moreover, This was his first day. He should listen to her. Thinking of this, Futian walked to the sister. Xiaoshi was sacred and wanted to escape. Where are you going? The second sister looked at Xiaoshi. To cultivate. Xiaoshi smiled sheepishly. Cultivate here, the second sister ordered. Yes, sister. Xiaoshi nodded. Futian walked to the sister while the fourth and fifth brother looked at him. Though they were laboring, they didn't envy Futian but only mourned for him in the mind. The second sister sat in front of the tree. Futian walked over, stood behind her, and reached out his hands. Xiaoshi looked at him with sympathy. He regretted that he didn't remind Futian before coming here. Our junior brother is here, someone said at this moment. Futian turned and saw a figure coming speedily from afar. It was Gu Donglu. He had seen him before. So far, he'd met all the senior sisters and brothers, but not the teacher. Third senior brother, Futian called. Yes. Gu Donglu nodded and looked at Futian. You don't have to do that. Go walk around the cottage. Hearing this, Futian looked at the second sister. She just smiled. Ignore him. Help massage my shoulders. Something is wrong. Futian looked around. The fourth, fifth, and seventh brothers were all looking at him now. The third brother was looking at the second sister. Something was wrong. Futian blinked and said, Brother E, I haven't visited the teacher yet. Can you bring me to see him? Then he was ready to run away. It was dangerous here. Your third brother lost the teacher. Where are you going to see him? The second sister smiled and said. Futian was totally confused. How could the third brother lose the teacher? Xiaoshi, go and show our junior around, said Gu Donglu. Xiaoshi nodded. Okay, senior. Junior, come with me. Futian followed Xiaoshi while Gu Donglu was still looking at the second sister. The second sister sat there without concern, quiet and beautiful. If Futian still couldn't figure out what was going on, he must be an idiot. What a close call. Chapter 225. Life is so wonderful. Chapter 225. Life is so wonderful. Futian followed Xiaoshi and left. While walking, Futian asked, Third brother and second sister? Xiaoshi patted on Futian's shoulder and said, In the cottage, the master does not manage anything. The second sister manages internal affairs, while the third brother manages external affairs. Do you understand? I got it. Futian nodded. Couple working together? The scene just now was indeed very strange. What's with the master getting lost? Futian said speechlessly. A long story, Xiaoshi said. The third brother brought the master out on a journey. On the way, the third brother saw an unjust act and showed up to save a beauty. The beauty was saved and followed him to the Book Mountain, but the master went missing. Thereafter, the third brother started to have a miserable time. Do you understand? Futian thought about the second sister and then nodded. Of course he understood. The master followed the third brother on a journey? Futian was puzzled. In the future when you see the master, you will get it. He's too lazy. Xiaoshi shook his head resignedly. How lazy is the master exactly? Futian thought. How about the beauty that he saved? Futian asked. The third brother chased her away, Xiaoshi said. Futian was totally speechless. The master is missing, so who will teach me cultivation? Futian was somewhat depressed. Teach you cultivation? Xiaoshi's expression was rather weird. Yes. Futian nodded in a serious manner. I used to be so naive as well. Xiaoshi gave a long sigh. Later, the master said that all the people who come to the cottage to cultivate have the best talents. Why do we need someone to teach? Makes perfect sense. Futian nodded in a humorless manner. I feel that it makes sense as well, Xiaoshi sighed and said. Is it too late for me to leave the mountain now? Futian looked at Xiaoshi, feeling that he had been deceived. Xiaoshi patted on Futian's shoulder again. The environment is not bad, and we also have pretty senior sisters. The food is good as well, seeming to have recalled something, Xiaoshi added. Sigh. Futian heaved a long sigh. Not far away, the girl finished washing the clothes and walked towards them. She smiled and said to Futian, Younger brother, why are you sighing? Sister, I am just sighing about why I didn't come to such a great place earlier, Futian said as he smiled brightly. Okay, but aren't you already in the cottage now? The girl gave a sweet smile. Sister Shinger, go on with your work. I will bring him to where we stay, Yishaosher said. Beitang Shinger nodded gently and then walked towards the second sister. This sister is called Shinger? Futian asked. Yes. The sixth sister is called Beitang Shinger, the second sister Zhuge Hui, the fourth brother Shuiyi, and the fifth brother Luofan. You should already know the name of the third brother. Futian nodded and memorized these names in his heart. Yishaosher brought Futian and Yusheng to 2 huts and said, in the future, you will stay here. All right. Futian nodded. He was unconcerned about staying in a shabby place. After all, he was not a pampered young master. When the meal starts, I will come and call you. Although cultivators absorb spiritual qi in the world, in the cottage, we eat the 3 meals whenever we can. The food is really good, Yishaosher said. Got it. Futian nodded. Yishaosher also left the place. Futian sat down in front of the hut and looked at Yusheng. Why are you staring at me? Yusheng asked. I can't even look at you? Futian opened his eyes wide at Yusheng. Yusheng looked as if he was wronged. Why do you vent your anger on me when you are in a bad mood? He thought. Take the guqin here, Futian said. Yusheng took down the guqin from his back and placed it before Futian. Then, Futian stroked on the guqin and started playing alone. The melodious music was gentle and peaceful and actually suited the environment in the cottage. The music spread into the distance continuously. Shortly afterward, Yishaosher returned again, as it was lunchtime. Futian and Yusheng went to the residence of the second sister. The fifth brother Luofan was busy serving the dishes. The second sister was sitting in the first position, and Beitang Shinger was sitting beside serving her. The third brother was sitting directly opposite them, while the fourth brother Shuiyi was still copying the book. The little brother is here. Seeing Futian enter, the second sister smiled warmly. Hello, sister. Futian smiled as he shouted. Hello, third brother. At the moment, he already knew the positions of the 2 in the cottage. He, therefore, had to serve them well and could not even offend one of them. Younger brother, sit beside me, Gu Donglu said. Futian nodded and sat down beside Gu Donglu. Yusheng, sit as well. Since you have come to the cottage, we're one family, Gu Donglu smiled and said. Yusheng nodded and sat down beside Futian. The fourth brother glanced at them secretly and felt somewhat depressed. Why is the little brother treated so well? Yishaosher, go and fill the bowls with rice, the second sister said to Yishaosher. Why is it still me? Yishaosher muttered to himself resignedly and glanced at Futian. When he just entered, didn't we agree that the most junior one shall do this? The second sister looked at him, smiling. I will go. Immediately, Yishaosher's face was filled with smile, and his round body trotted forward to fill the rice. Smells nice. Futian looked at the dishes in front of him. They were all meat, and the fragrance reached everyone's nose. Beauties like second sister and sixth sister eat so much meat every day, and yet they are still so slim. Fifth brother, your cooking skills are really amazing, Futian looked at, and said to the fifth brother who was serving the dishes. It's all through practice, the fifth brother muttered resignedly. All right, let's eat, the second sister smiled and said. Immediately, everyone started to eat. Futian tried out a piece of meat. It was fragrant and tender, and extremely delicious. In addition, when the meat entered his body, he could actually vaguely feel a mysterious current. Is it good? The second sister asked, smiling. It's very tasty. Futian nodded. Then eat more, the second sister said, helping Futian to fill his bowl with meat. At that instant, the looks from everyone else froze as they stared at the scene, stunned. Yishaosher rolled his eyes. Is this the benefit of sweet talking? Should I learn it? Glancing at the third brother secretly, he quickly gave up on the plan. Thank you, sister, Futian said. He did not dare to look at the third brother who was just beside him, and he felt extremely awkward. You should eat more as well. Gu Donglu helped to refill the bowl of the second sister, who lowered her head and ignored him, but also did not reject him. Little brother, Gu Donglu shouted. Brother, Futian responded. Your sister likes to joke. Don't take it seriously. Since I have brought you here, Whatever issues you encounter on the mountain, you can come and find me, Gu Donglu said with some hidden meaning. All right, I understand. Yi Futian nodded. You are good at music? Gu Donglu said again. Even though Yi Futian broke many records in the ancient barren world, apart from knowing that he was a full attribute mandate sorcerer, they were unsure about what exactly Yi Futian was skilled in. I know a bit of that. Yi Futian nodded. The sound from the strings was not clear enough. They should be too old. Xinger, later come with me. We will help the little brother to change the strings, Gu Donglu said. Okay. Beitang Xinger nodded gently. Thank you, brother and sister, Yi Futian said, smiling. Why do the second sister and the third brother look like a couple bickering with each other? He thought. After finishing their meals, Gu Donglu said, Let's go. I will go and take a look as well. Zhuge Hui smiled and stood up. Yi Futian looked at Yu Shang with a strange expression and said softly, Do you feel anything? Yes, I am filled with strength. Yu Shang nodded. After finishing the meal, he actually felt that he had an endless amount of power and wanted very much to release them. Yi Shaoshi said that the food was good. It indeed seemed to be amazing. The group walked towards a certain direction. Yi Futian realized that the second sister did not speak to the third brother throughout the journey. They reached a somewhat remote place on the mountain. Before them, there was a huge stone cave. Gu Donglu stepped into the stone cave first, and Yi Futian followed quietly. Roar! A loud voice spread. Yi Futian felt that the blood in his body was rolling and gave a stuffy hum, almost spitting out blood. Dragon roar! Yi Futian could feel his heart tremble. His legs were weak, but he continued moving forward. Entering the cave, he realized that it was a different world inside altogether. There were many smaller stone caves, and one of them was flashing with terrifying light runes which were carved all over the stone walls and lighted up the cave. They seemed to contain the formidable powers of Matrix. In the stone cave, a ferocious black dragon was coiled up. Its furious and cold eyes stared at Gu Donglu. At the moment, there was a large wound on the black dragon which was filled with blood. I will eat you all, the black dragon said in a cold tone. If your tendon is pulled out, you won't die, right? Gu Donglu said tonelessly. The black dragon widened its eyes, after which it started to roar violently, causing the cave to vibrate wildly. The runes around it became bright and turned into countless terrifying beams of matrix light which enveloped the black dragon. Its huge body struggled madly, and it felt as if there was an earthquake. You dare to do this to me, the black dragon roared in anger. Why didn't you think about this when you were eating people? Gu Donglu said emotionlessly. It's a growing black dragon which actually eats cultivators. The third brother captured it and brought it back. Beitang Xinger said softly to Yi Futian. What did we eat just now? Yi Futian looked at Beitang Xinger. Obviously it's dragon meat. Next to it, there are also a few very evil demon kings. Their recovery abilities are all very strong. If we cut off a bit of flesh every day, it will grow back very soon. Beitang Xinger smiled gently. I've gained much knowledge. Yi Futian had always thought that he was very capable, but now that he was at the cottage, he had to admit defeat. They had been eating the meat from demon kings every day. The food was more than just good. Why did the third brother say that he would pull out the dragon's tendons? Yi Futian blinked his eyes. To make the strings for your guqin, Beitang Xinger said as she smiled sweetly. Yi Futian was very touched, even to the point of crying out loud. He would never want to leave the mountain again, even if someone was chasing him away. Next, the stone cave seemed to have started cracking apart. Yi Futian quickly ran out of the stone cave, unable to tolerate the scene. The miserable and angry roars of the black dragon spread out from the cave, pulling the dragon tendons. After an hour, in front of Zhuge Hui's hut, Yi Futian watched as the second sister and the sixth sister attentively helped him to change the strings on the guqin. His heart felt somewhat warm. Third brother. At the moment, Yi Shaoshi ran over from the distance. Yes? Gu Donglu, who was standing beside Zhuge Hui and watching her actions, raised his head and asked. Someone from the college came and said that there is a trial for all the newly admitted disciples. They invited the little brother to take part, Yi Shaoshi said. According to them, Xiao Wuji will participate in it, so the little brother naturally should as well. Xiao Wuji and Yi Futian were both invited to attend the college. Tell them, next time, don't find the cottage for such trivial matters. We're not free, Gu Donglu said. All right. Yi Shaoshi nodded. Chapter 226. The Qin Dynasty's Invitation. Chapter 226. The Qin Dynasty's Invitation. Wow. Yi Futian was a bit impressed by his third senior brother who could eat demon kings and use dragon tendons as instrument strings. As for the invitation from the college to participate in the trial, they didn't have time. The cottage is so busy. We don't have time to participate in those boring things. Right, Junior? Third brother smiled at Yi Futian. Yeah, you're right. Yi Futian nodded, thinking, whatever you say, brother. As for whether the cottage was busy or not, it didn't matter. Outsiders would not know. Shuiyi, Gu Donglu called. Yes? Shuiyi replied while transcribing. Stop for now, Gu Donglu said. Bring the junior to the book cave. Yu Shang, stay here. Okay. Feeling saved, Shuiyi put down his pen and walked to Yi Futian's side. Junior, come with me. Yi Futian nodded, wondering what the book cave was. Shuiyi brought Yi Futian to another cave in the cottage and entered it. The cave was very deep. The path went straight inside and suddenly became spacious. There seemed to be dazzling light in the distance. A golden path appeared on the ground. Countless runes pulsed. Follow my steps carefully and don't take the wrong step, Shuiyi warned. There was a flash under his feet. Yi Futian followed his every step cautiously. After that path, they arrived at the center of the cavern. Endless dazzling light fell upon them. Yi Futian looked up and was deeply shocked. As if they were in the middle of the mountain, the cavern was hundreds of meters tall. The sides had been carved into bookshelves. Innumerable books were pressed against each other in the walls. The library from the Donghai Academy that Yi Futian had once studied in was nothing compared to this. The book cave was practically a sea of books. How did the cottage collect all these books? Junior, there are all types of books here. The teacher doesn't teach, and you have to learn by yourself. Do what you must, Shuiyi said. How do you read all this? Yi Futian mumbled. Hearing this, Shuiyi almost cried. He looked at the books and sighed. You'd need hundreds of years to transcribe all of these. Yi Futian froze. He looked at Shuiyi and asked, Fourth brother, are you transcribing the books here? Don't talk about it. Shuiyi sighed tragically. Second sister seems really powerful. Does she have a high plane? Yi Futian was curious. With her one look, the fourth and fifth brothers instantly grew obedient. I don't know what her plane is, but I know third brother's plane is really high. If you say no to second sister, Shuiyi said sadly. He glanced at Yi Futian, eyes saying, do you get it? Yi Futian nodded. He understood. Third brother could make the nobles of the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan scurry away with a sentence. Yi Futian could only pity his fourth brother. What about you? What plane are you? Yi Futian asked. I'm really low, only mid-level noble plane, Shuiyi said with low self-esteem. Yi Futian broke off. He wouldn't finish his sentence. It was impossible to imagine a noble obediently copying books and acting submissive before second sister. He felt sick. Is fifth brother a noble too? He asked weakly. Of course. Shuiyi nodded. Yi Futian felt even sicker as he imagined fifth brother cooking. Was he really a noble? Don't give up. You'll be a noble soon. Take a look around. I'm leaving now. Shuiyi patted Yi Futian comfortingly and walked out. Fourth brother, you, don't give up. You'll finish copying the books sooner or later, Yi Futian called to Shuiyi's back. The poor guy tripped and almost fell. You're right. He didn't turn around and seemed to have squeezed these words out his mouth, telling himself to not mind what a kid says. After Shuiyi left, Yi Futian looked around the book cave and muttered to himself, how many years would it take to read it all? Let alone copy it all. Yi Futian gazed at the sea of books. The countless books seemed to have been organized into detailed groups. Every genre was available. He saw that one place was carved with the word Guqin, so he went over and started looking from the bottom. First were the basics of the Guqin. It included every note, key, and then from simple to advanced pieces. Yi Futian jumped around and saw many powerful techniques at the back. He read for a long while. Outside, Night fell, and a beautiful figure walked in. It was Beitang Xing'er. Sister Xing'er, Yi Futian called. He put his book down with a smile. Your guqin is done and I brought dinner. Second sister told me to bring it, Beitang Xing'er said, smiling. Thank you. Yi Futian felt warm inside. His two senior sisters treated him so well. Seeing how nice second sister was, he was sure there must be some misunderstanding that caused the brothers to be so scared. No problem. I'll read too, Beitang Xing'er replied gently. Yi Futian nodded and started shoveling food into his mouth. This was Demon King and dragon meat. After all, slow down and drink some soup. It's made from a king python. Beitang Xing'er giggled at Yi Futian's actions. Okay. While eating, Yi Futian said, Sister Xing'er, not only are you beautiful, your heart is beautiful too. Shut up. Beitang Xing'er blushed. She was younger than Yi Futian, after all, and couldn't stand his teasing. I'm serious. I don't know who'll be lucky enough to marry you in the future. I'm even getting jealous, Yi Futian kept saying. Beitang Xing'er grew redder and said, I'm ignoring you now. With that, she ran to the other to read. Yi Futian chuckled. He quickly finished the meal and started reading again. He didn't step out the cavern for the following few days. Every day, Beitang Xing'er would promptly bring the meal over, making Yi Futian feel a bit bad. However, she didn't seem to mind and always smiled innocently. Without realizing, countless months passed. Yi Futian spent all those months in the book cave. One day, Yi Futian was practicing martial arts at the ancient peak cliff. His body contained boundless power. He'd been eating dragon meat and drinking python soup every day and accumulated much strength. He wanted to release it all. When he practiced the techniques inherited from Emperor Yi Qing, his body was like a dragon. His blood bubbled and roars sounded continuously. At the moment, he was practicing a fist routine. Each punch seemed to contain a dragon's roar. Power swept through the sky with extreme power reverberating. After a long while, there was a huge boom in his body. Endless power broke out, transforming into a terrifying martial arts conception. He'd entered the fourth-level Dharma plane. Yi Futian practiced the routine again and walked to the edge of the cliff. There was a guqin there. He faced the cliff and sat down cross-legged. Graceful music soon streamed out. The notes that sounded were quiet and peaceful. They seemed to blend with nature and transform into a breeze that blew past his clothes and grass. They also transformed into sunlight, shining down and warming the earth. Instead of playing a piece he'd learned, he just improvised according to his mood. Music that matched the artistic conception was the best. His spiritual energy pulsed with the music and spread outward, farther and farther. He felt the breeze, the sunlight, and the peaceful warmth. Without realizing, his spiritual energy also broke past the limit and plane. In reality, Yi Futian could have leveled up much earlier if he hadn't spent all his time reading. Today was just a natural process. The music stopped gradually, and there was a chuckle. I didn't think that our junior's attainment in musical sorcery is so high. Yi Futian looked up and saw two fairy-like figures. Second sister, Sister Xing'er, when did you come? He asked, standing up. I was attracted by your music, Zhuge Hui said. They're only simple notes, but they fit the artistic conception, so well they became one. It seems that the cottage will produce another musical grandmaster. You flatter me, Yi Futian smiled shyly. Let's go, Zhuge Hui said. Yi Futian picked up his guqin and walked over. How's Yu Sheng? He asked. Don't worry, he's very talented. Your third brother is helping him cultivate, Zhuge Hui said. Yi Futian nodded. Yu Sheng's talent went without saying. When they returned to second sister's home, they saw Yi Shaoshi, who said, Second sister, the Qin dynasty visits. Will you meet them? The Qin dynasty? Zhuge Hui arched an eyebrow and asked, Did they say why? Yes. Yi Shaoshi nodded. They claim that the Qin dynasty will soon confer the title of crown prince and invites all forces to attend. They invited the college, but also came just to visit the cottage. They hope the cottage can attend too. Zhuge Hui's eyes glinted. The Qin dynasty was one of the Eastern Barren Territory's top 3 forces. In addition, it was a kingdom and had very strong central power. The college was powerful, but it was different from a kingdom. If the Qin dynasty chose their crown prince, this would decide the future structure of the Eastern Barren Territory. It was indeed something significant. Inviting the cottage after inviting the college was also showing respect to the cottage. Who wishes to go? Zhuge Hui glanced at them. Me. Fourth brother raised his hand. Sister, I'll go. Fifth brother didn't want to lose. I want to go too, Yi Shaoshi said weakly. Yi Futian made a face while Zhuge Hui grinned. What? You all want to escape from me? No, that's not what we mean. It's just that they invited us, but you and third brother definitely won't go. Since we can't lose face, only I can go, Shui Yi said shamelessly. That makes sense. Zhuge Hui smiled and nodded. Luofan, bring the junior with. Luofan froze and quickly became overjoyed. Thank you, senior sister. Chapter 227. Down the Mountain with the Fifth Brother. Chapter 227. Down the mountain with the fifth brother. Luofan was overjoyed, but Yi Futian was not happy at all. The food in the cottage was so good, and the sisters were also beautiful. He did not even want to leave for a single day. Sister, how about you let the seventh brother go instead? Yi Futian said to the second sister. Yi Shaoshi looked at Yi Futian, touched. Little brother is a good person, he thought. The master once said that reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles. The seventh brother has gone out many times. You have just come to the Eastern Barren Territory and should go outside more often, the second sister said, smiling. Shui Yi and Yi Shaoshi looked at the second sister's gentle smile. Why is the little brother treated so well? Okay. Yi Futian nodded. Yu Shang, go as well. As for cutting the wood and cooking, fourth and seventh brothers, I'll leave them to you, the second sister smiled and said. Shui Yi and Yi Shaoshi could feel their hearts bleeding, but did not dare to reject her order. The next day, when Yu Sheng returned, Luofan, Yi Futian, and Yu Sheng departed together. While walking on the mountain, Yi Futian asked Yu Sheng, Where have you been cultivating during this period? Cutting wood on the mountain, Yu Sheng replied. Cutting wood? Yi Futian blinked his eyes. Yes. Yu Sheng nodded. Yi Futian was speechless. The second sister said that the third brother has brought Yu Sheng to cultivate. Is that even cultivation? How is it? Yu Futian asked. It's great. I feel that I have improved a lot, Yu Sheng said in a serious tone. Yi Futian looked at him and said, Yu Sheng, are you being serious? Yes. The third brother said that everyone's situations are different, so they naturally need to cultivate in different ways. The fourth brother copying the books is cultivation, and the fifth brother cooking is also cultivation. Similarly, I cultivate through cutting wood. I feel that my improvement is quite big, and I have also broken through into the fourth level Dharma plane, Yu Sheng said. Yi Futian's admiration towards the third brother grew even more. He could make wood cutting, cooking, and copying books sound so noble. He's actually a genius. Wait, you call him the third brother as well? Yi Futian said. Yes, the third brother said that in the future, I can just call the rest like you do, Yu Sheng nodded and said. Yi Futian looked at Yu Sheng with a strange expression and asked, How do you feel about the third brother? Knowledgeable, powerful, and has a unique opinion about cultivation, Yu Sheng said in a serious manner. Huh. Luofan, who was walking in front, laughed out uncontrollably. Yi Futian asked, Fifth brother, is cooking also a kind of cultivation? Of course, Luofan said in a humorless manner. Yi Futian asked again, Then why did the few brothers all want to go down the mountain? Cough. Luofan gave a dry cough. Then, he copied the second sister's tone and said in a serious way, The master once said that reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles. Yi Futian actually did not know how to reply. On the square located on the mountainside of the Book Mountain, many people were already gathered at the moment. In the college, there was a college chief and 7 mountain elders. Below them, there were also many trainers who were in charge of teaching the disciples of the college together with the college chief and the mountain elders. The cottage had a special status in the college and was somewhat unique. Since the big brother of the cottage went down the mountain that time and became famous in just one battle, the people in the world no longer took the cottage as merely part of the college. Since then, the relationship between the college and the cottage also seemed to have become subtle. The Qin dynasty invited the cottage, and naturally invited the college as well. All the mountains in the college would send someone to go. When Luo Fan and his team walked down, many people stared at them immediately, especially at Futian and Yusheng. A few months ago, Futian climbed the Book Mountain and entered the cottage, causing a furor in the college. Even the people from all the top forces in the Eastern Barren Territory already knew that Futian had officially entered the cottage to cultivate, not to mention the college. The cottage was different from all the other forces, as it only had 7 disciples. The eldest disciple already formed a clan himself and became a towering figure in his generation. Among the other 6, the third disciple also became famous in the world a long time ago. Therefore, all of the other disciples had been attracting much attention. The cottage will go this time as well? At the moment, a toneless voice was heard. It was from a dignified-looking, middle-aged person from the college. Luo Fan looked at him. Putting his hands together, he saluted and said, "Greetings, Uncle Master." At the moment, Luo Fan was graceful, polite, and had an extraordinary temperament. He looked just like a scholar, and not the chef of the cottage at all. Such a huge change, Futian sighed. A few months ago, there was an assessment for new disciples in the college. Why did the cottage not take part? Situ Wu said tonelessly. He was in the same family as the college chief and was quite senior. Naturally, he was qualified to question a disciple of the cottage. Luo Fan did not bother as well. He smiled calmly and said, "The master always believes that the assessment in the college is not very meaningful. The newly admitted disciples are all at different levels, so it's hard to determine who is really stronger. If talent is assessed only, the cottage has more reasons not to participate. Among the new disciples, who can have better talents than the little brother? If the cottage takes part, the existence of the first place will become meaningless." Arrogant. Another elder scolded with a cold tone. The people from the cottage are arrogant like always. Now, Luo Fan has grown up and actually does not even pay respect to the elders here. The college disciples also stared at Luo Fan angrily. If the cottage was to participate, the first place would become meaningless? Too arrogant. Does he think that we are this weak? I am just telling the truth. Do you think that the assessment in the college is more convincing than the relics in the ancient barren world? Luo Fan said, smiling. In the ancient barren world, Futian did what nobody had done before. If talent was compared only and the specific levels were ignored, it was certain that Futian would obtain first place. This was unless the college did not approve the detection of talents by the relics in the ancient barren world. But even in that case, it was unreasonable to claim that the assessment by the college would be more accurate. Thus, in the opinion of the cottage, the so-called assessment was a boring thing. In this case, we can find someone on the same level and have a battle. I am on the 5th level Dharma plane. A voice was heard. The person who spoke was Tuoba Yun, who was a new disciple. A few months ago, when climbing the Book Mountain, he mocked Futian, saying that he was not Xiao Wuji, but in the end, he was only slapping himself in the face. After entering the college, in the first assessment of the new disciples, he was hoping that he could fight Futian to see how outstanding this reputed but weak cottage disciple really was. However, Futian did not attend the assessment at all. When he was cultivating in the college, Futian's name was also often mentioned by junior disciples. As one of the brightest newly admitted disciples, he naturally wanted to compare with Futian. Therefore, he said so at the moment to challenge Futian. Luo Fan looked at Futian, but Futian glanced at Tuoba Yun and smiling, he said, "You think you're Xiao Wuji?" Tuoba Yun was stunned for a moment, and his expression turned somewhat awkward. During that time on their way up the Book Mountain, he mocked Futian in the same way, indicating that he was not even qualified to be invited to the college. At the moment, Futian returned him with the exact same words. Of course, he was saying that Tuoba Yun was not qualified to challenge him. Now, Xiao Wuji has already entered the Arcana plane. Although your performance in the ancient barren world is outstanding, it is really not appropriate that with your current level, you place yourself at the same height as Xiao Wuji. Su Muge was also among the crowd. He was precisely the person who was mocked by Yi Shaoshi on that day. Tang Yi was also beside him. Since when did the disciples taught by the college become so idiotic like you? Luo Fan looked at Su Muge with much contempt. You. Even though Su Muge was mocking Futian indirectly, He did not use straightforward humiliation like what Luofan did. Anyhow, he was a genius in the college and a disciple under the college chief directly. You what? Let's use our levels to determine the status. I am in the noble plane. How about you? Luofan's eyes were filled with disdain. Domineering. Futian muttered to himself. Is this still the same fifth brother who cooks? Indeed, a person could not be judged by his appearance. Thinking about the attitude of the fifth brother at the moment, and also his appearance when he was beside the second sister in the cottage, Futian finally understood why all the brothers were fighting to go down the mountain. After going down the mountain, they could be much more imposing. The difference was too large. The faces of the elders from the college were all cold, and they looked slightly frustrated. This was why the college did not like the cottage. The people were too supercilious. Moreover, the college could not do anything about the cottage. If they tried to reason with the cottage, they would realize that the cottage disciples were all rather eloquent. If they wanted to talk about strength in the college, even the few mountain elders would not dare to say that they could certainly win the third disciple from the cottage. Furthermore, it was only the third disciple from the cottage. Even the elders might not win him, not to say his peers. In the cottage, there was still the eldest disciple who was like a king in the western region. Therefore, it was really very difficult for the college not to hate the cottage. Let's go, Situ Wu said tonelessly. Then, a few huge demons whizzed over and landed on the square. The college disciples stepped onto the demons one after another, and they ascended into the air. How do we go there? Futian looked at Brother Luofan. If we can take one or two of the demons closed in the cottage and travel on them, it will definitely look impressive, he thought. Luofan took down the package from his back and untied it. Futian then saw a stick which was totally black, as if it had been charred. Fire stick? Futian blinked. It should be able to fit 3 people on top. Luofan smiled, slightly embarrassed. Air. Seeing that many people from the college were looking in their direction, Futian felt somewhat humiliated. However, Luofan did not mind it at all. He held his head high and walked onto the fire stick. Putting his hands behind his back, he looked like an expert who had withdrawn from the outside world. Yusheng and Futian walked onto the stick. Then, the fire stick flew into the air and left the Book Mountain. As the former king of the Eastern Barren Territory, the Qin dynasty occupied the most central position in the Eastern Barren Territory. The Qin Imperial City, the imperial city of the Qin dynasty, the Donghua city where the Donghua clan was located at, and the divine capital where the college was situated were honored as the 3 most bustling cities in the Eastern Barren Territory. At the moment, the Qin Imperial City was extremely lively. Countless people from different places had come to the Qin Imperial City to send their congratulations. The king of the Qin dynasty was about to confer someone as the crown prince. This was a major event that would affect the whole Eastern Barren Territory. Maybe in the near future, the king would be changed. The king of Qin could be said to be the most influential person in the Eastern Barren Territory. It was not hard to imagine how many things would be affected when the person on the throne might change. At the moment, in the sky, powerful cultivators flew over in the air continuously. Some even had to cross many regions to reach the place. All the top forces in the Eastern Barren Territory had received the invitation from the Qin Imperial City, and they had also sent people here to visit and congratulate the Qin dynasty. Chapter 228, Crown Prince and His Son. Chapter 228, Crown Prince and His Son. The Qin Palace was a majestic place. It had gone through the years of wear and tear, had once faced a risk of collapse, but it still stood in the Eastern Barren Territory. However, the Qin dynasty wasn't satisfied with being one of the strongest 3. After all, it had once been the true king of the Eastern Barren Territory. Each generation of kings worked hard to try and recover their lost glory. There was a huge square outside the palace, guarded by armored soldiers. Below that, there were steps leading down. Right now, there was a crowd down there staring up at the solemn place. At that time, strong cultivators descended from the air and landed before the steps. The crown prince crowning ceremony must be a grand event. Other than here, the regions surrounding the Qin dynasty were all bustling. Strong cultivators landed every now and then. There were even rumors that the strong from every top force had arrived. They stayed in the inns and would attend the crowning ceremony. At that moment, a group of white-clothed figures descended from the sky and landed inside a pavilion. Everyone looked at them with shining eyes and discussed them. The Donghua clan is here. Yes, they're situated the closest from here. Many people whispered amongst themselves. The pavilion that the Donghua clan landed in was their property in the Qin imperial city. Of course, there was nobody from the Donghua clan there, and only some servants took care of it. In addition to the Donghua clan, all top forces had properties in places such as the Qin imperial city. This wasn't significant. A group of fairy-like people appeared in another part of the sky. Many of them were rare beauties. Another piece of news quickly spread through the city. The fairies of the Moon Clan had arrived and gone to the Moon House. Similarly, this was their property. After that, another piece of news said that the Futian Sword Clan had gone to the Sword Pavilion. The Strong of the Sword Saint Mountain had arrived too. They stayed in the Knife Pavilion, not too far from the Sword Pavilion. Tensions rose. No one knew if these two forces would get into a scuffle. The college arrived as well. They went to the book tower of the Qin imperial city. It was peaceful and sophisticated, just like how a scholar's residence should be like. Yi Futian, Luo Fan, and Yu Sheng picked a courtyard, and a servant cleaned it up for them. Brother, you said that all top forces have their own properties here. If the Moon Clan come, where will they stay? Yi Futian asked Luo Fan in the courtyard. He wondered if Jieyu would come. One day without her was like 3 years. The Moon House. Are you going to try for the disciples of the Moon Clan? Luo Fan laughed at Yi Futian. He didn't know about Hua Jieyu. The cottage didn't pay attention to the ancient barren world. If Gu Donglu who'd accepted Yi Futian hadn't told them about him, they wouldn't even know what Yi Futian had done in the ancient barren world. I'll go if I have time, Yi Futian said, chuckling. It seems like you have high aspirations. Luo Fan patted Yi Futian's shoulder. I hope you can marry the Moon Clan's virgin. There's a virgin in the Moon Clan? Yi Futian asked. Of course. The current virgin is one of the top 3 beauties of the Eastern Barren Territory. Luo Fan chuckled. Are you interested? Yi Futian had a strange expression. If the Moon Clan had a virgin who was known as one of the top 3 beauties, what would happen after Jieyu went? Brother, I'm not like that, Yi Futian defended himself. How could he be misunderstood like that? Luo Fan smiled while Yi Futian's eyes sparkled. He asked, who are the other 2? Luo Fan's smile widened. He almost believed Yi Futian. Princess Mengrua of the Qin dynasty and Hua Qingqing of the Donghua clan. But don't think about Hua Qingqing. She's already taken, Luo Fan chuckled. Brother, I didn't think anything. I was just asking, Yi Futian said. Yeah, I trust you. Luo Fan nodded with a subtle smile. Yi Futian just sighed inwardly. He was used to being misunderstood. The top forces had all arrived in the Qin imperial city, making the city much livelier. Everyone in restaurants and even storytellers discussed interesting facts about the top forces, attracting much attention. Of course, the one discussed most was none other than Prince Qin Yu of the Qin dynasty. Everyone knew who the king would crown as the crown prince, Qin Yu. He was an extraordinary prince and had been the brightest existence in his generation since he was young. He entered the noble plane before 30 years old and had developed extremely fast. His cultivation was even more impressive. Apparently, he wasn't far from King Qin's plane. It was highly possible that Qin Yu may become the new king within the decade. Thus, many people discussed him. Not only was he extremely talented, he was also polite and was held in high prestige in the kingdom. Apparently, he had gone to personally greet the Donghua clan after they'd arrived. Other than him, Xiao Wuji and Yi Futian were also mentioned often. Before Yi Futian's appearance, Xiao Wuji had been the most legendary figure of the ancient barren world in recent years. He'd received the college's invitation and had entered as the dean's personal student. How could someone like that not be discussed? As for Yi Futian, his performance had been even more extraordinary than Xiao Wuji's. In addition, he'd officially entered the cottage and naturally created much buzz. Currently, a group of strong cultivators was visiting the book tower of the bustling imperial city. The leader stood out of the crowd in an elegant royal robe. Situ Wu of the college came to welcome him personally as he was Qin Yu, the one who would soon become the crown prince. After he chatted with the college, He came to where Luo and Yi Futian were residing. Seeing the soon-to-be crown prince, Yi Futian was surprised. He'd thought that Qin Yu would be busy with all the affairs and didn't expect him to come to visit. Qin Yu greeted them and smiled, saying, "It is my honor to meet the disciples of the cottage." "Your Majesty, you are too polite," Luo Fan replied. "It has always been my dream to cultivate in the cottage, but sadly, it will never happen. However, it's a pity I will not see Gu Donglu this time." "I wanted to compete with him," Qin Yu said. His tone wasn't annoying at all. He controlled it well. "Third brother is a bit busier and could not make it," Luo Fan replied good-naturedly. As for whether it was true or not, only the cottage knew. "No problem. I am equally honored to see you. Further, I can meet the one who broke many records in the ancient barren world too." Qin Yu's eyes fell upon Yi Futian and seemed very friendly. "You flatter me, Your Majesty." Yi Futian smiled and nodded. Qin Yu nodded at him and said, "Brother Luo, can we talk?" "Please," Luo Fan said. Qin Yu glanced at a youth beside him. He wore an elegant robe and looked similar to Qin Yu. He was around 20 years old and had a royal aura about him. He'd been studying Yi Futian curiously since he had arrived. "Brother Yi, would you mind going elsewhere?" he suddenly said now. "No need. Yi Futian is the cottage's junior. He can stay." Luo Fan understood them. "In that case, I will be straightforward," Qin Yu said. "Brother Luo, can you represent the cottage?" Luo Fan shot a surprised look at Qin Yu. Then he smiled and nodded. "Of course. Any disciple of the cottage can represent it. Our opinion is the cottage's opinion. Junior, keep in mind that you now represent the cottage when outside." Yi Futian eyed his senior brother, thinking, it's hard not to feel a sense of belonging in this kind of place. Even though he just entered and was only in the Dharma plane, he could still represent the cottage outside. They were one unit, and any one person could represent them all. "Yes, brother." Yi Futian nodded. Qin Yu smiled. "So bold. Is the cottage willing to become the orthodox of the East Barren Territory College?" "What do you mean?" Luo Fan asked. "All scholars will see the cottage as the highest, above the college," Qin Yu said. Luo Fan smiled and shook his head. "Thank you for your consideration." Qin Yu looked at him oddly. Why did Luo Fan reject him before he even finished? He studied the other, only to hear Luo Fan continue. "The cottage has our own aspirations. What Your Majesty said is not our aspiration." "I see." Qin Yu nodded. A faint smile still on his face, he bowed slightly. "Farewell." With that, Qin Yu really brought his men away. While leaving, the youth beside him glanced at Yi Futian. Watching Qin Yu leave, Luo Fan arched an eyebrow. This trip was not so simple. Qin Yu, soon to be crown prince, seemed to be very ambitious. After the royalty left, they walked on the streets and heard something. At this time, Yi Futian's name seemed to stream out of an open-roof restaurant. Everyone saw Xiao Wuji as unparalleled in the ancient barren world. No one could surpass him. But that day, Yi Futian continuously broke the records. Months later, he snatched all the glory on the Mirror Mountain stone wall. Perhaps no one can be compared to this youth in terms of talent. The speaker was a storyteller. He was very into the story. The youth beside Qin Yu chuckled and said, "People always forget about past glory. No matter what people do later, they can be turned into legends." Many people looked over. When they saw Qin Yu's group, they were all shocked. Looking to the one who spoke, they guessed at his identity and their eyes couldn't help but gleam. It was him, the prince's legendary son. All records are made to be broken. The later ones have more advantages than the previous. Every generation is like that. However, how many of the record breakers can really stand at the peak of the Eastern Barren Territory? The youth continued. "I'm sure you all have forgotten about what the two monsters of the Donghua clan have done. If you have time, please think back. What they've accomplished cannot only be summarized by the word talent." Chapter 229. History of Fame of the Cottage. Chapter 229. History of Fame of the Cottage. The grandson of the king of Qin was called Qinli. He was one of the most talented young people in the Eastern Barren Territory. At the moment, his father was about to be conferred as the crown prince of the Qin imperial city and become one of the most influential people in the Eastern Barren Territory. Therefore, every move of Qin Li would undoubtedly be magnified. Thus, when Qin Yu was about to be conferred, the words from Qin Li immediately stirred up the people in the Qin imperial city. Qin Li's words did not seem to be inappropriate, and he did not even mention Yi Futian's name, but when he said so at this moment, it would easily cause people to misunderstand. Of course, maybe there was no misunderstanding at all. This might be his attitude in the first place. Yi Futian was a disciple of the college cottage, but the grandson of the king of Qin was praising the disciples from the Donghua clan. The meaning behind it was really intriguing. Of course, from another perspective, what the grandson of the king of Qin said seemed to be reasonable as well. Records were indeed meant to be broken by later generations. It was only that Yi Futian broke the records in a very powerful way. That was why he could cause such an intense furor and let the entire Eastern Barren territory know his name when he was only in the lower levels of the Dharma plane. Nobody knew how strong Yi Futian would be in the future. However, at least currently, he was still only a low-level cultivator. As for the two absolute geniuses from the Donghua clan, both of them were very outstanding, especially the one who was already standing among the top of the Eastern Barren territory. Perhaps only people like the Crown Prince Qin Yu and Gu Donglu from the cottage could be compared to him. Qin Li's words quickly spread into the ears of the people from the different forces which were entering the Qin imperial city. It was said that someone met a disciple from the Donghua clan and asked the disciple for his opinion on the words of Qin Li, the king's grandson. The disciple from the Donghua clan smiled and commented that even though Yi Futian performed well in the ancient barren world and had proven his own talents, he was still too weak to compare with the real geniuses in the Eastern Barren territory. At least, he had yet to prove himself in terms of combat powers. The disciple from the Donghua clan said that maybe a few years later, when Yi Futian's level was higher, he would then be qualified to be compared with the absolute geniuses. Many people agreed in their hearts, feeling that the words from Qin Li and the disciple of the Donghua clan were reasonable. On one hand, Yi Futian's talents were indeed outstanding, but on the other hand, when they carefully recalled Yi Futian's performance in the ancient barren world, they realized that he indeed did not prove his combat abilities. Maybe his willpower was also genius. Of course, in any case, they were comparing Yi Futian to the best geniuses in the Eastern Barren territory in the first place. Apart from that, some people also noticed something unusual. Qin Li, the grandson of the king of Qin, was about to become the son of the crown prince. Why would he comment on the disciple of the cottage and the people from the Donghua clan publicly? Yi Futian did not know about the words from Qin Li and the disciple from the Donghua clan until the people from the Lu kingdom came and visited them. Greetings, Senior Luo. The people from the Lu kingdom who came were naturally Lu Feiyang and Lu Chunyu. When they saw Luo Fan, they bowed slightly and saluted. Yi Futian was gradually becoming used to this as well. Even when the prince of the Qin dynasty came here, he also viewed Luo Fan as someone with a similar status as himself. Of course, this was also because Yi Futian had a strong first impression. When he first saw the fifth brother, he was conscientiously cooking. Therefore, he felt strange about what happened outside. A cottage disciple on the Book Mountain and one outside the Book Mountain were completely different. Your friends? Luo Fan asked Yi Futian. Yes. Yi Futian nodded. You talk, Luo Fan said. He then walked to the side and sat down. Where's your Wuchen? Yi Futian looked at Lu Qinyu and smiling, he said so. Lu Qinyu opened her eyes wide at Yi Futian. I have asked around, and Wuchen probably did not come. Among all of you, only you and Yu Sheng are here, Lu Feiyang said at the moment. Jieyu did not come as well? Yi Futian asked. Nope. Lu Feiyang shook his head, and Yi Futian was somewhat disappointed. Maybe Jieyu did not know that I would come. Have you heard about the king's grandson and the Donghua clan? Lu Feiyang asked. Yi Futian shook his head. What happened? Lu Feiyang told Yi Futian about the things that had happened. Not far away, Luo Fan glanced in their direction, and a strange look flashed across his eyes. However, he quickly returned to normal and did not seem to be bothered. A strange expression appeared on Yi Futian's face, and he said, Why did Qin Li say this? I heard that Qin Yu, the prince-to-be, has been visiting all the top forces that have come here. He has a wild ambition, Lu Feiyang said. Qin Yu wants the Qin dynasty to be revived in his hands, but it's not as easy as he thinks. even if he teams up with the Donghua clan to rebuild the king of the Eastern Barren territory it once was. Before Luo Fan finished the sentence, he smiled and shook his head. A fool's talk. Senior Luo, you are saying that the Qin imperial city has teamed up with the Donghua clan? Lu Feiyang's eyes sparkled. One wants to revive the dynasty, and the other only wants to become the strongest clan in the region. The two do not contradict each other. Luo Fan smiled. Maybe one more force can be included. For example, a college which teaches the world. Lu Feiyang felt somewhat shocked. It seemed to him that Qin Yu had already spoken to Luo Fan. If the top three forces in the Eastern Barren territory were to join hands, their combined capability would definitely be terrifying. Furthermore, the three indeed did not contradict one another. A dynasty, a clan, and a college could actually complement each other. Futian looked at brother Luo Fan in surprise. He did not expect the fifth brother to be able to speculate so many things just from a simple meetup and the words from the king's grandson and the Donghua clan. Did the college reject it? Lu Feiyang asked. If the college also agreed, with its influence, in the Qin imperial city and the Donghua clan, it would be somewhat terrifying. Now, the college is already orthodox in the Eastern Barren territory. Why does it have to become a cat's paw? Those guys are not stupid. Luo Fan smiled. Then, they thought of the cottage. However, the Qin dynasty is really looking down on the cottage. Although the master is lazy, he is ambitious. Futian blinked his eyes. Just now, the fifth brother told Qin Yu that the cottage had its own aspirations. He asked curiously, "What's the master's ambition?" "I forgot. Next time when you see the master, you can ask him yourself," Luo Fan said, smiling. Futian was somewhat speechless. So, the king's grandson said that deliberately to devalue Futian and apprise the Donghua clan? Lu Feiyang's eyes sparkled. He was not very surprised by Luo Fan's words. The Qin dynasty had always wanted to revive itself, and the Donghua clan also worked hard to become the first clan in the Eastern Barren territory. These were not secrets. Perhaps, Luo Fan smiled and said, "Should we use a counterattack?" Lu Feiyang asked. The cottage does not care about the opinions of others. That time, before the big brother went down the mountain, he was questioned by many. After the battle that made him famous, everyone in the world knows about him. Some people think that the existence of the big brother is merely a coincidence. Later, the third brother went down the mountain, and all the voices vanished. Those who were supposed to shut up did so, Luo Fan said tonelessly. The history of fame of the cottage was simple. It was only a story about two disciples going down the mountain. However, the simple story was stirring. The eldest disciple of the cottage went down the mountain and challenged the clan leader of the Futian sword clan. He became reputed in just one battle and formed his own clan. The story of the third brother becoming famous was even simpler. The master of the cottage was roaming around when he encountered a tragic case. A junior young man from a top-tier noble-level force liked a girl from a certain family. After being rejected, the family was actually exterminated. When the master of the cottage reached there, only an orphan was left in the family. According to many rumors, the cottage master was bad at cultivating himself and knew only how to teach others to cultivate. The young man from the force was disrespectful, but because of the influence of the eldest disciple in the cottage, he did not dare to do anything and could only allow the cottage master to bring the orphan back. The latter part of the story was much simpler. The third disciple from the cottage went down the mountain, and the top-tier noble-level force disappeared from the Eastern Barren territory since then. Because of these two incidents only, the cottage became reputed in the entire world and a holy place where countless young people longed to cultivate in. From then on, even though the cottage disciples did not appear often, whenever a disciple went down the mountain, no force would dare to neglect him. Nobody would know whether he would start another bloodshed. Thinking of this, Luo Fan smiled and said, "Actually, what the king's grandson said is true. The people in the world always tend to forget the brilliance of the previous generations. Habitual forgetfulness, they just don't learn." Hearing Luo Fan's words, Lu Feiyang was speechless. It's indeed the cottage. The people there are overly arrogant. Also, the arrogance seemed to be able to spread, and every single cottage disciple would be like this. He had already seen the situation when Gu Donglu went to Kangyi. Now, the fifth disciple of the cottage was equally arrogant. Yi Futian is a proud person in the first place. Now, he has entered such a place. I wonder what he will become. Chapter 230. Accomplished Beauty. Chapter 230. Accomplished Beauty. Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu left. The outside world was shocked by Emperor Qin's grandson's words, but the cottage seemed not to care. What could they say? Time would prove everything. They anticipated the brilliance Yi Futian would display in the ancient, barren world. Even though his current plane was low, Lu Feiyang and the others believed that, judging from his earlier performance, he might become as Luofan had predicted after entering a truly high plane. Then those people would shut up naturally. However, the outside world didn't see it that way. The more people talked, the truer it became. Especially when the speakers were those like the Emperor Qin's grandson and the strong cultivators of the Donghua clan. Not everyone could see things clearly like Luofan. Most people accepted this view. Yi Futian indeed attracted too much attention recently, and his plane wasn't enough to support his reputation. After all, he hadn't truly displayed his combat ability yet. Perhaps, after a few years and Yi Futian rose in plane, he would truly qualify for the attention. It was still too early now. Days passed in the blink of an eye. There was only one more day before the crowning ceremony of the crown prince. That day, someone from the Qin imperial city came to the book tower, inviting the college and cottage to reside in the palace and observe the ceremony in the morning. All top forces received the invitation. The Qin dynasty invited the top forces into the palace the day before. This way, they wouldn't disturb the top forces but would also display enough respect. That day, many people waited in the large square before the Qin palace. They wanted to see the top forces. At that time, a group descended from the sky. They had powerful auras and were unparalleled. They were the Donghua clan. Landing directly in the square, they strode to the palace. Not long after, the fairies of the Moon clan arrived. The leader of the group was an extremely beautiful lady. She looked otherworldly. Her eyes were clear as water, and her skin was unblemished. She had a thin waist, and her beauty was like an angel. However, she also seemed pitiful and gentle. She was like a fairy in the mortal world, making people want to approach her. Chu Yaoyao, the virgin of the Moon clan. Seeing her beauty, many people's hearts quivered. They wanted to protect her. They seemed to forget that her status. She didn't need their protection, but that was her charm. The top three beauties of the Eastern Barren Territory were often mentioned together. Apparently, Princess Qin Mengrua was elegant and graceful. Her beauty made her a goddess in many people's eyes. Hua Qingqing of the Donghua clan was, according to rumors, pure and sweet. Nobody who saw her could think of anything dirty. As for Chu Yaoyao, they all saw her today. She made one want to protect her and feel pity. Now, Chu Yaoyao entered the Qin palace. She probably would soon see the other great beauty. What would that scene be like? It was a pity that Hua Qingqing hadn't come. Otherwise, the three beauties together would make for beautiful stories. Another group of strong cultivators descended. It was the Lu kingdom. Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu had obviously seen the Moon clan and saw Chu Yaoyao. As expected of one of the top three beauties. She's even prettier than you, Lu Feiyang said to his sister. Lu Qinyu's eyes flashed, but she didn't mind. However, the title of the three beauties of the Eastern Barren Territory might disappear soon and be replaced with the four beauties. Lu Feiyang thought of someone else. Lu Qinyu nodded in agreement. Hua Jieyu's features were at the same level as Chu Yaoyao. She'd also joined the Moon clan. Let's go. The people of the Lu kingdom also walked towards the Qin palace. They had invited all top forces of the Eastern Barren Territory, and the Qin palace grouped everyone. Of course, only representatives of the top forces came. The true leaders weren't present. It was just a ceremony for the crown prince and wasn't important enough for them. The leaders might come if it was the crowning of the emperor. The other forces arrived gradually. The college arrived too, as well as the cottage. Though the college didn't like the cottage and the cottage looked down on the college, those were private matters. The college's arrival attracted much attention. The three from the cottage snatched even more attention. Is that Luofan, the fifth disciple of the cottage? I heard he's already in the noble plane. Yi Futian was also surprising. He was more handsome and charismatic-looking than the others had imagined. The group ignored the spectators and walked straight into the palace. People welcomed them outside the palace and guided them to where the other forces were. They walked down the road and met many people from the other forces. Coincidentally, they ran into Lu Feiyong and Lu Chunyu. Seeing Yi Futian, Lu Feiyong walked up with a smile and said, "I'm not going to the pavilion first. I'm going to look around." With that, he walked over and grabbed Yi Futian. Yi Futian was embarrassed. He said to Luo Fan, "Senior brother, I'll walk around." "All right." Luo Fan nodded lightly. Yi Futian and Yusheng left with the Lu siblings. "What's so interesting about the palace?" Yi Futian asked Lu Feiyong. "That guy was really dragging him around. Don't you want to see the three top beauties?" Lu Feiyong asked, grinning. Yi Futian blinked. "Beauties are nothing to me. I'm actually not interested." "Really? But since I'm already here and there's nothing to do, there's no harm in looking," Yi Futian said. Behind him, Lu Chenyu gave him a look. Then she looked away as if disgusted by the two guys in front of her. Men were lustful indeed and were always interested by beauties. They went to a garden. There were many pagodas and the environment was peaceful. There were already many people there. They were all the young members of each top force. They all looked at the same place. At the front of the crowd was a pagoda. A girl sat inside quietly with a guqin before her. She seemed to be preparing to play a melody. So pretty, Yi Futian couldn't help but think. Of course, he was just appreciating her. As a loyal man, he wouldn't think about anything else. The girl in the pagoda was elegant and graceful. A single glance at her was like a hit to the heart. Every man fantasized about a dreamy, fairy-like girl like her. Yi Futian's arrival didn't attract much attention. It wasn't that they didn't notice, but that everyone was distracted by the girl. They didn't have time to pay attention to him. Some also purposely ignored him. After all, many of the crowd were extraordinary figures of the top forces. Qin Mingrua, princess of the Qin dynasty, Lu Feiyong whispered. Yi Futian nodded. "Chu Yaoyao over there." Lu Feiyong pointed elsewhere. There was a group of beautiful girls. One of them was just as beautiful as Qin Mingrua. "Who do you think is pretty?" Lu Feiyong asked. "My girlfriend is the prettiest. Just between the two of us." Lu Feiyong smiled at Yi Futian with a knowing look. "I'm different from you," Yi Futian said seriously, looking at him with disdain. "Seems like you're taught well." Lu Feiyong patted Yi Futian's shoulder, making his expression darken. He looked around and saw many familiar figures, such as Gu Biue of the Witch Clan, Li Daoyun and Li Daoqing of the Fuyun Sword Clan. Hua Qingqi of the Donghua clan was present as well. "Why aren't we starting?" Yi Futian was confused. Qin Mingrua was already before the guqin, ready to play, but she didn't move. "Waiting for someone," Lu Feiyong said. "Who?" Yi Futian found it strange. So many prides were here, even the Virgin of the Moon clan. Who could make everyone wait like this? "Qin Shanmu of the Donghua clan," Lu Feiyong said. Yesterday, Qinli spoke of two monsters of the Donghua clan. Qin Shanmu is one of them. Countless days ago, Qinli had used the two monsters of the Donghua clan to pressure Yi Futian. Of these two, one was someone equal to Gu Donglu, third disciple of the cottage, and Qin Yu, soon to be crown prince of Qin. The other was Qin Shanmu. Yi Futian was a bit surprised. Even Qin Shanmu shouldn't be this important. Merely looking at the beauties Qin Mingrua and Chu Yaoyao. One was a princess while the other was a virgin. They were both equal in status to Qin Shanmu. "Qin Shanmu is skilled in music," Lu Feiyong said. "You can say he's the best at musical sorcery in the younger generation." Qin Mingrua invited everyone here so they could hear it. "Therefore, we must wait for Qin Shanmu. Earlier, you fought with Gu Biue with musical sorcery. You're also skilled in the guqin, so you can enjoy this well today." As they spoke, a figure walked over slowly. He was extremely handsome and had a free and easy feeling about him. He was dressed in all white. Looking forward, he seemed not to see anyone present. No one seemed worthy of his gaze. "He's here." Everyone looked over to Qin Shanmu. Known as the most powerful musical sorcerer of the younger generation, he'd arrived at the Qin Palace. Though talents from all over were here, not many were equally reputable as Qin Shanmu. Even the beauties Qin Mengrua and Chu Yaoyao were slightly lower. It was only because of their extreme beauty that they could be as well known as Qian Shanmu. His talent was evident. Chapter 231. Dating? Chapter 231. Dating? After Qian Shanmu arrived, he walked to where the people from the Donghua clan were at. Standing quietly in the crowd, he looked at the beautiful lady in the pavilion. At the moment, Qin Mengrua, who was in the pavilion, looked elegant. Her slender fingers stroked the guqin, and its strings started to move. The music was melodious and sweet. The music had an extraordinary artistic conception, which seemed to shed a strand of colored light onto Qin Mengrua, granting her a sacred and noble temperament. As she played the guqin, her body seemed to be filled with a wonderful hue, like the sunlight and the breeze, bright and graceful. It was a very easy piece of music. The beating notes depicted a peaceful and beautiful scene. The music, just like her own temperament, was noble and elegant, peaceful and glorious. There seemed to be nothing special about the music. It was simple yet pleasant. At the moment, in the Donghua clan zone, a green object appeared in Qian Shanmu's hands. It was a bamboo flute. Qian Shanmu put the bamboo flute near his lips and then started to play it slowly. The sound of the flute accompanied the music from the guqin, but did not destroy the artistic conception of the music at all. Instead, it complemented the music. The gentle breeze blew and the leaves of the trees swayed, and yet another artistic conception appeared which seemed to be describing a natural scenery. On the picture in everyone's minds, there were not only sunlight and breeze, but they could also vaguely see flying butterflies and running fawns. Suddenly, the music of the guqin changed and was no longer peaceful and happy. It became rapid and sharp. Only at this moment, Qin Mengrua was like a noble princess who was holding a sword, one that could fight on a battlefield and command thousands of horses and soldiers. She was the female general of the battlefield who was holy, noble, and inviolable. The sound of the flute similarly changed. It became sharp, but without losing grace. He was like a knight on the battlefield who was invincible. The style of the guqin's music and the flute's music changed continuously, and the artistic conception they were revealing also continued to blur. At the start, everyone could clearly feel the artistic conception expressed by the music, but later, no pictures could appear in their minds. Naturally, they would not doubt the musical attainments of Qin Mengrua and Qian Shanmu. Maybe they were too accomplished, so much so that they could not feel that artistic conception in the music. From the beginning to the end, Futian had been listening quietly, as if he was enjoying the music. It was indeed pleasurable to hear the two cooperating to perform the music. It was only that there was a fly in the ointment. Finally, the music from the guqin and from the flute stopped gradually. The entire place still seemed to be silent. Nobody made any sound, as if they were still immersed in the artistic conception before. Everyone raised their heads and looked at Qin Mengrua. Someone marveled uncontrollably. The music from the princess is really engaging. The music contains so many different artistic conceptions which were switched so easily and perfectly. Qian Shanmu could fit the sound of the flute so perfectly into the music of the guqin. He deserves to be called the most skilled musician in the young generation of the Eastern Barren Territory, a monk marveled. He was from the Qinxiu Temple. He was not flattering Qian Shanmu. Even though Qian Shanmu was one of the brightest geniuses among the young generation, nobody in the place would need to flatter him. Everyone present was from top forces, so they did not need to please Qian Shanmu. Nevertheless, his play was indeed good and deserved compliments. Futian similarly felt that it was good. The words of the monk from the Qinxiu Temple were true. It was not difficult to play a good piece of music. The difficult part was that Qian Shanmu had always been following the rhythm of Qin Mengrua's music and was never detached. The sound of the flute and the music of the guqin merged with each other perfectly, as if they were just one in the first place. This was the most difficult thing. Although Futian was adept at playing the guqin, he knew that he still could not cooperate with another person. This would require an extremely accomplished musician. He who is famous definitely has the abilities. Since Qian Shanmu was reputed to be the best musician among the young generation in the Eastern Barren Territory, he undoubtedly had the skills. Qin Mengrua raised her head and nodded lightly at Qian Shanmu. Her eyes were filled with a gentle smile, causing even the scenery around to be paled into insignificance. "It's my pleasure to be able to play with the princess." Qin Shanmu nodded to return the salute. His voice was very mild, like a modest gentleman. "Maybe the event today can become a favorite tale in the future," someone from the Donghua clan said with laughter. Everyone's eyes sparkled, and they all had a special feeling. Indeed, just like what the person from the Donghua clan had said, all the people from the various top forces witnessed the event on that day. The princess from the Qin dynasty was absolutely beautiful and unparalleled at playing music, while Qin Shanmu from the Donghua clan, being the best musician, was glorious and played the flute with Qin Mengrua's guqin. This could indeed become a nice story. Please don't laugh at me if I have performed poorly. If there are any flaws, I hope that you will point out to me." Qin Mengrua smiled and looked at everyone. She was noble and elegant, but without losing her humbleness. "How do you feel about it?" Lu Feiyang asked Futian. He was not good at music, so he was unable to comment on anything. He only knew that Qin Shanmu and Qin Mengrua were very skilled at playing music, but did not know specifically how good they were. After all, it was only a normal piece of music, and not released in the form of a musical spell. If it was a spell, their abilities could be judged by the powers of the spell. Very strong. It is extremely hard for Qin Shanmu to continuously complement Qin Mengrua's music. If he plays his own music, he can easily cause people to be absorbed into his artistic conception, Futian said. Qin Shanmu was indeed strong. Although he had a poor impression of the Donghua clan, he would not deliberately belittle the people there. Lu Feiyang smiled and glanced at Futian. This arrogant guy also knows how to praise others. However, this was normal, as Qin Shanmu was the best musician among the young generation in the Eastern Barren Territory after all. How could such an outstanding person be weak? Qin Shanmu is not only good at the bamboo flute. He is proficient in any type of music, and is very adept at playing the guqin as well, Lu Feiyang said softly. Futian nodded gently. "Princess, your music is impeccable," Qin Shanmu said. As the best musician, he naturally had the authority to say so. "I'm flattered," Qin Mengrua smiled and said. "I heard that Gu Bue from the Witch clan and the cottage disciple, Futian, are also experts in music. They must be very outstanding as well." "I am but Mr. Ye's defeated opponent," the witch Gu Bue said as she smiled gently. She looked at Futian as if she did not mind the defeat at all. Everyone turned their heads and looked at Futian. At that time in the ancient barren world, Futian was already famous and attracted the attention of many before Xiao Wuji even appeared. That was precisely because he had made the witch Gu Bue from the witch clan his servant. The reason was that Gu Bue lost to Futian in terms of music. Subsequently, when Futian became famous in the ancient barren world, many people knew about this. Naturally, they also knew that Futian was good at music. Just now, many people might have purposely or unintentionally ignored Futian, but the words from Qin Mengrua and Gu Bue drew everyone's gaze towards him. The looks of the people from the different forces were not the same. The people from the Fuyun sword clan came from the first summit, and the expressions of Li Daoyun and Li Daoqing were clearly unhappy, especially Li Daoyun. One of his arms was broken by Futian, forcing him to change to a left-hand sword. Furthermore, Lu Qinyu, the lady that he liked, was also beside Futian at the moment. It would then be easy to imagine Li Daoyun's hatred towards Futian. Qin Mengrua looked at Futian with her charming eyes. Futian smiled and said, "I only have some knowledge about music, and am not very skilled at it. Princess, your music is excellent. You don't need my advice." "Mr. Yi, you are being too humble. In the ancient barren world, you displayed outstanding talent, and the world knew about you in just one day. Many different forces went and wanted you to join as their disciple. In the end, you entered the cottage." Qin Mengrua smiled and said, "The cottage only has 7 disciples. Including you, there are only 8. Now, many people in the ancient barren world say that after you cultivate for a few more years, you will probably become unparalleled among your peers." A strange look appeared in Futian's eyes. The king's grandson, Qin Li, devalued him openly, but Qin Mengrua praised him like this in public. What did that mean? Many people turned and looked at Futian one after another. Many people did not fully agree that Futian would become unparalleled among his peers. How many geniuses are there in the Eastern Barren Territory? Who can say that he is unparalleled? People like Qian Shanmu only dared to call himself unparalleled in terms of music. The people in the world claim that the cottage only takes in unparalleled figures. In the ancient barren world, Futian has displayed excellent talents, but we do not know how strong he is. Now that we have the chance, our Donghua clan would like to know more, someone in the Donghua clan zone said slowly. It seemed that he wanted to challenge Futian publicly. The people from the other forces all seemed to be interested. Qin Mengrua praised Futian, saying that he would be unparalleled. Then, the Donghua clan wanted to challenge him. Did they want to prove themselves? Did they want to flatter Futian and then defeat him? Futian's eyes sparkled. The fifth brother had said that the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan had teamed up. Now, Qin Mengrua had played Guqin at this location. He had also realized something. The scene at the moment seemed like they were trying to flatter and then defeat him. The words from Qin Mengrua had lifted him to such a high position. If he was defeated in the fight, the legend of the cottage would also be crushed from then on. If he won, that would just be expected, and it would not have any effects on the Donghua clan, because he was a cottage disciple. Today, I have come here to enjoy the play from the princess. Wouldn't a battle be inelegant? Futian smiled and did not bother about the challenge. He actually rejected it. A weird expression appeared on the face of everyone. He should have heard the words from Qinli, the king's grandson. Doesn't he want to prove his own strength? Are you too afraid to fight? Li Daoqing said in a cold voice. You still have the face to speak? Yu Sheng glanced at Li Daoqing. Seeing Yu Sheng, Li Daoqing's face darkened. He still vividly recalled Yu Sheng beating him violently in the ancient barren world on that day. The people in the world are already comparing you to the best geniuses in the ancient barren world. Today, right here, Qian Shanmu from the Donghua clan has already displayed his musical attainments. As a cottage disciple, if you avoid the battle, wouldn't it attract much criticism from others? Qin Mengrua's voice was gentle and her face was filled with a smile, appearing to be extremely polite. However, when her words fell in Futian's ears, it sounded very aggressive. Was she alluding that if he avoided the battle and did not perform, he would not be qualified to compare with Qian Shanmu from the Donghua clan? Futian smiled and said, Princess, today you have played the Guqin here, and the people from the different forces have come here to enjoy. At first, it is a pleasurable event. However, because something else has been added to it, the event is no longer that nice anymore. A doubtful expression appeared on everyone's face. What does this mean? Mr. Yi, what do you mean? Qin Mengrua asked. Princess, just now, you asked me to advise you on your music? Futian smiled and said, If there are any inadequacies, please advise. Qin Mengrua smiled and said, All right. Futian nodded, after which he smiled and said, If the two of you want to use music to date each other, go ahead. Don't drag me into it. After speaking, he turned around and left. One of the top 3 beauties in the Eastern Barren Territory? So what? It's none of my business. Chapter 232. You don't know about music? Chapter 232. You don't know about music today? Qin Mengrua had played her Guqin at this place and invited the people from the various forces to come and enjoy. Qian Shanmu from the Donghua clan came and used his flute to follow the music. The Guqin and the flute were played together, and the music was very pleasant. Previously, Lu Feiyong had asked Futian how he felt about the music. Lu Feiyong did not know much about music, but Futian could feel the artistic conception within the music. The sound of Qian Shanmu's flute had always changed according to the changes in Qin Mengrua's music. The artistic conception there seemed to say that a gentleman would be a good match for a beautiful and graceful lady. Later, the music turned increasingly harmonious, as if the husband and the wife were becoming reconciled. Therefore, Futian would feel that although the music was good, there was still a fly in the ointment. Along with what the fifth brother, Luo Fan, had said earlier, Futian guessed that the so-called Guqin recital on the day was actually a meet-up between the two forces which were trying to be allied through marriage. It was the marriage between the little princess from the Qin dynasty and the genius from the Donghua clan. One of them was one of the top 3 beauties in the Eastern Barren Territory and liked music, while the other was the best musician among the young generation in the Eastern Barren Territory. Indeed, They were a match made in heaven. If the two forces did team up, arranging such a marriage would naturally be very meaningful. However, the two were not ordinary people either, and the seniors would definitely not be able to decide on their marriage with just a sentence. Perhaps that was why the Guqin recital was held. It all seemed to be elegant and delightful. In fact, not just Futian had guessed it, but people from many forces also had a similar feeling. Maybe it was only a meetup between the Princess Qin Mengrua and Qin Shanmu on that day. All the rest were mere decorations for the two to stand out. They used music to understand each other and played together. Just like what the person from the Donghua clan had said earlier, perhaps this would become a nice story. In the future, it would be natural for such an outstanding pair to be together, so the event on that day would also become a favorite tale. However, all of this was disrupted by one sentence from Futian. Just that one line destroyed the entire atmosphere. Futian said bluntly that if they were trying to date each other, they should not drag him into it. Such a happy event sounded exceptionally vulgar from his mouth. After he finished that sentence, everyone's look stagnated and they all felt speechless. Every Lu Feiyong and Lu Chunyu were too surprised to react. They looked in astonishment at Futian, who was leaving. The witch Gu Bus smiled and looked in Futian's direction. This guy really doesn't give anybody face. The looks from Qin Mengrua and Qin Shanmu were also stunned, and a strange expression appeared on both of their faces. Today, they felt quite comfortable about the meeting and had a favorable impression about each other. However, Futian's words immediately caused their happy mood to turn somewhat terrible. "Stop!" A cold voice was heard. The person who spoke was a cultivator from the Donghua clan. Futian stopped and then turned around slowly. Looking at the person from the Donghua clan, he asked, "What?" Today, he was asked by Lu Feiyong to come and join in the fun. The cottage did not bother much about external affairs. This could be seen from the attitude of the fifth brother. Whether the Qin dynasty teamed up with the Donghua clan or not, the cottage was unconcerned, and naturally, Futian would be unconcerned as well. He also did not care about the marriage between the two forces. Whether Qin Mengrua would be together with Qin Shanmu or not, what did it have to do with him? However, they deliberately wanted to drag him in. He could not tolerate this. The Qin dynasty, the Donghua clan, and the college were the three most influential forces in the Eastern Barren Territory. Now, two of them teamed up. Did they want to purposely suppress the college? Although the cottage was not on good terms with the college, it was a symbol of the college after all. If they could defeat the cottage, that would be equivalent to defeating the college. Therefore, did they want to begin by defeating Futian? Since this was the case, he would no longer need to give them any face. Even if you are a cottage disciple, isn't it inappropriate for you to speak in such a manner? Someone from the Donghua clan said emotionlessly. Futian was not wrong. Today's event was indeed a meeting between Qin Mengrua and Qin Shanmu. However, the atmosphere of such a glorious meetup was totally destroyed by one sentence from Futian. The feeling of the people from the Donghua clan could then be well imagined. The marriage was rather important for both forces. If the important people from both forces were married, there would naturally be less deceit and distrust when the two forces were trying to cooperate. It was particularly important for the Donghua clan. After all, if they were married, Qin Shanmu from the Donghua clan would bring the Qin dynasty princess back to the Donghua clan. This would help to increase their reputation, whether it was for Qin Shanmu himself or all of the Donghua clan. Moreover, from then on the Donghua clan would have two of the top three beauties in the Eastern Barren Territory. To the Donghua clan, which wanted to become the top clan in the Eastern Barren Territory, they naturally would not want to miss out on such an opportunity and all hoped that Qin Shanmu and Qin Mengrua could be together. "Where have I been inappropriate? Please advise," Futian smiled and said. Since he had already done so, he would not be afraid of what the others would say. The princess and my Donghua clan disciple, Qin Shanmu, played their instruments together. It is supposed to be a very nice event, but in your mouth, it appears to be so vulgar and unbearable. Is this how the people from the cottage behave? The young man from the Donghua clan asked. Futian glanced at the person with a cold look. Do the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan want to step on the cottage so badly? The college was not a clan, and the cottage also did not participate in external disputes. Even if the Qin dynasty teamed up with the Donghua clan, Why did they want to suppress the college so much? Was it because they wanted to become the two most influential forces in the Eastern Barren Territory? If they really surpassed the cottage and the college, whenever people in the world were to mention about the best forces in the Eastern Barren Territory, they would indeed only think about the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan. Furthermore, since the two forces had teamed up, they would surely be able to gather many talents in the world in just a single call. I think that certainly everyone knows about how the cottage behaves. Actually, I should ask your Donghua clan. Since you have done it, why do you not dare to admit it? It is indeed a nice story for the young geniuses of the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan to be married. So why do you bother to cover it? Or, does the Donghua clan think that this is a very embarrassing thing? Yi Futian asked back, and the people from the Donghua clan were actually rendered speechless. Definitely, they could not say that the meeting between Qin Shanmu and the princess was embarrassing. In addition, they could not even deny Yi Futian's words. If on this day they denied the fact that Qin Shanmu and the princess were using music to know each other, they would be slapping themselves again when the two were to marry in the future. In short, after Yi Futian said that sentence, the entire atmosphere was destroyed and everything seemed to be different. The people from the Donghua clan went into silence and actually did not know how to reply. I have heard before that the cottage disciples are not only capable in terms of talent and strength, but are also highly skilled in speaking. Today, after seeing you, I have learned that this is indeed true. At that moment, a voice spread out slowly. The person who spoke was the genius Qin Shanmu from the Donghua clan. Obviously, Qin Shanmu was mocking the cottage disciples for only being able to talk their way out. However, his words appeared to be much more elegant, so Yi Futian seemed somewhat vulgar in contrast. Indeed, I have long wished to meet with the princess today. Hearing her music, I have learned a lot about her, as many things can be expressed through music. Because I was interested, I played the music together with her. However, you have actually described this as such a terrible event. Qin Shanmu's voice was still very calm, and he was not angry. He said slowly, I have heard before that you are an expert in music. Now it seems that you don't know about music at all. His words sounded casual, but they seemed to determine Yi Futian's status at once. As the best musician among the young generation in the Eastern Barren Territory, since he said openly that Yi Futian did not know about music, then it must be true that Yi Futian indeed did not. Yi Futian similarly looked at Qin Shanmu calmly. The two forces were trying to be allied through marriage and used this opportunity to suppress him. From Qin Shanmu's words, it sounded like everything was Yi Futian's fault, as if the happiness on that day was all destroyed because of Yi Futian. Precisely because of this, he was appraised as not knowing any music. Because of Qin Shanmu's identity, the best musician among the young generation in the Eastern Barren Territory, his judgment towards Yi Futian would surely spread quickly in the Eastern Barren Territory. Yi Futian stared at Qin Shanmu with a somewhat unhappy look. If you think that my words are inappropriate, you can challenge me. Qin Shanmu seemed to have noticed Yi Futian's unhappiness and continued to say so. In terms of music, his words were like the rules. Yi Futian suddenly smiled. As the best musician in the Eastern Barren Territory, the ability Qin Shanmu had been cultivating was music, and this was his strongest part. Furthermore, he was at the peak of the Dharma plane. With his strong talent, his music could even deal with those who had just entered the Arcana plane. How could Yi Futian challenge him? He was really bullying Yi Futian. However, what could Yi Futian do when he was suppressed in such a way? The people in the world did not care about their levels, but only the scene when the two were confronting each other. You're right, Yi Futian suddenly smiled and said, Indeed, I do not know about music. Is he admitting defeat? The people from the Donghua clan sneered. Qin Shanmu's expression was still calm. It was not an honorable thing for him to use music to suppress Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian's words were very aggressive, and he had to do something. Otherwise, the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan would really lose face. Just now, which person from the Donghua clan wanted to challenge me? Just as the people from the Donghua clan were sneering, Yi Futian said. Seeing this scene, the eyes of many sparkled. Finally, he cannot bear it anymore. From the Donghua clan direction, a young person stepped out. Gu Ming. Everyone saw the person and many knew him. He was a very gifted junior in the Donghua clan, and it was said that his combat abilities were very strong. Gu Ming, 5th level Dharma Plane. He said to Yi Futian, indicating his name and level. His age was similar to Yi Futian's, so if he could win, Yi Futian would no longer be a legend. It seemed that the Donghua clan and the Qin dynasty indeed wanted to deliberately suppress the cottage, and would start this from Yi Futian. Yi Futian, 4th level Dharma Plane. Yi Futian said slowly. Then, he sat down alone on the ground. Some light flashed and the Guqin spirit appeared. In front of Yi Futian, an illusory Guqin emerged on which musical notes seemed to be beating. Seeing the scene, a strange expression appeared on everyone's face. Against Gu Ming, Yi Futian chose to sit down directly and release the Guqin spirit. Clearly, Yi Futian was planning to battle with musical spells. Just a while ago, Qian Shanmu said that Yi Futian did not know about music, and he himself also admitted so. Then, he released the Guqin spirit and would use music to deal with the person from the Donghua clan. Yu Sheng glanced at Qian Shanmu and the people from the Donghua clan with a cold look. At first, Yi Futian was not interested in fighting at all, but the people from the Donghua clan kept forcing him. Since this was the case, he wanted to see what expressions the people from the Donghua clan would have after he, whom the Donghua clan genius Qian Shanmu claimed to not know music, used music to defeat a person from the Donghua clan. Chapter 233. Overpowered. Chapter 233. Overpowered. The music from the Guqin spread out. Sitting down cross-legged, Yi Futian started to play the Guqin. When his slender fingers stroked on the strings, he seemed to be the only person left in the entire place. The Guqin and his senses merged together. In just an instant, Yi Futian entered the state to battle. With a cold expression on his face, Gu Ming stepped forward. His body was immediately filled with purple lightning, which was extremely violent. A very potent force seemed to be penetrating across the entire space, and in an instant, a sky-blotting power erupted. In this terrifying lightning storm, many frightening lightning swords gradually emerged, and the scene was absolutely shocking. Everyone around gazed at Gu Ming. Although he was only in the 5th level Dharma plane, he was somewhat famous in the Donghua clan and was a very powerful cultivator. In particular, he was outstanding in terms of combat powers. Otherwise, the Donghua clan would not select him to fight against Yi Futian. After all, even if Yi Futian had not displayed his combat abilities, based on his overpowering performance in the ancient barren world, he would definitely not be weak. There were vague signs that the Donghua clan would become the top clan in the eastern barren territory, and it could then be well imagined how strong their spells were. A vast and invincible might engulfed the whole garden, making Yi Futian, who was sitting down cross-legged, appear to be particularly small. Behind Gu Ming, a realization of Dharma appeared. It was a shocking lightning storm which contained many sharp swords. Accompanying an incredibly fierce roar, the might of the lightning seemed to have surpassed the music from the Guqin, and a spell bloomed out. The purple lightning divine sword fell from the sky and shot towards Yi Futian directly. When the appalling spell attack fell, Yi Futian's right hand slid very smoothly across the strings of the Guqin. Immediately, the sound of thunder blasted out and a terrifying musical storm collided directly into the incoming spell. Both the lightning power and the sword actually crushed and exploded simultaneously, turning into spiritual qi which vanished into the air. Everyone's eyes sparkled. Yi Futian's music seemed to be totally suppressed by the might enveloping the region, but his attack was actually like the lightning from the highest heavens, crushing Gu Ming's spell attack directly in an overbearing manner. After his attack, Yi Futian started to play slowly again. The music was melodious, and the musical storm permeated the entire region, slowly spreading out into the surrounding. Gu Ming frowned, and then the purple lightning divine sword in the sky burst out again. This time, it was more fierce. The horrifying, sky-blotting attack annihilated space itself and pressed down on the seemingly tiny figure. Yi Futian did not lift his head. The strings of the Guqin vibrated, and the musical notes pulsated. At the instant when the opponent's attack landed, another frightful piece of music bloomed. The invisible music seemed to be mixed with noble will, and cut open the sharp sword directly, extinguishing all the lightning. Everyone discovered that Yi Futian's temperament was changing slowly. As the music spread out, he seemed to have turned into a noble figure. The previously small him had become an unshakable noble at the moment. He was as steady as a mountain which nobody could move at all. Meanwhile, the musical storm also became increasingly powerful, and it gradually enveloped Gu Ming completely. Such a strong spiritual will. Everyone seemed to feel something. At the moment, the entire space which Gu Ming was in was already engulfed by the growing spiritual storm. Qin Mengrua walked out of the pavilion. She was graceful and charming. At the moment, she was gazing at Futian. His music was so pure, as if nobody could disrupt his rhythm and music when he was playing, not even Gu Ming's violent attacks. At the instant when he touched the Guqin, he seemed to have fused with the music. Gu Ming also seemed to have felt the terrifying spiritual storm that filled the entire place. Music from the Guqin was contained in the storm, as if it could burst out a shocking power at any moment. The musical sorcerer class belonged to the spiritual sorcerer, and they were very strong at spiritual attacks. Naturally, Gu Ming knew that the longer this battle was dragged on, the more disadvantageous his situation would be. A powerful noble will erupted from his body, which seemed to have become more burly and all-powerful. Since the Donghua clan had asked him to fight, he definitely had obtained the noble fate. Futian had the superior noble fate. Thus, even if someone without noble fate was at a higher level than Futian, he would still be easily defeated by Futian. At this moment, Gu Ming's might became even stronger. In his Dharma storm, the purple sword bloomed like a noble lightning sword. At this instant, it flashed out like lightning and penetrated across space directly, shooting towards Futian at an incredible speed. Futian did not seem to have noticed the sword. He stroked on the strings of the Guqin, and as the musical storm flew out, the lightning sword which was flying towards him was eradicated immediately. Gu Ming's expression changed again, and his realization of Dharma spewed out a stronger lightning sword. However, at the instant when the sword appeared, a horrifying musical storm landed and crushed it directly. Hence, a very weird scene appeared. Whenever Gu Ming's spell just managed to form, it would be destroyed right away. Even more terrifyingly, the music was becoming more and more lively and charged into Gu Ming's realization of Dharma, destroying everything in its way. Gu Ming felt that even his Dharma was going to collapse and his life spirit was trembling. The music spread into everyone's ears. They only felt that at the moment, Futian was not only a noble but also an emperor, a young king. When he sat there, he could overlook everyone else. An amazing scene appeared in front of their eyes. They seemed to have seen a young emperor sitting high up, looking down at the sky, overlooking all of them, making them want to surrender to him. The artistic conception that Gu Ming felt was the most intense. Apart from the scary artistic conception, there were also aggressive musical spells which would crush all spiritual powers. Whenever he tried to gather spiritual energy to resist, it would be eliminated directly. Everyone saw that the spiritual qi around Gu Ming was becoming weaker and weaker, and that his spells could no longer form. Even his realization of Dharma was pressured and weakened. A muffled humph was heard. Without notice, everyone discovered to their astonishment that the previously all-powerful and mighty Gu Ming was actually slowly losing the ability to resist at the moment, as his powers were nibbled away bit by bit. On the other hand, Futian was still playing his music. He was sitting cross-legged and was calm and placid, as if he was just playing quietly. He did not even look like he was fighting. The music continued, and the young man who was playing was like an emperor who alarmed the world with just a piece of music and caused everyone to submit to him. Sweat seeped out from Gu Ming's forehead, who was engulfed in the musical will, and his whole body was wet. He tried wildly to resist the pressure exerted on him by the overpowering spiritual will and was not willing to surrender, but his spiritual energy was continuously attacked. He only felt that his own willpower was also collapsing. He lost. Everyone's eyes sparkled. Clearly, Gu Ming was defeated, and he was defeated badly. From the beginning to the end, Futian never once launched any other attack. He was merely playing music. However, Gu Ming had already lost all his strength at the moment. His body was trembling, as if he was struggling, and his legs were bent slightly, as if he would kneel on the ground at any moment. The grandson of the king of Qin claimed that Yi Futian had never displayed his combat abilities. However, based on his performance in the ancient barren world, how could his combat powers be weak? The Donghua clan wanted to test that. Gu Ming fought with Yi Futian, but how much of Yi Futian's true strength did they see? Nobody knew. He only displayed his musical skills. A deep roar came from Gu Ming's mouth. Stop. His legs were slightly curved, as if he was going to kneel down or lie on the ground. The willpower was too strong and about to cause him to collapse. He knew that even if Yi Futian wanted to kill him at the moment, it could be done. However, Yi Futian obviously would not kill a disciple from the Donghua clan. Thus, he would use such a way to humiliate Gu Ming. How could Gu Ming tolerate such embarrassment? I do not know about music. Why do you want me to stop? Yi Futian did not stop and said so in a toneless voice, after which he lowered his head and continued to play. At first, he was not interested in fighting, but the opposite party kept forcing him. Such being the case, he agreed to the fight. Now Gu Ming lost but did not even admit defeat. Did he expect Yi Futian to stop just by asking? Since Gu Ming wanted to disgrace the cottage by humiliating Yi Futian, naturally he would need to be prepared to be humiliated as well. Everyone around seemed to be interested. At the moment, Yi Futian said again that he did not know about music, and this was like slapping on the faces of the people from the Donghua clan. The best musician from the Donghua clan, Qian Shanmu, said openly that Yi Futian did not know anything about music. Now, a disciple from the Donghua clan was humiliated by Yi Futian's music. This was somewhat ironic. How dare you? Seeing that Gu Ming was about to be humiliated, someone from the Donghua clan stepped out. He, a friend of Gu Ming, was in the 6th level Dharma plane and felt very strong. If Gu Ming was forced to kneel today, the Donghua clan would be in shame in the future. His body flashed, and he seemed to be extremely imposing. Golden light bloomed out, and it was as if his body was made from gold and filled with invincible powers. Then, he ran straight towards Yi Futian. Lu Feiyong frowned. Since it was a challenge, and Gu Ming had also not admitted defeat, why should Yi Futian stop? Another person from the Donghua clan actually meddled in to attack. In addition, the people from the Donghua clan showed no signs of stopping him. A strange expression appeared on the face of everyone. The Donghua clan has caused this fight in the first place. Now, are they losing control? Dong. A deep sound was heard. Beside Lu Feiyong and Lu Chenyu, Yusheng stepped out, and devil-like wings appeared behind his back. Dark golden light glittered on his body and converged into a golden axe, landing before Yi Futian directly and charging towards the incoming Donghua clan disciple. At this very moment, his burly body seemed to have turned into a devil. The cultivator from the Donghua clan gave a cold humph and his fists punched into the air. He was good at martial arts and his attack power was shocking. The terrifying golden auroras from his fists penetrated across space as he punched out one blow after another. His momentum increased madly, as if he would crush any attacks in his way. Against the incoming attack, Yusheng did not dodge at all. An incredibly wild power burst out from his body, and his battle axe struck out directly, all the way forward with an indomitable will. There were no martial arts techniques at all, only a pure slash. His move, in the eyes of everyone else, was like cutting a piece of wood. He chopped the opponent's powerful boxing technique as if it was a mere piece of wood. As his axe struck down, the auroras from the opponent's fists were split apart continuously. It was as if he was just breaking a piece of bamboo, and his attack was unstoppable. The expression of the cultivator from the Donghua clan changed slightly, and his realization of Dharma bloomed out from his body. Immediately, a terrifying might erupted fiercely. Thousands of auroras from his fists destroyed the space and struck towards the incoming Yusheng as if they were going to eliminate everything. A monstrous light flashed on Yusheng's devil-like wings which spanned across the air, while the battle axe in his hand swung continuously at an incredible speed. In the sky, only images from the axe could be seen as they crushed the auroras from the fist steadily. Is he battling or cutting wood? When the rest saw Yusheng's attack, a strange expression appeared on their faces. The wood was all cut, and Yusheng's battle axe struck towards the person from the Donghua clan. Thud. A stream of blood erupted, and the cultivator from the Donghua clan backed off quickly. On his chest, a strip of blood appeared, and he was almost cut into two like a piece of wood. Chapter 234. Fury. Chapter 234. Fury. Bang. A loud sound was heard as Yusheng landed on the ground and stood steadily in front of Futian. Even the ground seemed to have trembled. His devil-like wings flapped, and the golden axe in his hands had yet to dissipate. He glanced at the people from the Donghua clan in disdain. The cultivators from the Donghua clan walked forward one after another. The blood stain on the person who had fought with Yusheng previously was shocking, as if he would be cut into two by the axe had he been only slightly slower. However, Yusheng's level was only the 4th level Dharma plane, while the cultivator from the Donghua clan was in the 6th level Dharma plane. Who is he? Some people felt very shocked, after which they recalled a person. They recalled the genius who once followed Futian and made 4 nobles appear on the Mirror Mountain stone wall in the ancient barren world. His name was Yusheng. Only the best geniuses could display 4 nobles in the ancient barren world. However, Yusheng's existence could hardly be remembered, because Futian was present as well. He caused the Mirror Mountain stone wall to dim, and later entered the cottage as a disciple. Therefore, Yusheng was instead ignored by the rest. However, at the moment, everyone just seemed to realize that apart from Futian, there was another person in the cottage called Yusheng. This young man called Yusheng almost killed the 6th level Dharma plane cultivator from the Donghua clan by swinging his axe randomly. I am but the woodcutter in the cottage. You can't even win against me. Do you still have the face to challenge a cottage disciple? Yusheng glanced at the opposite party with a wild look and said in a cold tone, "The challenge is fine. Now that you can't win, you want to attack us together?" Everyone around felt speechless. Yusheng claimed that he was the woodcutter of the cottage. Then the genius from the Donghua clan was even lesser than a woodcutter. Also, the way that Yusheng used his axe just now was indeed without any technique. He clearly looked like he was cutting a piece of wood, as if he had really only been cutting wood in the cottage. On the other side of the battlefield, the crazily struggling Gu Ming was extremely unwilling to be defeated. He used his strong willpower to resist the musical pressure from Futian, but his spirit was finally going to collapse. Following a muffled humph, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned completely pale. He wanted to admit defeat, but after losing his momentum, his willpower was crushed directly. The emperor pressure within the music caused his will to surrender, and he knelt down right away without managing to admit defeat. Although the sound of him kneeling down was not loud, everyone's heart trembled because of it. On this day, the Donghua clan had lost all its face. In both battles, the people from the Donghua clan were at a higher level. However, one was injured by a randomly striking axe, while the other knelt down and submitted to his opponent. "Stand up." A sound seemed to have interrupted all the music and erupted in Gu Ming's ears directly, causing his body to tremble vigorously. Looking at the ground and noticing that he was kneeling down, Gu Ming could only feel his face turning red as an endless feeling of humiliation surged in his mind. As a genius from the Donghua clan, he actually knelt down during the Guqin recital in front of so many people from the various top forces. This meant that from then on, he would never be able to wash away the shame. No matter where Gu Ming would go in the future, the others would recall him kneeling down on this day. The Donghua clan would also probably stop training him from the moment on. For the Donghua clan, which wanted to become the best clan in the Eastern Barren Territory, their aim would be to surpass the college and the cottage. Therefore, they would not allow a person who had knelt down in front of a cottage disciple to represent the Donghua clan. The musical storm dissipated and vanished in an instant, while Futian's Guqin spirit also disappeared. Qian Shanmu claimed that he did not know about music, but at the moment, how would Qian Shanmu feel? Futian raised his head and looked at Qian Shanmu, who was opposite him. The music could be interrupted, but Qian Shanmu would not be able to take back his previous words after all. With Qian Shanmu's identity, the best musician among the young generation in the Eastern Barren Territory, when he dismissed someone as not knowing any music, then the person naturally knew little about music. However, Futian deliberately used music and easily overpowered another genius in the Donghua clan. Qian Shanmu also looked at Futian. Even at this moment, still, not much emotion could be seen in his eyes. Qian Shanmu could keep calm, but Gu Ming could not. Following a loud bang, lightning flooded the sky, and sword auroras whizzed in anger. His speed was extremely fast, and he flashed out as violently as a bolt of lightning. At the moment, even his eyes turned purple, and they were filled with an endless amount of humiliation and hatred. This battle would very likely cause him to lose everything that he had. Lifting his head, Futian saw the hatred-filled eyes, from which he could understand a lot. He also knew what this battle would cost Gu Ming, but when Gu Ming walked out, wanting to become famous by defeating a cottage disciple, was he not prepared for such an outcome? Bang! A loud noise was heard, and a very wild power erupted. Everyone saw Gu Ming charge towards Futian and hit him with an all-powerful lightning might. At this instant, it was as if Futian could not react in time, or did not expect Gu Ming to attack all of a sudden. The lightning swept onto Futian's body, and the lightning sword stabbed towards him. It was as if the sharp sword with the lightning would kill Futian. At this moment, everyone's heart trembled, even including the onlookers from the different forces. It was all right to battle and learn from each other. Even if Gu Ming was humiliated, that was also because he was less skilled than his opponent. However, if he really killed a cottage disciple, it would be a much more serious matter. Gu Ming, of course, did not manage to kill Futian. In fact, the moment he moved, Futian was already aware. When Gu Ming's attack landed on him, his body no longer seemed to be made from blood and flesh, but instead, he was like a real divine ape. Futian was skilled at many abilities, but apart from the freedom meditation and the multi-elemental life spirit, his most fundamental ability was the body-enhancing technique that Emperor Yi Qing had passed to him. The body-enhancing technique was meant to build an extremely strong physical body. How strong was Futian's physical body at the moment? Gu Ming's attack would not be able to damage his body. In the eyes of everyone else, the purple lightning was flashing on Futian, and the sharp sword was about to penetrate through his body. However, at this moment, Gu Ming, who was close to Futian, lifted his head in horror, as if he could believe something. Apart from hatred, his eyes were also filled with intense fear. Futian's look was still emotionless, as if he was unconcerned about everything. His eyes caused Gu Ming to feel chilly throughout his body. Only at this moment, he truly realized that Futian had never viewed him as an opponent. In Futian's eyes, Gu Ming was totally non-existent. His hatred and humiliation only came from his own confidence and trying to bite off more than he could chew. He was very strong in his attack abilities. However, when his attack landed directly onto Futian's body, it could not even break Futian's defense. Gu Ming's feelings could then be well imagined. A wave of coldness swept across Gu Ming's body as he just realized what he had done. He was trying to surprise attack and kill a cottage disciple. Losing that battle would probably cause him to lose a lot. But if he really killed a cottage disciple, what would he end up in? Would the cottage let him off? Maybe he already would not be able to wait until the cottage found him. An extremely strong aura enveloped Futian. Gu Ming only started to back away at the moment, but Futian already punched out. Bang! Accompanying a loud noise, Gu Ming lay on the ground and blood bloomed out. Seeing the scene, everyone felt shocked. Futian is actually not injured at all? Such a powerful attack from Gu Ming landed on his body at such a close range. He actually has no reaction? What defense spells or abilities did Futian cultivate? Now, this is a tragedy for Gu Ming. Gu Ming was easily defeated by music and knelt on the ground to submit. Then, he tried a surprise attack, which was actually totally useless. He was overpowered again. Dong. At that moment, Yusheng stepped forward in large steps. His look was wild and extremely cold as he stared firmly at Gu Ming, who was lying on the ground. A moment ago, Gu Ming's lightning sword stabbed Futian's chest where his heart was. Did he want to catch Futian by surprise and kill him? Although Gu Ming failed, his attack was still sufficient to enrage Yusheng. At the moment, he was like a violent beast, and a wild breath was released fiercely from his body. Everyone around was able to feel how strong Yusheng's fury was. Very soon, Yusheng appeared in front of Gu Ming. A terrifying golden light appeared on his hand, as if in the next instant, the shattering power would crush down. What do you want to do? Gu Ming lifted his head. He seemed to have felt the wildness within Yushang's eyes at the moment and was horrified. What did Yushang want to do to him? The people from the Donghua clan were also stunned. They frowned and all looked at Yushang. Then, someone said in a cold voice, "What do you want to do?" Yushang ignored the person and raised his own arm. "Stop! How dare you?" The people from the Donghua clan roared in anger. With Yushang's strength, if he landed the blow, Gu Ming's outcome could clearly be imagined. Yushang did not seem to have heard them and punched his fist down, smashing Gu Ming's chest. Following a loud bang, Gu Ming's miserable cry erupted, as well as the clear sound of bones cracking apart wildly. Chapter 235. A disturbance triggered by a Guqin recital. Chapter 235. A disturbance triggered by a Guqin recital. Complete silence. At the moment, apart from Gu Ming's low and miserable cry, there were no other sounds. Everyone stared at the figure who was curled up on the ground in pain. Gu Ming had no more strength left in his body. It was as if he was going to be paralyzed. His bones had been broken and his meridians were broken, and the spiritual qi in his body was leaking out. Everyone naturally knew what a terrifying consequence this blow had caused. Gu Ming's powers were permanently destroyed by the blow. Ah! The sharp cry of pain appeared to be particularly ear-piercing in the quietness. There was already no more hatred in Gu Ming's eyes, only an endless amount of sorrow and regret. Just now, when he thought that he was done for, it was only that he would no longer be considered as a genius and his prospect might be bleak. However, as long as he had the cultivation foundation, he still had the chance to climb back up. But now, he was thoroughly done for, as his powers were permanently destroyed. Even if he could get some sympathy, his future was already foreseeable. Sympathy? No. The surrounding people from the many top forces did not even sympathize with Gu Ming. They glanced at him emotionlessly and only felt sorry for him. Since he wanted to challenge a cottage disciple, naturally he should be prepared to be defeated badly. Who dared to look down on the cottage? After being defeated, he actually wanted to kill Yi Futian with a surprise attack. Even if he succeeded and really killed Yi Futian, he would have probably died anyway. Since he was so impetuous, he certainly had to pay a price for it. Gu Ming's action was too foolish. It was only that nobody had expected Yushang to be so irritable and decisive. He walked over directly, and without any hesitation, he permanently disabled Gu Ming with one punch. He did so in front of everyone from the Donghua clan. At the moment, the people from the Donghua clan looked as bitter as possible. The breath spreading from their bodies were extremely cold. Today, they wanted to disgrace the cottage. In the end, Gu Ming knelt on the ground first, after which he was permanently disabled. The other person was also injured by the axe. The Donghua clan had lost all its face. It was, of course, wrong for Gu Ming to surprise attack Yi Futian, but Yi Futian was unscratched, while Gu Ming was permanently disabled. Yushang and Yi Futian directly ignored the existence of the Donghua clan. How overbearing was that? Did the cottage attach any importance to the Donghua clan? Qin Mengrua's expression also changed irregularly and appeared to be somewhat unhappy. Today, she was the one who invited everyone else to come and appreciate the music. She was the host of this Guqin recital. Similarly, she also represented the Qin dynasty. Yi Futian first did not give her any face and described the Guqin recital in a vulgar way. Then, he and Yushang were even more out of line. Where had they placed the Qin dynasty? Isn't it too much for you two to do this? Qin Mengrua's voice was still very pleasant, but the pleasant voice vaguely contained some coldness. Yushang lifted his head and glanced at Qin Mengrua, after which he said in a cold tone, "Shut up." Yushang was extremely unhappy with Qin Mengrua, as she was the person who stirred up the trouble. It was all right for her to meet her lover from the Donghua clan. However, she had to put on an air of being cultured and drag the cottage and Yi Futian into trouble. Even if she did so, it was still all right. However, the Donghua clan was a sore loser and launched 2 unexpected attacks, and now Qin Mengrua was blaming them. Just now when Gu Ming launched the surprise attack, everyone could tell how much he wanted to kill Yi Futian. Luckily, Yi Futian was strong enough. What if he really had died from Gu Ming's sneak attack? This guy. Everyone looked at Yushang. He was really bad-tempered and did not even give the Princess Qin Mengrua any face, as he asked her to shut up directly. He did not have any compassion for this lady. Perhaps this word never even existed to his knowledge. A strange look appeared in the eyes of Qin Mengrua. Nobody had dared to berate her in such a manner. Even her brother, who was about to become the crown prince, also petted her. Many people from the Qin dynasty appeared, and the people from the Donghua clan also walked forward. The coldness from them started to spread out towards Yusheng. Is it that the Donghua clan cannot afford to lose? Lu Feiyong frowned. The Donghua clan stirred up trouble in the first place, and after being defeated, they could not take it and launched 2 unexpected attacks. Should they not pay a price for this? Did they want to simply fight? My Donghua clan disciple is permanently disabled. Do you think we will just let it go? A person from the Donghua clan said in a cold voice. The Donghua clan was a force which was as famous as the college. If they just let the issue go, how would people all over the world view the Donghua clan? They would think that the Donghua clan was afraid of the cottage. The cottage was only a part of the college. If the Donghua clan was even afraid of the cottage, how could it become the top clan in the Eastern Barren Territory? Therefore, they would naturally not give up easily. What do you want? Futian walked forward and asked emotionlessly. Yusheng was somewhat bad-tempered, but it was all because of him. Furthermore, Guming not only wanted to kill him, but actually launched a sneak attack in an attempt to kill him. Did they expect Futian and Yusheng to let Guming return to the Donghua clan in one piece? Since the cottage disciples are so strong, we will have to challenge you. A frenzy breath was released from the Donghua clan disciples. In an instant, the spiritual qi in the entire region went completely wild. A few Donghua clan disciples stepped forward. An odd expression appeared on the faces of the people from the different top forces. At first, it was a simple Guqin recital, but now the event seemed to be getting out of hand. If the Donghua clan disciples really started to attack Futian and Yusheng, then since there were only 2 people from the cottage here, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Take him down. The people from the Donghua clan stared at Yusheng coldly. Since he had disabled a Donghua clan disciple, how could they let this go easily? Yusheng, the woodcutter of the cottage, would naturally need to provide justification. Wood elemental spells swept towards Yusheng. They blotted out the sky and enveloped his body in an instant. Yusheng raised his head and looked at the vines which were gushing towards him in the sky. Then, devil-like wings bloomed out again and spiritual qi turned into a huge golden axe. Stomping on the ground, his body ascended into the air directly and the battle axe struck out. His actions were extremely quick and the light from his axe flooded the sky, cutting the vines into pieces continuously. Dong! A loud sound was heard and a large ancient clock appeared in the sky. When Yusheng chopped all the vines apart, the enormous ancient clock fell from the sky. It was the realization of Dharma of a cultivator. The astonishing gravity spreading from it pressured Yusheng's body, and the power released from it was enough to make Yusheng collapse. Feeling the might of the ancient clock, Noble will burst out from Yusheng's body and fused into the battle axe in his hand. Then, he hacked towards the ancient clock in the air. Following a loud bang, a crack appeared on the ancient clock as it was blown backward. Almost at the same moment, a golden rope swept towards that area like a thin snake and started to wind around Yusheng. Yusheng struck out his battle axe continuously onto the rope, but the rope did not seem to have experienced any force. When the battle axe hit, the rope would bounce back directly as if it was very soft. Yusheng started to spin gently in the sky, and the battle axe turned into many afterimages as if he was a real woodcutter. When the rope was hit, it snapped immediately and did not have the chance to be bounced off at all. However, the rope seemed to be infinitely long and gushed towards Yusheng constantly, blotting out the entire sky. The spells flew towards him endlessly, as if he would never be able to smash them all. The ancient clock vibrated again and pressed down on Yusheng. Not only that, other spells were attacking Yusheng as well. The people from the Donghua clan stood proudly in the air and surrounded Yusheng, wanting to take him down. Below them, Guming was also brought back by some people from the Donghua clan. Such a strong guy. Everyone gazed at Yusheng, who was in the sky. Yushang's wild combat abilities were clear to them as he could deal with a few cultivators from the Donghua clan whose levels were higher than him. If he was to fight someone of his level, nobody from the Donghua clan would be able to face him. Indeed, someone who could display 4 nobles on the Mirror Mountain stone wall had to be extraordinary. Futian looked extremely unhappy. The Donghua clan actually jointly attacked Yushang. They wanted to deal with Yushang by using the permanently disabled Gu Ming as an excuse. Lu Feiyong and Lu Qinyu each took a step forward. Qin Mengrua looked at them and said emotionlessly, "This issue is between the Donghua clan and the cottage. Does the Lu kingdom also want to participate?" It was not just Qin Mengrua. The top-tier Dharma Plane cultivators from the Donghua clan who were not participating in the fight also glanced at Lu Feiyong and his team. Futian stared at Qin Mengrua, and his look turned increasingly cold. Previously, he was unhappy with her only because she dragged him into the trouble. But at the moment, he was not merely unhappy. "Go and find the 5th brother," Futian said to Lu Feiyong. If the Donghua clan wanted to use this as an excuse and deal with them, he and Yushang naturally could not resolve the conflict. At the side, there were still many top-tier Dharma Plane cultivators holding the line. Furthermore, there was also the best musician among the young generation besides them. "Okay." Lu Feiyong nodded, after which his body flashed and he left the place. He knew well what kind of people cottage disciples were like. Since the Donghua clan wanted to do this, the entire matter was already not as simple as the juniors merely fighting and learning from each other. The people from the Sword Saint Mountain looked at each other. They had some relationships with the cottage, but all the people present at the place were juniors, and nobody dared to get involved in the matter easily. Even the college did not step up. The people from the college in this place were led by Su Muge and Tang Yi. However, both of them had always disliked the cottage and were unhappy with Futian as well. Therefore, the college which was supposed to take actions also stood at the side. As for the other forces, they naturally would not care. The conflict involved 3 major forces: the Qin dynasty, the Donghua clan, and the cottage. Under such a circumstance, who would dare to get involved in this disturbance easily? Seeing that they could not win after a long time, another 7th-level Dharma Plane cultivator from the Donghua clan walked out and started to attack Yushang. Clearly, the Donghua clan was determined to take Yushang down. Futian stomped on the ground and walked towards the sky. In an instant, a terrifying flame surged on his body. The violent flame wrapped around his body. At this moment, Futian seemed to have turned into a purgatory fire demon which was wildly devouring the fire elemental spiritual chi in the surrounding. Meanwhile, a dazzling sun dharma appeared in the sky behind Futian. Before he even moved, many flame maple leaves appeared and danced in the wind. The spell Maple Dance contained a strong flame intent and swept towards the Donghua clan cultivators who were jointly attacking Yushang. In an instant, countless maple leaves flew towards the people from the Donghua clan, trying to drown them in the leaves. The attacks launched at Yushang were weakened. They looked at Futian and a cold expression. "Since you have attacked, we will fight both of you." Everyone looked at the sky. Futian's flame-like body stood proudly in the air, alongside Yushang. Just now, the Donghua clan kept forcing Futian to fight in order to see his combat abilities. Now, they could finally see it. Chapter 236, Growing Intensity. Chapter 236, Growing Intensity. Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengrua raised their heads and looked at Futian. Everyone else also stared at the figure immersed in flame. This was the young man who created a miracle in the ancient barren world. Most of the young generation in the Eastern Barren Territory were somewhat curious about his combat powers. Such a strong flame intent. Feeling the powers of fire contained in that flame-filled body, everyone muttered to themselves. Li Daoyun's look was cold. In the ancient barren world, one of his arms was burnt by Futian with the help of the flame statue. Futian's musical spells were very strong. However, was fire his most skilled ability? Perhaps. "Attack," someone from the Donghua clan said in a cold tone. Many spells bloomed directly and swept towards Futian and Yushang. However, at that moment, an extremely shocking firelight was radiated from the sun dharma behind Futian, as if the light from the sun itself was shining down directly. Many spells were burnt away in the void right away. Even more terrifyingly, several ancient characters seemed to bloom in the Dharma. Fire, flare, blaze. In the eyes of some low-level cultivators from the Donghua clan, flame intent seemed to appear and the ancient characters turned into willpower, charging directly into them. They gave out a miserable scream and closed their eyes in pain as blood erupted from their eyes. In the meantime, some people started to burn. The terrifying ancient characters, with the help of the willpower, charged directly into their bodies. Some splashing sounds were heard. A few Donghua clan cultivators skilled in water elemental abilities cast water spells which enveloped everyone's body. Ice fell onto them to extinguish the fire, but a few people were still injured. Air. Everyone's heart trembled. The people who were injured even included one who was in the 6th level Dharma plane. He actually could not even bear the light from Futian's Dharma. Bang! An even more violent flame breath was released. Magma seemed to have appeared in the sky and turned into a sea of fire. Golden divine flames started to burn on Futian's body, which was showering in an endless amount of fire. The light from his Dharma was similarly like divine flames. His Dharma had been fused with the Book of Flames from the ancient Luolan relic in the ancient barren world. All the ice seals in the place were lit with the light from the divine flames. Then, the power of the ice dissipated and turned into a sea of fire. Futian's body flashed and turned into an afterimage. He was skilled at using the noble will of different elements, including wind intent. Since he was able to travel with the wind, he was extremely fast. A cultivator from the Donghua clan felt the threat and backed away quickly. Then, the light of Dharma enveloped his body and the flames seemed to be engulfing him. Futian slapped out with his palm, and the other person raised his hands in an attempt to resist. Following a loud bang, the cultivator was blown backward and a horrifying firelight glittered on his body. As the flaming ancient characters appeared faintly, his body began to burn. Be careful. A cultivator who was skilled in water elemental powers instantly landed before him and used a water spell to seal his body with ice. Otherwise, he would be burnt to death instantly. The 6th level Dharma plane cultivator, who was 2 levels above Futian, could not even withstand a blow from him. Dong! Accompanying a loud bang, the huge clock struck towards Futian and an incredibly heavy power pressured his body. Yusheng stepped forward, but other spells started to sweep towards him. There were other people who were attacking him. Futian looked at the ancient clock which was flying over, and a moon appeared behind him. The sun and the moon alternated, while coldness and hotness spread out simultaneously, turning into an appalling yin and yang vortex. The ancient clock which was dashing over was sometimes filled with ice and sometimes with flames. The 2 different wills flew on the surface of the ancient clock and ancient characters seemed to appear vaguely on it. The expression of the cultivator who had released the ancient clock Dharma changed as he felt an extremely horrifying aura. He controlled his will and wanted to take his Dharma back. The light from the sun and the moon poured down continuously and landed on the ancient clock Dharma. Gradually, the ancient clock froze and stopped. Clear cracking sounds could be heard as cracks started to appear on the clock. No, a 7th level Dharma plane cultivator from the Donghua clan screamed. Just as his voice died away, cracking sounds started to spread out continuously. His Dharma crushed into pieces, and his life spirit which had been fused with the Dharma was also destroyed along with it. The Donghua clan cultivator gave a miserable cry and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned completely pale as he fell down from the sky. So strong? Everyone around could only feel their hearts trembling. Futian crossed over 3 levels and used his Dharma to permanently destroy the Dharma of a 7th level Dharma plane cultivator from the Donghua clan. How overpowering! He had directly eliminated his opponent in an overwhelming way and was so decisive that the other people from the Donghua clan did not even have time to react. The grandson of the king of Qin, Qin Li, questioned Futian's combat powers, and Qin Mengrua also incited him to fight. Now, Qin Mengrua and the people from the Donghua clan had seen it for themselves. This was Futian's combat powers. The looks of the people from the Donghua clan were as bitter as it could possibly be. They had sent so many people jointly attack Futian and Yusheng, but another person was actually permanently disabled by Yi Futian again. How embarrassing that was. Many cultivators stepped out. Finally, the higher-level Dharma plane cultivators from the Donghua clan stopped observing and decided to attack together. Seeing so, Yu Sheng directly reached out his hand and took the battle axe, his ritual implement, from his back. He had been carrying his noble ritual implement all along. Noble will gushed into the ritual implement. Giving an angry roar, Yu Sheng struck towards the incoming cultivators from the Donghua clan. His axe seemed to be cutting the void itself into two, and the cultivators from the Donghua clan all dodged the attack. Then, Yu Sheng moved. He charged forward like a devil and swung his battle axe continuously. Each strike was as strong as the attacks cast by top-tier Dharma plane cultivators. Noble will had been fused into the ritual implement, in addition to Yu Sheng's own strength. The power unleashed could thus be well imagined. Yi Futian did not look at Yu Sheng as he had brought his noble ritual implement, and he was very confident in Yu Sheng. The twin Dharma, the sun and the moon, continued to release terrifying powers and strike at the few Donghua clan cultivators who had previously fought. Everyone around gazed at the battlefield and was shocked in their hearts. The Donghua clan could not even defeat the two who were both in the fourth-level Dharma plane. The cottage was still the cottage. It would probably be very difficult for the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan to crush the legend of the cottage. Qin Shanmu frowned gently, and a tinge of disappointment appeared on his face. Then, he took out the bamboo flute and played it near his lips. The music of the flute spread out, and traces of invisible spiritual powers moved towards Yi Futian and Yu Sheng directly. In that instant, Yi Futian only felt traces of sharp noises piercing into his ears, disrupting his spiritual energy directly. He could not even form the spells that he wanted to cast. He frowned tightly and glanced at Qin Shanmu, his look extremely cold. Qin Shanmu was one of the two best geniuses in the Donghua clan and was honored as the best musician among the young generation in the Eastern Barren Territory. He actually chose to attack at this moment. An even more violent aura bloomed from Yi Futian's body as his spiritual energy resisted Qin Shanmu's musical attack. Stomping his foot, he did not use any spells, but instead slapped his palm out at a cultivator from the Donghua clan. The radiance of the ancient characters flashed on his palm, which seemed to be able to melt everything. His palm collided with the fist of the Donghua clan cultivator, after which the cultivator cried in pain as his arms started to burn. Seeing the scene, the pupils of everyone contracted slightly. Was this his response towards Qin Shanmu's intervention? The flute's music turned rapid. At this instant, Yi Futian felt like many green snakes had appeared and were biting him. His spirit felt a wave of numbness and pain which was extremely uncomfortable, while his head felt like it was going to explode. He used his strong spiritual will to resist the music, but the musical attack was everywhere and undefendable, continuing to enter his ears. Even the flames around Yi Futian were dissipating, and he stood stiffly in the air, as if he was suppressed by the musical attack. At the moment, an attack spell from a Donghua clan cultivator flew over. Following a loud bang, Yi Futian gave a muffled humph. Even though his physical body was strong, he still spat out a mouthful of blood uncontrollably as his body was blown backward. Yi Futian was enduring both physical and spiritual attacks. Yu Sheng gave an angry roar. He had similarly felt Qin Shanmu's musical attack. At the moment, an extremely terrifying light appeared around his body, as if it was the light from a devil. A set of barbed armor emerged from his body and slowly wrapped around him, covering his body and turning into real devil's armor. The pair of horrifying devil wings was attached to the armor as if they fit inside perfectly. This is... Everyone looked at Yu Sheng in astonishment. Even his eyes were glittering with gloomy golden light, as if they were the monstrous eyes of the devil. An incredibly appalling current flew on his body. At this moment, the noble battle axe in his hand seemed to be totally activated, and a shocking power spread from it. Ignoring Qin Shanmu's music, Yu Sheng struck out with his axe. Immediately, a sky-severing beam of light appeared in the space before him. In just an instant, blood bloomed out in the sky. Several cultivators screamed in pain as they backed away hurriedly. Some got their arms cut off, while others had their dharma destroyed. Everyone was shocked by the attack. Even though Yu Shang had used the noble ritual implement, he was in the 4th level Dharma plane after all, and actually managed to burst out such an incredible attack. The way he struck his axe out was still like he was cutting a piece of wood, but the cultivators from the Donghua clan seemed to have become his wood and were easily cut apart. Was he mad because Yi Futian was injured? Qin Shanmu's look was finally no longer calm. Although he had participated in the fight, a few people from the Donghua clan were actually still injured. As a top genius in the Donghua clan, this was quite embarrassing for him. At the moment, many figures were whizzing over from afar. The battle here had only gone on for a short period of time, but its effects were rather devastating. The people who arrived first were from the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan. Today Qin Mengrua and Qin Shanmu were meeting at the place, and they were all paying close attention to it. Therefore, they were the first to reach. However, after they arrived, they realized that this was not like a Guqin recital. More than half of the people from the Donghua clan were actually injured. A few were permanently disabled, and some lost their arms. Seeing such a scene, the anger of the cultivator from the Donghua clan, who had just reached, could be easily imagined. His look was extremely cold as he glanced at Yu Shang, who was in the air, holding the noble ritual implement. A terrifying light was still being emitted from the battle axe. He actually dares to act so wildly here. Bang! A noble plain cultivator stepped out. In an instant, a terrifying might enveloped Yu Shang. Yu Shang lifted his head and stared at the figure. His look was still very cold. The noble was filled with rage at the moment. Raising his hand, he slapped out directly, and the frightening palm print seemed to be crushing everything. Yu Shang roared in anger and lifted the battle axe in his hand, striking it out. However, how could he block a real noble? The palm print crushed everything and eliminated the light from the axe. Falling down, it hit Yu Shang. In just an instant, Yu Shang was blown directly towards the ground and could not resist the attack at all. Chapter 237. Getting Serious? Chapter 237. Getting Serious. Bang. Following a loud bang, Yu Shang's violent body was slapped down by the palm print, and even the ground cracked directly. It was clear what a powerful attack he had just endured. Spit. He spat out some blood. Everyone noticed that even the armor on Yu Shang's body had split apart. The noble plain cultivator had attacked in anger. The power of his attack could thus be well imagined. When a noble plain cultivator fights a Dharma plain cultivator, there is no suspense at all. The fact that Yu Shang could take a hit without dying already showed that his defense was outstanding. Yu Shang. Yi Futian dashed out and appeared in front of Yu Shang. At the moment, Yu Shang was lying on the ground. He stood up with some difficulty and said in a low tone, "I'm all right." Just as he finished speaking, he spat out another mouthful of blood uncontrollably, and his body fell onto the ground. He took a hit from a noble. It was already fortunate that he did not die. Even Yi Futian's body was trembling gently as he used his shaking hands to support Yu Shang. Lifting his head, he stared at the noble who was in the air. His eyes were extremely icy. In the sky, the noble looked at Yi Futian's eyes and actually could not help but have a strange feeling. From those eyes, he saw a coldness that would disregard everything. He felt that if the young man was to grow up, the young man would definitely try to kill him at all costs. A cold killing intent spread out from him. He also seemed to have realized what he had done. He had almost killed someone from the cottage. However, he did not regret this. When he reached the place, he saw the people from the cottage showing off their powers, while many disciples from the Donghua clan were either crippled or permanently disabled. Even if they were cottage disciples, how could they dare to act so arrogantly? The Donghua clan was similarly one of the top 3 forces in the Eastern Barren Territory. On the other hand, the cottage was only part of the college, and the people from it actually dared to be so savage. Feeling the killing intent spreading out from the noble in the air, everyone from the various forces realized that this Guqin recital disturbance seemed to be getting out of hand. Several people from the Donghua clan were permanently disabled, and several were severely injured. However, it was the Donghua clan which kept forcing the cottage to fight. Yu Shang and Yi Futian were merely counterattacking. Now, not only did the Donghua clan cultivators jointly attack the cottage disciples, but even a noble had attacked. He suppressed Yu Shang with one palm and almost killed him with the slap. At the moment, he even displayed his intent to kill them. How could the cottage let this go easily? Qin Mengrua and Qin Shanmu both did not expect such a situation. The Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan only wanted to pressure the cottage, and it would be best if they could break the legend of the cottage. However, the powers of the cottage disciples were beyond everyone's imagination. Therefore, the Donghua clan could not clean up the mess, resulting in such a situation. Bang! A violent aura pressured on the space. The noble indeed had the intention to kill them. However, at the moment, a few figures blinked and appeared in front of Futian. They were actually disciples from the Sword Saint Mountain. One of them looked up in the sky and said, "Senior, have you thought clearly before you attack?" The noble's eyes sparkled. He glanced at the person emotionlessly and said in an overbearing manner, "Are you threatening me?" "That I do not dare." The disciple bowed and said, "However, Futian is a newly admitted disciple of the cottage, and also the little junior of my master. Senior, if you really want to kill him, not to say the cottage, my master would probably also not let this go easily. Furthermore, I believe that you are still unclear about the cause of today's incident. Senior, you should find out about it first." The noble frowned. Although the disciple said that he did not dare, the words were actually already somewhat threatening. Of course, he himself was not qualified to threaten the noble, but that person on the Sword Saint Mountain was. His words were correct. If the noble really killed Futian, the eldest brother from the cottage on the Sword Saint Mountain would not let him off, not to mention the cottage. There were not many disciples in the cottage. Including Futian, there were also only 8 at the moment. This was very different from the other clans. Therefore, every disciple in the cottage was more important to the clan than the individual disciples in the Donghua clan. Only people like Qin Shanmu could be compared with a single cottage disciple. The sound of people whizzing over from afar could be heard. The battle here had attracted the seniors from various forces. When they saw the situation at the place, a weird expression appeared on their faces. Was there a conflict between the Donghua clan and the cottage? Another few people flew towards the place. The looks of everyone on the spot became more serious. The people from the college had arrived. The 5th disciple of the cottage, Luo Fan, had also come. The college senior, Situ Wu, went beside Su Muge and Tang Yi, while Luo Fan appeared beside Futian and Yusheng. Behind them, Lu Feiyang and Lu Chenyu had also come. They explained to Luo Fan what happened in the simplest way. Luo Fan and Situ Wu both saw the injured Yusheng. Futian had also suffered minor injuries which were not obvious, but Yusheng was severely injured, and his injuries could be noticed in just one look. "You have been watching here all the time?" Situ Wu glanced at the college disciples including Su Muge and Tang Yi. All the people from the college looked rather awkward. Although the cottage was kind of isolated, it was part of the college after all. There was a conflict between the cottage and the Donghua clan, but the college disciples did not intervene. It was indeed disgraceful. "You did it?" At the other side, Luo Fan saw Futian staring coldly at the noble in the sky and vaguely knew what had happened. Did a noble from the Donghua clan attack Yusheng? "Your cottage disciples are too unbridled," the noble in the sky said coldly. Luo Fan's look was very calm, but from the calmness, he could faintly feel that a terrifying storm was brewing, as if it could erupt at any moment. "Look after them," Luo Fan turned back and said to Situ Wu. "Okay." Situ Wu nodded and Luo Fan stepped forward. Bang! An incredibly violent flame and tint instantly swept across the vast space. In an instant, everyone present felt an increasing temperature, as if the entire world was turning extremely hot. They actually started to sweat. Everyone saw that on Luo Fan's body, an illusory flaming radiance was flowing. It did not look like real flames, but it seemed even more terrifying than real flames. The illusory flames soared into the sky, and even the space around it seemed to have merged with them. Fire elemental spiritual chi turned into the illusory flames which burned in the sky. Hot. At this moment, everyone could only feel extremely hot and somewhat manic, as if they were placed on a stove. At the moment, a noble stepped out. He was from the Qin dynasty, and he said, "Today, both parties have been injured. How about we stop for now and discuss?" "There is no room for discussion." A cold voice spread from Luo Fan's mouth. If the cottage disciples lost in a fair fight, they would accept it as they were less skilled than their opponents. If they lost in a scuffle, they naturally could not say anything, but the cottage had never lost before. However, at the moment, it was the noble from the Donghua clan who was bullying the people from the cottage. What was there to discuss? Just as Luo Fan finished speaking, he raised his head and looked at the noble. In just an instant, the countless illusory flaming currents in the sky exploded simultaneously. Immediately, a wave of catastrophic flames enveloped the space directly, centered at the noble in the sky. The endless power of fire seemed to have turned into a stove. The noble in the sky seemed to be burning. Everyone saw a strange scene. An illusory stove had engulfed the noble in the sky and was burning his body. This was a noble-level spell, and its powers were devastating. The expression of the noble changed drastically as he felt traces of flames seeping into his body directly. The terrifying illusory stove seemed to have formed from the purest flames in the world and wanted to burn him to ashes. A shocking aura was released from his body as he wanted to put out the fire, but the flame spell seemed to be inextinguishable and continued to burn. A sizzling sound spread out. The noble's body was almost moistureless and his skin turned dry and lifeless. He appeared to be in great pain. The scene caused the looks of many to change. The fifth disciple of the cottage, Luo Fan, is actually so strong? A splashing sound was heard as many water currents flew over, charging into the inferno and sweeping towards the noble's body. A few cultivators from the Donghua clan walked out. They all released their noble aura and stared coldly at Luo Fan below. Luo Fan held his fire stick. Then, the black fire stick immediately turned into a monstrous blood red. He ascended into the air. In an instant, an appalling flame storm appeared in the sky. An endless amount of fire elemental spiritual chi gushed towards the fire stick wildly and turned into many flame dragons attaching onto the fire stick. The flame dragons danced and continuously condensed into an even more frightening flame. Eventually, they turned into many dragon whips. Seeing the flaming dragon whips which were soaring in the sky and continuously being formed, everyone around felt shocked. Every dragon whip seemed to contain the most ultimate fire. Luo Fan waved his hand. The fire stick moved and the dragon whips danced in the sky, sweeping towards the noble plain cultivators from the Donghua clan. The looks of the nobles were solemn. Then, there was a sharp sword piercing through the air, some ice sealing the sky, and a violent golden palm print trying to destroy everything. However, when the dragon whips crossed, the frozen space was split apart. The sharp sword broke and the palm print was cut into two at the center. In those crushed powers, there was still flame and tint left behind. The flaming dragon whips danced in the air and enveloped the entire space. Slap! A clear sound spread. Someone was hit by the dragon whip and almost broke into two pieces instantly. The wound on his body was shocking. It was as if he was cut by a sharp sword. Flames burned in his body, causing the noble to give a painful, muffled humph. Slap! 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 Many clear slapping sounds spread as several nobles were hit. A horrified expression appeared on the face of the noble who had injured Yu Sheng. He could only feel countless dragon whips sweeping towards him and could not fight back at all. "You have crossed the line," a cold voice erupted at that moment. An extremely terrifying aura bloomed, and a shocking trace of sword and tint burst out behind the noble. Then, everyone saw the flaming dragon whips being cut apart and turning into countless flames which danced in the sky. An elderly figure held a sword and stood proudly in the air. He looked at Luo Fan and said, "Luo Fan, this is the Qin Imperial Palace." This person was a strong noble from the Qin dynasty. At the moment, the stronger nobles from the Donghua clan also walked over and stared coldly at Luo Fan. Everyone knew that even though Luo Fan was extremely strong, there was also not much that he could do. The Qin Imperial Palace, right? Luo Fan glanced at the many nobles in the sky and said, "Today, this issue is really serious." Chapter 238. Attending the Ceremony. Chapter 238. Attending the ceremony, the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan were two top forces. They had sent a noble plain cultivator and many Dharma plain cultivators to deal with Futian and Yushang, both of whom were in the 4th level Dharma plane. The cottage had never been bullied in such a way. The issue was serious. Hearing Luo Fan's words, the people around also realized that the matter was really going to get out of hand. The fight between juniors could perhaps still be controlled, but a noble overpowered the people from the cottage directly and almost killed Yusheng with a slap. How could the cottage let this go? A fight between juniors had turned into a fight between nobles. After that, it would probably be a fight between the two forces. The many nobles in the sky looked at Luo Fan, and their looks turned serious. The elderly person said, "Today, I think that both of the parties have made mistakes. How about you give the Qin dynasty a face, sit down and let us mediate the issue?" Today, nobody gave the cottage any face. Luo Fan sneered, then looked at the people in the sky. He pointed at the noble who had attacked Yusheng and said, "I only ask this. Are you going to give him to us?" The elder from the Qin dynasty frowned. Luo Fan was somewhat supercilious. The people from the cottage indeed have the same character, supercilious and arrogant. "I have not asked you yet. So many of my Donghua clan disciples are injured. How do you pay for this?" A strong noble from the Donghua clan stepped forward. He glanced at the horrible sight of the Donghua clan disciples and asked in a cold tone. They were bullied by 2 4th-level Dharma Plane juniors to such an extent. "You actually still have the face to ask?" Luo Fan smiled and said, "You really deserve the name of the top clan in the Eastern Barren Territory. Terrific." His words were somewhat grating. A group of Dharma Plane cultivators from the top clan in the Eastern Barren Territory lost so badly to 2 4th-level Dharma Plane cultivators. If this news spread out, it would be embarrassing. Moreover, it was the people of the Donghua clan who started this fight. Our Qin dynasty invited everyone to come and observe the ceremony. Tomorrow is the day when the crown prince will be conferred. Does the cottage really want to cause trouble at this point? The elder from the Qin dynasty looked at Luo Fan and said, "It would be impossible for the Donghua clan to hand over their member just because of Luo Fan's words, especially when the person was a noble." "Oh, so I am the one causing trouble." Luo Fan smiled and turned around. He knew that it would be pointless to discuss further. Even if the previous events were ignored, it was the noble from the Donghua clan who had attacked Yusheng. Now, he said that the cottage was causing all the trouble. Whether the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan team up or not, it's not the cottage's business, and we also do not care. However, if you want to bully the cottage, facing everyone with his back, Luo Fan smiled. He approached Futian and Yusheng and said, "I will bring Yusheng back. Since the Qin dynasty has invited the cottage to attend the ceremony, you will stay here to represent the cottage." "All right," Futian nodded. Just like that, Luo Fan brought Yusheng away. He had only left one sentence, asking Futian to stay. Nobody had expected such an abrupt departure. Furthermore, he just left Futian at the Qin dynasty and actually did not worry that the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan might attack Futian at all. Of course, the people from the many forces knew that under such a situation, the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan definitely would not dare to attack Futian again. The college was present, not to mention the cottage eldest disciple and the 3rd disciple. Although the college had had some conflicts with the cottage, if there was really a major battle, the college would naturally side with the cottage. Furthermore, rumors in the Eastern Barren Territory all claimed that Mr. Du from the cottage did not know how to cultivate. But did he really not know that? God knows. Therefore, the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan would not really touch Futian, unless they would like to stay at their places and not go out in the future. Futian stared at Luo Fan as he brought Yusheng away. Then, he turned to look at the many nobles in the sky, and then at Qin Shanmu, the best musician in the young generation of the Eastern Barren Territory, and Qin Mengrua. His look was very calm, and there was not even hatred. However, this calmness made people feel somewhat frightened instead. Many people looked at him, including many nobles. Then, they saw Futian turn around and leave, walking towards the palace he was staying in. Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu followed behind him closely. "Let's go." Situ Wu also glanced at the many people in the sky coldly and followed Futian. The people from the Sword Saint Mountain left as well, and the people from the various top forces left one from another. Luo Fan had left, but they knew that the matter was not over yet. It was far from being over. Otherwise, Luo Fan would not leave Yi Futian at the Qin Imperial Palace. They realized that some conflicts may happen in the Eastern Barren Territory. As to what extent the conflict would reach, nobody could predict it at the moment. However, judging from the situation when the cottage eldest disciple and third disciples went down the mountain, it was definitely going to be serious. Of course, it would certainly not be like the two disturbances during that time. The Donghua clan and the Qin dynasty were not just very strong forces, but the very top forces in the Eastern Barren Territory. The cottage alone would not be able to do much to them. The people from the other forces left the place. Only people from the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan remained at the area. The atmosphere at the moment was somewhat tense. A noble from the Donghua clan looked at everyone below and asked, "What actually happened today?" The cultivators from the Qin dynasty also wanted to ask the same question. Even though the two forces had teamed up, and it was indeed a meet-up between the Princess Qin Mengrua from the Qin dynasty and Qian Shanmu, what happened during the Guqin recital was not arranged by them. The event that happened was somewhat out of control. Below, a strange look flashed in Qin Mengrua's eyes. The incident on that day was caused by her. It's meaningless to look into this now. At the moment, a figure walked over. It was the grandson of the king of Qin, Qinli. He looked at the nobles in the sky and said, "Today, the people from the Donghua clan are defeated so miserably, but you are instead threatened by the cottage. This does not look like the top clan in the Eastern Barren Territory." The people from the Donghua clan all felt very embarrassed. Just like what the king's grandson had said, the Donghua clan was even more tragic than the cottage today. A few of their nobles were overpoweringly injured by Luo Fan, not to mention their Dharma plane cultivators. Under such a circumstance, their momentum seemed to be totally suppressed, and they had been threatened by Luo Fan. "I want to see, what can the cottage do?" a noble from the Donghua clan said coldly. They did not continue to investigate the cause, because that was no longer important. "I believe that the Donghua clan will show the imposing manner which the top clan in the Eastern Barren Territory should," the king's grandson smiled and said. Then, the people from both parties also started to leave separately. The people from Donghua nodded and left the place. Qinli looked at Qin Mengrua and said, "Little aunt, how is Qian Shanmu?" Although Qin Mengrua was one generation older than Qinli, their ages were actually quite similar. Qin Mengrua was the princess, while Qinli was the son of Qinyu, the elder brother of Qin Mengrua. Qin Mengrua's eyes sparkled as she thought of Qian Shanmu. She nodded lightly and said, "Not bad." "That's great." Qinli smiled gently. Qian Shanmu is one of the two most gifted geniuses in the Donghua clan. Now, the other person is already a towering figure in the Eastern Barren Territory, and Qian Shanmu is the only key training target of the Donghua clan. In the future, he will definitely become one of the most accomplished people in the Eastern Barren Territory. "Little aunt, you will not suffer because of this." Qin Mengrua nodded lightly. In fact, because of her identity, she did not have many choices when selecting her partner. She could only choose among the brightest people in the various forces. Although there was a disturbance during the Guqin recital today, she was quite fond of Qian Shanmu. In particular, both of them had a common hobby: music. The people from various forces returned to their individual palaces where they cultivated. People and demons soared into the air, leaving the Qin Imperial Palace. The Guqin recital disturbance in the Qin Imperial Palace had already involved the three strongest forces in the Eastern Barren Territory. They had to inform their clans about this event. The news spread to various top forces rapidly. On the other hand, in the Qin dynasty, it was already the day when the crown prince would be conferred. This day, outside of the Qin dynasty, people had fully filled the space below the stairs. Countless cultivators had come to send their congratulation. However, apart from the various top forces in the Eastern Barren Territory which were invited and could enter the Qin Imperial Palace, only the very strong forces in the Qin dynasty were entitled to enter the palace and observe the ceremony. In addition, only the leaders of the forces could enter. The gates of the Qin Imperial Palace were open. Many cultivators with outstanding temperaments stepped in one after another. They followed the path in the palace and walked towards a hall in the deeper part of the palace. Here, many people had already arrived. The people from the various top forces were sitting on the viewing platforms on the two sides. In the middle, many dignified and burly armored warriors were standing in a neat row, looking frightening. Behind them were the lords and nobles of the Qin dynasty who had come to observe the ceremony. Moving further forward, there was a throne. The Prince Qin Yu had already arrived. He stood in front of all the lords and nobles below the throne, waiting to be conferred. Many people looked at Qin Yu. This former genius had already grown up to become one of the strongest cultivators in the Eastern Barren territory. He was one of the best in his generation and was as famous as the genius from the Donghua clan and the third disciple from the cottage. Today, he would be conferred as the crown prince of the Qin dynasty. In the future, he would control the Qin dynasty and become the most powerful person in the Eastern Barren territory. The people from the various top forces had all reached, and they sat on the viewing platforms. Futian had also arrived. He was with the college, and he represented the cottage. As the eighth disciple of the cottage, he was naturally qualified to represent the cottage. The cultivators from the Lu Kingdom and the Sword Saint Mountain were sitting beside him to observe the ceremony. At the moment, the thoughts of the people from the various forces were different. If the event on the previous day did not happen, the ceremony today would surely be a ceremony. There would be no twists and turns. However, because of the disturbance on the previous day, a shadow had been cast over the conferment of the Qin dynasty crown prince today. Nobody knew what Luofan would do after going back, and nobody knew what the cottage would do either. According to the style of the cottage, they would surely do something. The Donghua clan was closest to the seats in front and was very close to the Qin dynasty. From their positions, their relationship with the Qin dynasty could vaguely be felt. The king's grandson, Qin Li, and the princess Qin Mengrua were naturally here as well. They both stood behind Qin Yu, who was the first person in front. Qin Mengrua looked at the crowd and then Qin Shanmu, and both of them glanced at each other. Then, Qin Mengrua nodded gently, and Qin Shanmu similarly smiled in return. They withdrew their stares very quickly. It was not rude and appeared to be just nice. Qin Mengrua glanced at the college and the cottage again, and her eyes were uncontrollably locked onto Futian, who had left a deep impression in her mind during the battle on the previous day. She saw that at the moment, Futian was extremely quiet and just sat there in silence, as if he was really just an ordinary guest who had come to observe the ceremony. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.